yɛntwe ani ɛnkɔ yɛ chichichichichichi ɛyɛ den na saa na wenu nyinaa nananom bi ne ho omunyae ɛyɛ na omoyɛ si hɔ yɛde som yɛde yɛ som bia yɛpɛ ɛyɛ den tin omoyɛ ne kosiada anaasɛ adwada anaasɛ ɛbrada no mu hwɛ da omoa benya ansa na broni maaye no Sunday Monday no na enso so yɛ wɔyɛ da ne wo na yɛ bu na no edwabre ento wo hwɛ a se fiada na edi dwa fiada ɛbɛba no edwa ebedi dwa no na yɛ de susu enso me kɔ no na yɛ sese yɛ na nwɔtwe ise yɛ kasa na awɔtwe a ɛnɛ kɔsie na awɔtwe sɛ na yɛ de ka o ehuse me mmereda week no ense me mmereda ne bisi kɔsiada anti yɛ no kɔsi ɛna wɔtwe ɛno nti ne yɛ kan yɛ na yɛ na ɛkɔ de duanan ɛne saa deɛ na ɛyɛ da na nanom ɛpɛ sɛ ɔmo de tena ase ɛnɛ yi sɛ yɛyɛ ɛwɔ Kumasi koraa a ɔmo te ahemboa no koraa bɛ wɔ hene no ebi afini nyina koraa no mu ne ebi sɛ ɔnyɛ enya obi a obi ɔkɔkɔ akɔ ne nam abɔnten ama yɛ no edi ɔhyɛ sɛ yɛnya da baako a yɛbɛhu no ɛnɛ yɛ Akwasidae ne nneɛma a ɔbɛyɛ ne ade nananom bɛyɛ nyinaa ɔmo yɛ ne fie dada deɛ ɛbɛyɛ ne ha deɛ second part no deɛ ɔmo yɛ ne fie ne ɛfɛ ne som nana ɔmo akɔ som awie dada sɛnea na Mr. Katanka kyɛ no yɛakɔma nananom aduane adi ama ɔmo nsa akyerɛ ɔmo sɛ ɛne ɔmo na ɛteɛ yɛayɛ awie na afei ne wɔbɛtena ase ama nananom bɛtena ase ama ɔmo ani nyinaa aba abɛkyia no ɛno na deɛ abɛpie ha ɛnɛ teacher Dr. Akwasidae obo bukudae so saa ne mienu no ensusuye bi wo ensusuye wo sebeka ya Akwasidae wakobie bia no bo so ya na eso e chen ti bukudae no eye ma ade no abinu no ensu ma ye no mo no so mia no ayekọ bana bukudae dia no no so sa Akwasidae no na ma Akwasidae no Akwasidae no kwa no nana I want that you how must say Akwasidae no bi asi ho ya no mfa ni kese Akwasidae no emu kese na etate ade kese no na etate ade kese eno ba
Ladies and gentlemen,
Akwasidae na so no
respectfully, we have designated various seats for various categories of people. The first base has been reserved for the members of the Judicial Council. If you are a member of the Judicial Council, respectfully vacate your seats as we look for another seat for you. The first presidential base has been allocated for members of the Judicial Council. We encourage you to look for another seat as the protocol officers be around. Please test these seats.
September and now was after a bit that's in film Pinonia to no media. The bosom in Kumi, a bit of a Nano, I am brown, one host a bit. I need to one again. Nanka, Afibia, my dear John. And so,
car number GS 4693-20 is a VX car. Lap Musafi's. Please move the car from where it is parked. And it's not so close to the area of the Java crowd. V8 with registration number GS 4693-20. Please move your car. As Indians again there, the first base has been reserved for members of the Judicial Council. If you're not a member of of the Judicial Council as the protocol officers, and they will find a seat for you. Thank you very much. President is not now we had this in the city and one. Yet, an opadian, yet, dear me. Nana, why a single solution at time of a bay airport higher, as a woman is now and Sana Wabaha, Yawaba, Sanka, Wukuma, and Kadawami was saying, not for many in a touch. Sabrin of the and go for you and then Anka, what's all the same? What's up what's nothing? I'm a Yakura, Cosana, Hanso, Dana, and I bet you that dear. Na Titino said, I dare say, or Heleno, it depends show once in Mukono. And the Nasante, Kumasa no Nasa, near Nantifia, Aquabancasia Sudentra. Because they say, now your cock, now you're the Baha, and it's a cocoa, and then Chuma, and they were here, you know, by any man in our swat, that I command. Okay, I was in this, the name of the Mossa. The woman's a year, I was in there, and a drum, and a year, a booze of the Baho, a hope about the chair. Now I had to impress with the man with your money. It's a dead yet. A yada here, Nanum Edisha, many in a betcha. A done a young man. Name Yabama, Nanam, Neo. You will die, Sisiwa, Dana, and I'm sad that they might know mine. Teacher, I did a ma at their way, I just should go for a debia. I was ready. I did it. I must like a share. Se devia ekese adekese ehu se sa de kese we osan ya adekese ade kese chi adekese enti na ubusa se ede na mane yeso ade no we no de osante ne yeso se obama sikaja apie ti na sikaja apie yo na wote se sikaja apie ba bia ubusa se ekese anageto and then I say, and you are not a Marias. It's in the Babu Sikaba. And another master said, no, my society at the end. Doctor, and that Gian Cassana Becosoha, why not? Yatun Safa or the Matichua Eba. And they said it to the University. And to say to media, I say, Baby Shia, they say, Shia. Yeah, watch your mama baha, not for Mussolini, not for your YouTube training, at that year, send a medical can air da, or in its Nancy, man amount for Betcha. It is a Jumedian Bessia. Do me a paper, now in a transit. Or in a transia. Nanum, you know, and then I'm waiting in there, or maybe or share something in a city, and then people. Now about the channel. Now, I'm penny and a baby at Chile, any of them will nipa, and I'm a penny to cry from an air about the channel. And they said, well, he trusting me. Now, he money at the shadow of the channel. Everybody is a hope by in a few more pennies. Be I have to suffer. So, man, a boko, a chair. Right. Who say, and yet. Santa Fonqua and I ever ha. But who you know and kind for ever ha, or my former Fadia, or my show, Muchano, Kama.
me pese ye hwa abakosem kakra aya yonkofa be ne da ye ne ye nuanom enkanfo ntem
kamia ye se wo hwe esement fi de so papa ana ya nkwa bebra ko du yandi ko axim enna mugana mani nyina eti ye ne won nyina wa ko fa sonko ebi wa ni mu ya ko ye na chi ye mani ba ko tena ho a ebi ware ko ma e dia ko fa ebra bi atwa mu no na bi madie nanso every person feel to no no die e ho se wo nyina hyase e ba bibi e ho bia e no mo na ye di kan e na so wo ho ho ha e hwe mu ye mo ba bitina a se won zema fo hene wo ha wo akonya wo ha da go ma hene wo akonya wo ha fanti fo hene wo akonya wo ha engra fo hene wo akonya wo ha e bibi sa be ya e ma ne ye fe to wo nyina ka se wo ba ba do boye sansu na safashe no to ha se na nse wo se ye kafa no e ko fa monta mu ma anche ko so men ko so ye be ko gwa ene o so ko do ko nti se ye di se ya o nyina atu so be ba na o ba ba ko ya anu ti ko ko me bi asa
yo teacher na o tie de doctor kan ya na se asante ne kasa hodo ni ha wa yonkofa e mo de like I said, the attitude which and Asante we money, Shiame, Asante, and women can and Yanoko.
Oh, Yanoko. Ah, side of it. Yanoko, the kind of say. Asante, maybe a papa, maybe on your fan say, I cannot. Asante, foundation. We can't do what kind of one, we cannot. I have the party. And this is all different in the man. What they about who is not a wise any banana or cast until free. As until you are so typical, any pan, I can't have. And the Sabian Nabri, a full piece of granny. And Mera, and I'm back as until you give me same Granoka.
The cinema.
And about why I move through. We are when you are through. Sabian. Oh, when in our wow, some money when I'm in a Asante say, I can't. Wherever we are, the dinner, a ABC baby, and found was a yes, no. Is he as well? And found was a Asante. And the Asante on Chile will be as what would be our town. And you so was a name one in some extent. They need for by.
I'm a buy.
One young was see one from Baba. And I was him, you should say as a same person. If he was a
chap with a woman,
I don't know, so I can't order. And they need not yet a honor order. That is maybe no, maybe. A shit. Gambia and Gambia, no one name, the only question.
Who are you for?
Savage. And tea, one way I have to honest. Wouldn't be an out yet. And think crying a bar. Can you honor or camp? What time? Yes.
Baby, I cannot see him. Sending in our bar. Oh, okay. It's not just a new one. Come and share. A bar, open swap on us. Sorry, I would have. That's not what the people are.
Once or by open swap, and the car, Yabini,
nice.
That's a son of mine.
I will hope.
Then I will eat the car.
It's a Bibiana.
It is when it is walking in the food. Was said here, I shall not. I'm doing it.
But I don't know.
Because a for bow, Benny Wobble, one by any troubles, Mamba.
Benny for no.
I'm going to fall back.
Many folks, social media. We did this one from Kabuya Papa was so the man which has a Bible. Asante will be a Bible. Will be a bar or baby or will do if I do Sumapa, a Bible. And Timono Adoso, and I will say, and I will nobody is here, and I will and I apply a Asante, and you say, someone other Papa Sansa. I said, I said, a guy is sitting. I thought it'd be a beer, I am when you said, says, I don't see a government. I can't say the guru said, when they fight the floor, and as I before, and I put come on. I didn't say, as I said, social media, I was at one information problem. That's a very good idea. Actually, my name is Joe. Sunday, my home yet. It is a caprado. Open the phone. And now, Doctor, Mame, Emisa, Shada na bisa say amamre emfaso e wo so a enei nimdi akona nim nipa sua de e na emre nso akona nim emre asesa de ama ne kasa e dane ko ye broni de na ye ho besua akrachefo adwene ye won say krachi ni de odne amamre eni hweye wo ya sa akora na sabe wadane krasi ni wo ya sa sabe asa wani miye Munu na mo ya akrachefo enimdifo akese pa e na makwadare amamre mu so asembe na abeka fa akrachefo a omo enye amamre ntumo mu ni se e ya tetede sabe ngasem
ye nsua nwoma e ma ye nwe fi ye di kan wo masua e ma wo se ne wa akwa betuma hwehwe e de se de ama o kania enti yakodi kania na ba afeni aso kania de hwe fi ne ahwede enti de ya no eni se wo kosua nwoma wie ne se wo amfa hwehwe wo mu ne kuta de se de aso kania ma o na de jira fa amani ne amamre je se ye ka eye de wo ye de bia wo sani o si transititi sani o si ko awieye ayiye sani o si to bedi ni nyina kan amamre ho enye se o bedi o sani o si frantuma odu fi a wo chia ni nyina ya amamre te no nsi bedi a o edi se obi ka se o menya amamre a wo hwemu a ne se ne ya wo ye no ebu wo ha nche bu be tupe ene ye bia amana no de ya ka ni nyina ye amamre a so obi se me Kristo ne te menya amamre de obi eba ye Kristo ne no asa o ti aso de pi a wo nye o amamre de wo ye bia nye Kristo de so ni esi kire ko mu ase kire udi niema no ansa na wato wo be fia wo horo ho wo kokoko se wo ba ye betu ni dia ye no ni nyina no enye Kristo sem ena enya professor amamre se wo jaza ne ma o ye ekoye o man bi de kakre be wo hu se wato because enkoyi eni be ba ho no I say one she offer nipa bebre say me gwa ma metu bedi na fe bedu ho de odi na MC no professor no kakaka afa bedu bebi no na wa akura aye o say na de aye de afa wo kan ni asa kira se eno na mo o say wa fun kura eji aba amanye de nti bebi na o so ti bebi say de o si ye dia eno ani ye wo hey bani kwa na kura te wa we are so man transfer enye kaye hu bebia anase sebe obi ohunra de kwa bozo bi aboa e ma ye de ko bebi so we be kasa mfa me ho bi sa ko so mu ahwe ya no nya ba amane enti emu masua de so sua mu bani nyine wie du bebi ye du kaso ko hwe ochi de a e na no aka bonte wa ka were bi sa wonti bibia se wa ko sua de no aka ho kani ade mo no wonti me kwa anya we wa ha busua kura aka ho
right teacher ene de akwaso wa hanti ye hu ntuma fra ahodro ene ye mabuni ntuma mu nim fra baby oso fra ntuma wa sha atade baby osa ahinima na wa kwose shoe eye wo mo onye man tentem no mo pe o mo mpesa mo ba kire wo mo ana nim no mo nim ye
se de wo kan ana ni ka aprofu ade shebi batoye o mo ba no mo de asore ba na mo ni suku ba ko suku no a kire ba kire wo nyina kire se wo de no enye wo san ba asore a eno ba de aka je se mo nam mo no suku no kire o se enye ena ba du asore de so sun mo no so da san ka kire se eno so enye eno na ma o mo bo e na nyina ba yi nyina eso ko be ena adi ena se ko ni dia ese won dia ena ma ko ni shesi suit na wa shano ena wa she na ko ni shaka sho kateno ahuso bia o pẹ̀lú audition e freno so baka na so de papua ni na lecture so ko flat kuma ya jet ya ni para ka sa o si esa tuntu esa ko sama sama dia ya gitu
Kumasi. Baby, I'm a new team. And then we share here. And people say, say, no, yes, and I'm tired to share your own idea. Sabbath, I can't share your and they said, to the day I want your pa, sorry. Once I saw for one shelter, we are not the front assassin. That is a Santa, yes, entire one. We should be able to say, I want to hear to my friend. Send to Mano. Say, okay, yeah, let's just say, and from my father, you did your quite a month around more. I didn't say, you need me, you didn't need friend. Send your baby to me. See, I just can't say, who could put you more away as a society, or more she sent Tarian, no, the more flavor, it's a more from this over time. Time is so and my just put me in a and then about time. Then we are to say, what we should see to her, no one what time, not in the more. I should be able to. And to my friend, a baby, I tear on a friend to my son is so on. And from that, and you put your good depending to the and future, and from everything, and there's some shot I can't tell you now. And there's a black cattle in I tell you, I say, yes, and Yam Sumunti, be our day, and I can't tell you. And then when they are no, and look at Snaha. That's why and you know, and yes, I be any one center, one dress, there be my own just one more time, and now when you're crashing your crash, and you're I don't think there's a Usia Mamra, a quiet fashion, and you see, I should share Rebbe say, and I'll continue. Without that, and the bill I share Muki. Yeah, he said, and to my cabbage, my friend will be open. And that is it. Friday, I need a home. I die away, flatting to and look up where he has here. Who say, oh, we have Bushaponi. And I want to have Bushani who found them. Oh, one anonymous, I am no dear someone. We are and I'm saying, I lay out the corner. Who says you're moving on the young man? I don't know what to do. I didn't want to be yet such as a and yet do my 18 ways. Never come quiet. Listen to you from a father. Friend to Mama, and come here, I said, meet better be a Sabia. I said, and I am a country that I am. This is a timber beach now, so and to one of the also your party also new year. One shoe. I'm feeling in our morning. Oh, and take a prayer for students. That's another, and never was somebody that no one says, yeah, just as a fancy apple. And then I am here to that. I have my way. Young Fapola, never many papers and do Ariel. And here I am and you nip. So I know near the young one, the castle, and Sunday. Now, men really offer so much with their collab. They are also appreciated. No, Nipa and Wua, and Sana Yabu said, where you would do, now you do two for winter. That is what's on that. And something, teacher, I can't find the end of the Kayaka was a bear, I will some, and they say, you're fat for Casa and you are a couple of Fubia, one day. You can come Casabia, and that's at the Casabia. I'm now fancy, you can come Casabia. Your father says, Sabi, Nimadia, or Tebro, and then you Saya Casa, yet to watch it. I have a Bolivia. As soon as you saw somebody in Maya. Oh, Severa, the Casa, and the Pia. We are, I would remember one Casa, who know my maybe about one.
ɛno na w'ani gye ho paa na woyɛ ne yie ɛyɛ nhwehwɛmu kyerɛkyerɛ ɔka yɛbɔ obi a ɔwɔ nyansa ɛne ne deɛ a ɛnka wo ɛna wowɔ na wɔwɔni no a ɔbaeɛ a ɔbɛyɛ de yɛayɛ akoa sɛ wontu wo kurom ka saa na ato obi deɛ a woyɛ akoa sɛ wonim wɔbi a ne di na wonim wɔni deɛ a woyɛ akoa ɔno nso baa sɛ ɔbɛyɛ yɛ akoa enti ne biribiara ɔto sika gum ɛnɛ nyinaa yɛka sɛ ɔto sika gum ɛde ɛhyɛ mu tena sɛ ɔbɛyɛ yɛ nkoa ɛna ɔgu so a wɔyɛ yɛ ɛna akɔ akɔduru sɛ yɛnim wɔ nti yɛagye atom sɛ obroni kasaa no ɛna woka no wesiresi a na kyerɛ sɛ wabe na yɛayɛ mu si ho sɛ obroni no sɛ yɛfa Ghana ma no koraa da hɔ no a yɛdodoɔ yɛ sɛ yɛyɛ ɔpepem aduasa ne akyire ebinom sɛ yɛyɛ 32 million wode yɛ tu no koraa fi sikyɛ na yɛ ne 30 Israelfoɔ ɔmo yɛ sɛ so ɔmo yɛ 6 million yɛdɔɔso gyɛ ɔmo mpɛ sɛ ɛnti yɛdɔɔso anso ɔmo de ɔmo kɔm kasa wo ɛnɛ kɔ ɔmo de suo bibiaa kɔ university Belgium ɔmo yɛ sɛ Luxembourg ɔmo nnu ɔpepe baako 1 million ɔmo nnu saa na ɔman bi wɔ hɔ a ɔnnuru nipa a sɛbe ɔman no nipa wɔ mu nyinaa no ɛnnuru nipa wɔ Kumasi nso wɔyɛ ɔman o a wɔasi ne university ɛyɛ ne research ɛwɔ ne kastel nti deɛn nti na yɛyi a yɛdɔɔso kukuru yɛ asa yɛdeɛ yɛntim ɛnka yɛka ɛ university no woba ne Kumasi a anaa woba ne Santima mu a wɔmpo wɔfo no a wode sua deɛ no yɛka sɛ ɛnyi nsi nkyɛ ɛno ɛne kurom kasa no fane mmienu nyinaa kɔ wofeli wo kurom kasa no a wafeli woso deɛ wofeli wo kurom kasa no a ne yɛbɔ yɛ nsɛm ma wo buroni kasa no na wotwa ne yie a
ɛne wayɛ adeɛ paa ɛna wofeli buroni kasa nso a wontimi nkɔ so na wodwi sɛ yɛkyerɛ yɛ nkonta a yɛnwune ɛna nkonta no yɛka no twi kasa mu a anaa ayigbe kasa mu anaa nkra kasa mu a nka hwan na bɛbɔn wɔbɛnya wɔn a yɛabɔn koraa no a bisɛ bi a ɔyare kakra kɛɛ nɔɔso koraa kyɛfa toɔ nansesɛm ɛkyerɛ akɔdaa bi tono tentente kurom kasa mu adeɛ kyea busa no ɔbɛka ne nyina to buroni deɛ tietie adeɛ kyea busa no yɛkɔda ne yɛso daeɛ a bɛso da ne yɛka mbrɔfo obiara so daeɛ no kasa ɛna ɔso daeɛ no wɔ mu ɔna Nyankopɔn de ama yɛ ne yɛahwɛ ne nie ne firi yɛn nsa a ɛne na Onyankopɔn so ɔhyɛ wo nsa na ama na wode si so bio adeɛ no ɔde ama wo sɛ no a wobɛbrɛ paa saa nti mobɛyɛ mfa anigyeɛ ɔpepa ne ɔkorɔ ɛmfa omdeɛ Dɔkta, yɛkɔ mo kasa yi mu a wohwɛ aman binom a tikya bobɔ obi so yɛne mekɔa China yɛ mu ɔnka wɔ bi kurom kasa ɔka ɔnoa no kurom kasa ɛna ɔde ayɛ ne nneɛma abɛbɔ aman ahodoɔ bebree wɔ hɔ a yɛbɛtumi dɛ ɔmayɛ hwɛsoɔ sɛ ɔmoka ɔmo kurom kasa na ɔmode adu baabi a ɔmɔdi baabi a yɛyɛ nenam seesei so yɛbɛtumi aka sɛ yɛkɔ ɔmo kasa ahodoɔ no a yɛato atwene no ɛka ho bi ɛna ama yɛaka akyi kakra
ɛbɛtumi agye atom sɛ ɛka ho ɛfiri sɛ meyɛ dɔkta bi ade ahia paa ne sɛ mɛfiri wɔwie ɔwɔ sɛ metumi ka yareɛ pɔteɛyɛ wo aduru a mede bɛma me sɛdeɛ wobɛsi anom no na mɛsa kyerɛ wo kwan a wobɛfa so a saa yareɛ no ɛmmerɛ bi anaasɛ wobɛtumi ne yareɛ no atena no ɔwɔ sɛ metumi ne ka kasa se betu media I was able to go betimi o te kasa na o kire ne kasa nso efiri ko ba ko e be do ti na se ni asichi akura na asane and this whole person ya kasa ni akura bisa doctor ko se kasa pa kwan benso and the fa e ma na ko ai e kasa ni ehia entinenu ko medical school a e se kwa me kuma ha de ya shed that chire twi kasa na kasa ya rebia ni twi kasa ene ko be fa so ene nyina yo kata o ha ko no wosua anya se wo tena na bu se ma me mu ya o ya no kata so me ko bon peme no kwa won ti ase ene de mre na ye duma na be na ko fo bi no da ba da bi tua de kanya abu be nya se so ya krache ni ma papa dia ese sa o tu go mo kasa se be kasa o de ye duma na wo kasa ko be ti ase no ti mi aka reho se yete ha ne se o timi ka bofo eno no na ma wundi ni bofo kasa free be me fia wo ma ko eno na me de ye no bibia kwa ma na ne ko kasa dia ne mo me pasa me ka me ko mu kasa me be to wo asa na me ka enye se e bia minya no kwa ne mo me shia de sia ya kasa se ne be ya se dese mi chechire mu a e be tu na je ebi say wusua de no adoko pie be be wako pie Japan no ne adani ase kan ko mu ase na fe na mutime nka e ho de enso a wonte waka sese e ha dwe enje be say no so wusua de na ko mu kasa no so wusua na watimi da bofu teacher ya bra no aya bia ne sa wo ofa we say enti won se be twato efa ya mamre ye kasa tichu ego
Semara, ada berapa nama berbeda? Kasa, ini jelas. Ini saya kumu kasa apa? Dia kumu apa mereka? Jadi dia bos kumu, ajak speak English. Bukan ciri acu, ya baru
ma, wau kumu kasa.
Mereka nak cerita saya, se apa? Embra addition se e pode que no final o ya ngania promote o funo a o ai na o de empanka o shi mamu swa a o da benti ya mamu funo kanka e mo e pode que no final
ma yan tu ya de na mche
Holland mene o kase o mo pro kasa e na prof dia itu usia Holland dia belum kasa dia mati asa dia ada yang tidak sa dia jai ma yang buang pada sen
akan belum kasa itu
saya pusat
akan kok beda masih saya mapa buaya ne saya apa ya from ya brother me say free na ko ne dia nsakra ye bi esa se ye be ye na buaya na ye so ye ti ya ko ye ni sanya ese ayefo mesa aka teacher safo kantanka ene dr Jacob Kuya wonom aboya ama ya hu ya mamre ene ne ma ese se sua efa ene GTV ya no na etina fi sabe ya ko sise opemso ebe sori bibi ebe ko so wa ha bia ya de bebre mo kan ya bra to foma ya be ma mo so ate eti e do fa we ebe wi ye mpo ye me dane e de ama me nua be ma ala no so asom e wo ba bi owo no ya to edumadi ni so.
Thank you very much, Minia Ba Mami Denta. Thank you very much also wherever you're watching us from. You're welcome to our special live coverage of the Akwasidae Kese celebration, a momentous occasion marking not only the vibrant cultural heritage of the Ashanti people, but also a convergence of significant milestones. Today, as we gather to commemorate the 25th year of the revered Asantehini's reign and celebrate his 74th birthday anniversary, we also pay tribute to history with the 100th anniversary of the return of Nana Prempeh I from exile in the Seychelles Islands. Additionally, this year holds a special significance as we commemorate the 150th anniversary of the Sagrenti War, a pivotal moment in Ashanti history. Join us as we immerse ourselves into the rich traditions, profound history, and vibrant celebrations of the Akwasidae Kese. At your service this morning, my name is Darrell Alan Tego, your chief laborer. Today's Akwasidae Kese celebration is hugely significant in that there is going to be a special outdooring of Sikejakofi, the gold stool. Many have occasionally referred to it as the golden stool. It isn't a golden stool. It is a gold stool. You're watching our special live coverage from the Menchia Palace here in Kumasi, where today Asante Myra Otumfuo Osei Tutu II Otumfuo sits in state and receive dignitaries from all over the country, as well as dignitaries from the diaspora. We also have members of the diplomatic corps also representing to greet Otumfuo while he sits in state. I'll surely be joined by my co-commentator Abna Dental, who earlier began with the teacher and the doctor who brought us a good rich education in Ashanti history. They exposed us to a lot from what we do not know in Ashanti culture. You're watching live feed from the Menchia Palace Park, where His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II sits in state as we celebrate Akwasidae. This Akwasidae is hugely significant and exceptionally special because Sikejakofi will be outdoored, it will be brought out. Sikejakofi is the gold stool of Ashanti. Asante Myra sits in state as we celebrate Akwasidae Kese. You need not ask really why this Akwasidae is exceptionally special. It is significantly special in that this year's celebration marks the convergence of significant milestones, as I mentioned earlier. We gather to commemorate the 25th anniversary of Asante Myra's reign. Otumfuo Osei Tutu II marks 25 years ascending to the Asante Myra stool and has reigned with honor and in all honor. You can now see live feed of Asante Maira seated in his palanquin and being brought to the Derba grounds. Apologies, I take that back. That has been a playback from previous celebrations. Asante Maira is yet to join the parade. You're once again welcome to our special live coverage of the Akwasidae Kese celebration, a momentous occasion marking not only the vibrant cultural heritage of the Ashanti people, but also a convergence of significant milestones. Today, as we gather to commemorate the 25th year of Otumfuo Osei Tutu's reign, and also celebrate his 74th birthday, we also pay special and significant tribute to history with the 100th anniversary of the return of Nana Prempeh I from exile in the Seychelles Islands. Additionally, this year holds special significance as we commemorate the 150th anniversary of the Sagrenti War, a pivotal moment in Ashanti history. You're especially welcome once again as we immerse ourselves in the rich traditions, profound history, and vibrant celebrations of the Akwasidae Kese Festival here at the Menchia Palace Park. Your servant Darrell Allen Tego at your service, and I am very gracefully joined by my very own Asante Maye Gudie Mami Abnadenta Muniaba Akwaba.
Yeah, New Alan. Oko die.
Adum.
Danyamiase. Mejilisa wadi kambo amane dada.
Enne maye.
Aha, yiti ayeshia wa ha enne. Na menso mema Asante Mai ne Ghana Mai ni wiase nyina akwaba.
Mo
Eba baabi o Mai ni nyina ahia.
Ye jeso ya ayede.
Aha. Enne kotoko hene afu sikedwa. Emfi aduonunum ne. Ya o hye ehonfa. Na ne kwasie yi e na okron dwumadie no nyina na okron no a na omie edwumadi ahodo enso wo ho a obedi akosi afe no awieye na enne no eye adekese na we no ye ademu adekese pa isanse abehia mfi adonunum afidida na enema ekoso wa ha no alan enika
papa baye
empempi no se wommen baabi a amamre dwumadi ekoso a wadwene ya wo se eye titidie bi ase twam ase eya bosonye ase ehunya nanso wo be menhia se na se amamre dwumadi ekoso se na se se wonnim dia na wo ya kaji na se asem eya to enne Akwasidae ya ekoso enyama bebre na ekoso wa ha anopai no nananom akosom e ka se o makosom a e kire se o mo ne nananom akodi ngom wakobom paye wasre enhira e dia ma Asante Mai ne Ghana Mai nyina aha nti owia obetena dwam eno na yadrusu ya yewi na afei nananom ne omanfo na abechia
ade ba ko a ya na menua ba ya na ema mehudwiri me kakra eye yenti ase yankasa ye kasa yenni ho esanse se wobroni ekasa wo constitution ya obi abunu mu asegetum nanso se yakasa ye wo ya mamre ya efiri ya mamre mu a ye no de na akoya atete kwa asem eda na ma ne ba ne sai
eno ye adwena kwasi broni de batu yetirim ebra wo ba ye mayimu o ma ye nya adwene bi se de ye won nye no mo no de no ene ye ena awehosem ne se eto yetirim e ma ye gitu mu e ma ye to ye nipa ne nyina egu ye ena broni de no ya fa be ye de.
Wonderful. Let me switch over to our English viewers and audience so that at least we would come up close with the question I just asked. I just asked my sister Abna Denta why there seemed to be a certain misunderstanding or a certain lack of understanding on our part when we talk about our culture and our traditions. And I paid particular attention to tradition. And there she gave a very hugely profound explanation as to a certain miseducation, and that is the reason why it appears whenever you talk about our traditions, we're quick to attribute that to lesser or idol worshipping, whereas these traditions come from laws that help govern our people and govern them well indeed. You're watching the live feed from the Menchia Palace, where this morning Asante Maira Otumfuo Osei Tutu II sits in state and celebrates Akwasidae at the Kese. This morning Asante Maira will be receiving all chiefs and sub-chiefs within Asante Mai, as well as dignitaries who have traveled from far and wide to join him in celebrating at the Kese.
Alan Medasipi Yansaka teacher Safo Kantanka wa yenchen. Our beboye ama wa church niema bimu ya bekoso wa hani mama ya che. Enano de ya kwanya ma yese ya di besua sa eniema fa ya mamre hu nyina sa na aboye ama ye hu ba bia ye free ni ba bia ye ko so aha teacher akwaba ejo so bro ya hwe emfoni ya hu mema obi basi akenti na nwam ya omo edo omo ntoma esi wono mbo ya womo soso aba menhia ha bie yenim se ye frantoma na so omo di si womo bo sanso a ede ne kire
yo se kire ne se omo agi atum se omo ye asomfo omo esom ye wonhemfo eni akire ana ntini e kase ahemfo kire ye ebidi de bi achi nti eduru ye no a yesoso ahemfo no mu no omo soma ye wa momfa monsene ha mona obo ne twene wona sabe yesoma ye besoma wa wo na sese ode wontuma eba fom ebinum kura de wontuma ba fom ana omo nan kura san sisi fom ase ne say ye konkran a ubo wonse yesi wulomo wonhye mpaboa enso no ye ni pakase pa o nti so wonse bia obi abobọ ne ntuma gu na ha na egu fom a enkire se wo ye ni paketwa wo omo sa no lawyer for wom engineer for wom doctor for wom ebinum aye adwuma o United Nations ni ade omo a omo na gugu fom ne nyina enji no esom no ene omo ate ase se omo de aye frɛ ne se amane ne amamre no omo nhwɛ ema ne nyira ndi kwan na nanamo enam so eye omo ne ama no enne suku a omo akonyina achi no wono mo ebekwa ha omo ntuma na omo asom.
And so Abna Denta just asked teacher Safo Kantanka to explain to us why we have some men in the procession whose cloth is not wrapped up in the way we all are used to, but there are some whose cloth have been brought down slightly below their chest. And teacher has explained that these are men who are not just mere men because of the way they are clad in their cloth, but among them are engineers, doctors, and he drew a very significant comparative analysis between their outlook and that of the Wulomo, who represent or who holds the office of the high priest, yet his foot are flat on the ground. And he said that does not reduce or diminish their authority in any way, but it is as part of their service. That is how they are required or expected to be clad.
Right. Alan Medasipi. Teacher, Wukudano, Opemso, Etnasiano, Yanwafana Bia. Then Swane, Mahu say, Afna, Nina Abba. Adentia.
Yo, and Nano, that's wrong, Kokra. Adia Bia, Yadesum, I was anti-Mamubia, baby, I should be a zepi. And I say, or Hine Akatos and Ne, or is Kajabepi. This is a Kajabepi, dear. Adia Bia, a walk or something as a zepi. In the Afna Bia, you have a cadem in Abepi. Adia Bia, Yadesum Bia, Debia, and I who Yachebiano, a unity. As I said, the Obroni friend accountability. As I said, no more about 2 years in our unity. At the church away and your eye. I dear way am Beffa Freeman and animal. No, any meows with the arm I any Nina or the a piabonte. And she said, oh, say who could dan also, not that, and also say who could dan, nay, that's wrong. Sabe, one a whole while, one ma abedomino, or ma becano, ewo, Nasanti Memu, and all more who say. O me di hini bia ngu omo so enti bibia ofa ne ho ti se omo a ti se reya abotire kura wa mo bida no ofa ade bi ene ode to ne tiri ha e fra no tipa so suman
na so na wo hwe na wa bo abotire
na wa bo abotire enti ena ho fa ne de ahofa bibia bibia ne wa be ka dem enti se bia wo hu e wo so na ye busa e betimi aka ho asa.
And so once again, Abnadenta, I would ask teacher Kantanka to explain to us how come on the Wukude when Opimswo sat in state, there weren't as many swords around, and whether that has any meaning in terms of its difference from today's seating where we have all the swords out. And teacher explained that indeed today in the grand scheme of things marks a day also when Opimswo would account to the people of Asantemai the things that he inherited from his or the elders and those he's also acquired while he reigned. And again, he took us back to Wukude where he emphasized the fact that on that day, Opimswo would say to the chiefs and people of Asantemai that he is not here to lord it over them, but he is here as their king and indeed one of them.
Right. Eti I have force mentia ahimfie dwabem na ewomfoni ne so a mo hwe no ene eye Akwasidae mu Akwasidae ankasa ya etichu bebe abahase na Santimera waba ya enche wabetna se otna se a na fadie no ye ne teacher ebeka ho asem na bochire no obechirechire ye mu afena hodo ne nyina no obechirechire ne nyina mu na afei yesua bibi e de afim ehyen a ewomfoni so ekonyina ye etichu a wato nsafre wonom a wo mo so eba abeta na chi amanadi ade kese no ankasa.
You're watching live feed from the Mensha Palace Park where this morning we gathered together to celebrate Akwasidae Kesi where Opimswo Otumfuo Osei Tutu II sits in state and welcome dignitaries from the entire country as well as from the diaspora as he celebrates Adae Kesi. And just gone past our dignitaries arriving at the Durbar grounds, we're surely looking forward to receiving Opimswo to join the Durbar. And when that comes, we will seek some understanding. In your shot is His Excellency Ex-President John Ejekum Kufuor, who has just joined the dignitaries at the Durbar grounds.
Efoni ahwe ni sese ya omampani dada John Ajekum Kufuor afe no no so aba bedu menhia obetai opemso achi amanadi ade kese no one no na atna na asiasom na owo ho na no edidiye ho so na owo ho bi na enen so waba one no ebeka bom teacher omampani dada John Ajekum Kufuor sani nchifiri ha
yo ofi osante here eware ne nana nti ni fie ho besi ne nyina no eye osante here yire efie
oyo hene ase
nti oyo hene nana ayo nti efie ho nyina eka menhia ho osante here bia aware afiri ho dane de ne ne kire sande yene yiri bi kurati ase sesia nana durowa ka oye omabandi Kufuor nua.
And so teacher has once again explained the relationship between ex-President John Ajekum Kufuor and Asantehene, and it is one of close family because Asantehene is married to the granddaughter of ex-President John Ajekum Kufuor, and for as long as Asantehene marries from that house is part of Menhia, permanently part of Menhia.
The Opem so atena se omampanyin dada John Ajekum Kufuor na omanfo chia no osre kama no kwasam ne se twedwa mpankwa ame ne nananom so ahwe no so amaye wo hwe se di ositi wo na ahoden da so wo ho ya nimdia so nyame de che no betimi atoa so ade aboa ade hyeman Ghana teacher
yo sede wo hunu no antuma ahodo ena edi etwagui ohine de ebeba na yehu mze amanyo ayi ahusuo bia mpie ha
dabi
obi aje atumse ye kono obaba ko ema ye kono eja ba ko enananam entinye ha ene ebe kire se we party party bia wo mbia no waduru diem aha party ni nyina diem no enti saa na ye kono ye behwe a chine bebre na chine pi na edi atwaguo chine no a edi atwaguo na ase ne sen asema wo ho ene se onyankopon kura obo wiase onhunu ohina pampam ohine otedam kura se chine esi ne so senga beye kura ngotika mu kura senga obi kura chine esi ne so waka no mu
enti chine na esi wo mo so no na se kire no
enti chine no de eno na kire se tumi ya nyankopon de amawo ya nyankopon no kura ode se tumi no ma obusa tumi no.
Wonderful. Teacher has just given us another significant understanding of why chiefs have umbrellas covering their head. Indeed, he picked it from the Creator, Almighty God himself, who gave or made kings. Would not see the heads of our kings, and so it also signifies the authority and power of the king. And so in his view, if it is so possible, it would have been the case that even if they're sitting in vehicles, will have umbrellas covering their head. That is also to show that God, who gave them that position, respects their office.
Who say Chineno yana BBC Chinena pampam eno ye chini ye ntue chire eno na chire chini ye kura ye kan ho asem no okay ebi wo ho a ne hene onim ne hene chine ye de esiso enti edwa na ye kese no oto nani a e kire no se wo hene e wo ha wonyirai enti ba bia wo hene wo no woto wani a wo hu se chine na e wo ho no e wo hene chine ye ana ese wo hene de kura na je so ne wo hene bi e ye nuanom enti wo ben ho a wonyirai ebi wo ho nso abon se hwi nsiso ye hu chine ye bia e besene ya na kontromfi ena siso sa kontromfi no wo ye osandehene achiame no baako ena ni chine ye no no ene sen ode ono ena asem bi ebia bibi esi ode nani tutu foma ho se ha nkoyie na watem aka kire wo hene manka nkire wo hwe na ese babia ye na se wo hene sori a na ese wo sori nti bia ni wa e wo kwa
ala nansa na beba no teacher we no no ye hwan no wo ma nwura dura wo mo
yo won ma ewura edura wo mo ho no eye aman bia won mu enne ade abroni fra ne se nature omo ben ade a ye fra no se amamre pa ne kwaye ya omo timo no omo de kire se yen yati kwayem ye kwayemfo
na woma ye woma ju ha sesi ya so eye hwan no ma
we no mo ye woma frefra fufuo ne ayi no eye woma omo ba ba chia wo hene du hwe mu a odu mu se oman bi foforo so ene womo aba na womo ba oman bi ti se tepa ono eye ogina ho emma oye wulomo senga ba bia ti senkran a ke ba fra ne se bosom kese ene wo hweso and oman bi ti se aguna konfanoche ena di ho hene enti womo so ba se ya enti sama mani nyina na se ba bia wo firi ba bia o Ghana ha bia no wode abosomsam na eba de a ena nsumankwa na se nsumankwa ni ho a utimi ko omu bia ho nsumankwa ho so a utimi ko omo so ho nti wonyira womo no omo so punro e ka punro a just incense enya broni ena de incense ba ye she incense dada ya friend punro ye woni dini eno no omo de betwa mu ha no omo de pam money a ya je se ebe ye se aba ha se ebedi bone.
You just observed some members in the procession clad in white burning incense in pots over their heads, and a teacher has just explained that these are others from outside of Santimai, and he mentioned Tepa, he mentioned Aguna, who are here to also pay homage, and the essence of the incense they carry is to ward off evil spirits or people who have evil spirits and intend on disrupting or taking away the beauty of what we could see. He also earlier mentioned how the little or the stuffs you see on top of our umbrellas determines what kind of umbrella it is. Indeed, the various umbrellas around here, each and every one of them have their own meaning and significance in terms of our traditions and our rulerships.
Usha mfoni ya nananom jache hima ena waya ne dancing kama wote hono teacher ede say bi edra ada obia fa no ho adentia
yo samre no ade a osandehene eye no ena obia ehwe no so aye bie eti ese aboa bia do sade a osua preko enti so osandehene afa no ho a otimi kura ka se mesramo mo ba no obia mfa no ho enti ma ensuro se obefa ho fa wo ho ekwam bia opese wo fa ho ekoduru bia fa ho manu nkoduru sa enti ahofa ne de eduru edwaboda se ya eya ukudeo eya kosideo eya de kasio ene eda no na ye di bronya
ya se bronya so de fa ye ho enti na so bia afa no ho no kwasama na afade e wo manhia ha efe pa wo hu ahofa basa bia wa ha se obi ayiyi ne ho basa bia e wa ha se Alan.
And so once again, you heard teacher explain the significance of the various cladding or outfits you have seen, some currently flowing on your screens. And he had said the nature of the gathering made it so in that you cannot appear before Otumfuo in any cladding that is of any lesser consideration.
Teacher say we enfoni ya one more epe
Gamanche Nite Kutakichu currently arriving with a good procession, and so you can hear the Ochami sounding appellations of the Gamanche as he arrives, and interesting, but he mentions Ashiedu Keteke. Ashiedu Keteke happens to be the highest appellation of the Gamanche, and it talks about, or it signifies the gathering of all the Dangme people. And he mentioned Ablekuma Abakumawo, that royals don't serve royals, and so we'll have others coming to serve us.
Wenum nyina kabom ema amambre eyefe asantemai Otumfuo di mfia duonunum yenuanom enkranfo ewo hase e kire se yenyina ya ba konti emrane a wote se ye bono Gamanche eduru hase ya oba abeka ne nua ho amano edi Akwasidae. Teacher
yo adia feye said ya kano ayi obi omu framan ena aba behia omu ebe ma osantene ammo na woda odiye yehu se Gamanche ne no kwa sore yehu se achimabua kwa ochehene enso ene ne kwa sore bi na esa ababiem oba no nso enkran mputamu bebre kan ho bai yatu ani a yebehu se nungwa wulomo babu wulomo ono so ne dom abane kesipa ya chese enya asam ketwa chese enkrama no eda ho no eya man akese kopem gadangbe enti enkrana ngasa na ewo ho no eno ho ena dangbe nso ho na omu nyina aka omu ho abomu ena omu fra no gadangbe na omu nyina ba ko ba omu nya ono nko amana ma omu aka nyina nso ka ho amana ba se ewura mu a obehu se la fo wa ha la aka ne wa fra na labadi ha yo se la fo wa ha nungwa fo wa ha tashi wa ha osu omu nyina wa ha enti sankrase oba uhu ba ko a ohu dodo nye ba ko pe na uhu no omu nyina ka ho na mbempi no gamashi na ewo mfimfia te mbempi no ono na yebo ono na titi ho no one abrofu san kese nti one abrofu san kese no na bibia ngrafo nyina pene so se gamashi ahimfie eho no mbeko meeting enti se Gamanche eduru ha de a gamashi de oda wo mano no enkra no so eda ho no oma bia obobodi bia ga eka ho ga nungwa ga teshi ga la ga tema ga njuti ga de a na kire se eyega.
Yes, so teacher has explained again the United Dangme kingship, arrival here by the Gamanche, King Nite Kutakichu, followed by the various sub stools or different paramountcies within the Ga state. And so you have the La, Nungwa, you have the Gamashi, you have Osu, you have Teshi, and then you also have parts of Tema. And then, so it normally would say, Kajasege, Kagbe, Adan, Shra, Alo, Kajashra, Kagbe, Adan, and that gives you a certain understanding of the Ga Manche and the kind of procession that comes with him. And because the Ga Manche has been especially invited, he wouldn't come by himself. He came with all the various members of the Ga state, in which case you have, I've seen some of the La flags, I've seen some of the flags from Osu, even some from the Gamashi itself, following the Ga Manche Nite Kotaki through.
Deɛ ɛsi sesia no ɛkyerɛ nkabomu a ɔman Ghana ɛwɔ ɛnneɛ na kyerɛ sɛ social media nsɛnsɛm no ɛkɔ so deɛ nanso ɛnkanyɛn wohwɛ deɛ ɛsi wɔ ha nnɛ yi a saa ntitimu kasa no ɛnyɛ adwuma ɛwɔ ha sei ɔmanfoɔ ɛda so gye tum sɛ yɛyɛ baako na yɛn nyinaa yɛyɛ nnuanom
ɛte saa sɛ yɛbu nkɔmpɔ kɔ yɛkyi koraa no a wobɛhu sɛ woba asantema mu a nansan ɔmo twerɛ nwoma kɛseɛ bi ɔsantene prɛmpɛ yɛ a ɔtɔ so mmienu wokɔ mu a wobɛhu sɛ yɛne nkrafoɔ ayigbefoɔ yɛn nyinaa yɛfiri faako Israel ɛne Egypt ɛne yɛn nyinaa yɛkoakoa yɛ ne abɛbia ɛnuanom firi tete na mmom nkurɔfoɔ bi a yɛfrɛ mo politicsfoɔ wɔnom na wɔn ayɛ ma mfie bebree nie akɔyɛ sɛ wei nkɔwe hɔ nkɔwe nkyɛn ɛmɛn wei ɛna ɛyɛ aka hɔ nti sɛ nananom ahu na nnɛ wɔn mo si deɛ bi a wɔn nua hɔ wɔn bɛkɔ hɔ deɛ a na kyerɛ sɛ bɛtumi apepa saa ɔtan hunu no a ɛyɛ abɛtɔ hɔ no.
The beauty of what you see this morning, once again, teacher explained that we have not yet, and we are yet to see any division amongst the various chiefs and kings gathered here. And he explained it has nothing to do with who we are. Indeed, historically, we have all come from one place, either Israel or Egypt, arriving here, having fought our various wars and having settled. But something of very recent years, which is politics, is what seeks to divide us. And that is what would say you belong to that faction or this faction. But if our kings and chiefs have observed and realized that we're all the children of one mother, then there is no need as creating divisions. And so unity in there lies our strength, and that is what you see on display this morning here at the Menchia Palace.
Chief of Staff and Afan Hokama no Mame Akosua Osei Pare Wafana Hokama. And also Edi Akotene wo Opemsuo dwumadie mu pa efiri na ase asɔre no Edi besine ne nyina owo mu bi na teacher ma mmisa o ono so so ene Opemsuo wo twaka bi ana
yo ono enso ni ma me ne papa nyina presentima mu ha na ne papa ena ye sign ni dingu Ghana city so nipa edi ka governor of Bank of Ghana ni din call city so mami ne papa ndi ne papa ndi wonye ne paketwa ha na nipa akase bia omu yi wo mu ti wo santima mu bia no woya na eba be wie o santehine aboboa no ndi emfa wo se wo brekum emfa wo se wo tuabodom emfa wo se wo kofodua ade a wo ye bia eya santesam wo ya bia waje atum se sikadwa no wontwe ho mfiri ho na wo ka ho de enti ono nso ne papa wasom pa ene ono nso egusu a osom.
And so we just saw the Chief of Staff, Honorable Frema Opari, who went greeting the dignitaries not too long past. Mami would ask teacher whether she has any ties to Menchia, and teacher took us back in history, telling us that she is not a mere individual when it comes to the things of Asantemai, and that Madame Frema Opari happened to be the daughter of the first governor of the Bank of Ghana. And indeed, having served this nation as well as Asante Mine, it is impossible, or it would not be that she would detach herself from Sikeja Kofi, which is the gold stool of Asante. And so whoever comes, Asante is open arms, receive you. And because she continues in the service of state and nation, so indeed she does. And that's why she's here this morning as well to serve.
Teacher say, "O can say obia owo bekum ana akofo dua a ontwe ne ho mfiri Sikeja ho no. Ene no safo ni nyina aba. Ye baby ati say ye nuanom bi wo wrawra. Omonso aba. Wrawra ho abakosem no say netie.
Oh, wrawra Asante. Ya besi ne nyina omo ankasa egitum se omo eka Asante ho a omo ntwe omo. Nana onumu wo kontas no ewo amanse ben e friend say Lake Busomtwe ho na ne wo mo wo ena ekonkese bi esi Asante mamu ena omo kobo omo ho adwa ewo wrawra eno omo ne insuta ena kire se onumu omo enyina ye ayokofo nti omo ka ayoko obusua no ho ayoko no ena Asante ne na da no nti ayoko busua no wonu ka ho dendende nti ye ka say omo ne dwaben ena etibomu omo ba mo kotena omo nuanom nkyɛn dwaben kokofu bekwai omo nyina ne wrawra busua kɛseɛ ba
wohwɛ emfoni ya emema ya omodo omontuma esi omubui teacher say wohwɛ saa entakra bi na edi ahim ɛwɔ hɔ no a ɛno ɛwɔ dwuma pɔti bi di ana
yo jeje baby a him ntakra de na ntakra no so ye him no wo sɛ ahosuo no ɛyɛ fɛfɛɛfɛ na ɛba saa ɛne na ye de kyerɛ de ye de kyerɛ ade a ɛfɛ ye de kyerɛ ntakra no sukura ya kambom na je se nkambom asam ena ntakra no eka ye frɛ no kokosese na kokosese no eye ostrich ntakra
eya abo suhuri
ai ono no kokosese.
Okay, so Mami would ask about the waving of a certain feathers. And teacher explained that it stands for unity. It comes from the bird ostrich, and it is painted or it's clad in certain colors, which signifies the history that we can all see here.
Right. Osha infoni etwa mu sese ya yehu emema omukura etuo. Etuo no menim say ya watuntu hene. Ananta esoso wo ho. Wonom adwumadie no ene say.
Yo atuntufoɔ no omo boss Asante hene ho bai na omo dos no omo boss Asante hene ho bai ene yi emu mienu bi a ananta ene adan
ba so ananta hene ha na oto na tuo no aha
so a lawyer by profession.
Wow.
Ena ye wo ba ko bi so ka no ho wono so ya dade so aba wo mu ne ye special division ya omo na omo boss Asante hene ho bai enji obi ti se Bantama hine eduru hono okwache Asante hina yamane yi ne ho ne manyina agina tuo ene ne bibia gu nkyɛn ansa na wakwache Asante okoba ye de na de ama
eno adenti a oya sahne ni nto mo nyini ni ana asese
bibia sipen emre bi BBC ya na chese ku attempt ABC titi hono ema sebe enipa yekum wo mo ewoku attempt mu nyasam ketwa nimienu so enimprenu so nso bibisasi ya ne nyina no na sabia nyado ahemfo akase bi tese omo ho bomu saade a ene ye bo ahemfo mienu a wo ba wo mu na babo Asante no ba wuduru ho a ye yi ho ne ma nyina na ye gya kwan ya tutuo aguachi apamo ono nso kwa oduru baby a ne territory mu a no nso adane atu agum no nso ato sama maduru baby a mo nso mo mema momra enti
what a beauty, history is so sweet.
Enti esi ename ne wo kasa ebesi ubo hu se sangrofo no o mo afra ntuma tuntum no kire se wo mo abo mo ho omo awiata so se de besie bia ombebo ohene ho bai ndi omo wo kum ya omo bo ohene ho bai etuo no so ekura omo no ebia wona hene
wow
ehemfo edunsia na abedi sandehene sandehene bia ba obotuo ba akon
okay
enji omo wukuro no omo tuo na ye de bo sandehene ho bai ye de gina na chi e kire se ye ne wo ye bebo ho bai owuo mo nkwam ye bebo ho bai ndi omo kwotranse a omo kwachia omo na dika ba chia obia de ni tuo e kire ohene na okogina na chi etuo no enji Osei Tutu etuo wom ni tuo no ewodin ye
say tuo dikan
e fre na Japoma
okay
na Japoma no eye ne yire angasa eduru ba bi no kane na sabe ye de nipa yi musuo ya enkonhye ba ye se ye mfa oba nyi musuo omoto wo mani ba bia ye hu no oba bia osante yire ene ye de ni yi musuo nti owie ye no na omo ne toma da na sene omo tie no de bo etuo no na nyina botuo no fre etuo no Japoma osante yene yire Japoma nti osante yene Osei Tutu ni tuo Japoma ya bo ho hene ya ono no dem mbembi no ekura no opokware nso baaye onso so ebo ni tuo ye fre no ntwa nti
ala na de nya sam ke so menhia o
menhia ye beje
opokware jo fre sikantwa no ohene bia botu a no asan bo afra aka ho endo osanteyina oti o sezi ei osanteyina Osei Tutu a otoso mienu ono ne tuo e de esremu sei jata ena afra nso wabo ena waye abosode atoso eno nso efra no esremu sei jata ohene wo ba obotuo no wabo afra nti nyemfo a wo omotuo no nyina etuo no a ejina ohene agi no e kire enkabo mu etuo a yede adi akon age santimasi ho ena yede gina wachi.
Indeed, we wanted to understand the various guns being fired and their significance. And teacher has taken us all the way back in history. In fact, two significant ones he mentioned, and I'll quickly recap on them, was the one by Nana Osei Tutu the First, whose wife's name is on the gun. And today, the gun as it is carried also bears a significant personal effect, which happened to be the bead around her waist hang on the gun, and that has its own story on there. And for the sake of time, I will just mention that personal effect, which is the bead, still hangs on the gun today. And there is a chief who carries that gun and comes to show Otumfuo when he sits in state each time that is. And there's also the ones recently created by Otumfuo himself, which is known as the Nana Prempeh's gun is referred to as a Japoma because that's his wife's name. And then Otumfuo's gun is known as Esemu Seijata. And he also has a sword which bears the same Esemu Seijata name. And there is a special let me say animal which signifies a Esemu Seijata. Teacher, would you tell us what that is?
That is the lion, the master of the forests and the grassland. And the sa Esemu Seijata ekire se osantehene na ho nyina ka e kana ho enti na o se esremfo no ya ne ma enti asem ba ya odi asem no o se me ma e besi na nyina wagitum se esrem ho nyina ya ne ma ene ho se ne ma na ho de a na kire se ono nso obo ne ma ho bai enti esrem se jata o se ne wan o se ne Osei Tutu ha en jata a o esrem enti esrem ka ono no ho
teacher juta kudu apie ne me hwehwe ma se mehu sikadwa me hwehwe bad menya hu no
so mana baba dia o ma ya kochia o hene no o ma hu se sininsa benkum so
sikadwa no
wɔde si akonnwa so sikadwa nangasa ɛwɔ ne kyini ya ɛde si so ɛwɔ n'akonnwa ɔtena so enti ampie edwom a wobɛkɔ ne nkyɛn na si hɔ sɛ bɛba nko ade a.
So we can look forward or look out for Sikadwa, the gold stool, which will today be on display. It has its own umbrella and has its own seat. And once Otumfuo sits in state, that stool, the golden stool, will be seated next to him to his right.
Ohene a otwa musesi ye nana amakomhene ono na ona afa ne ho kama pa ena de bro nyankasa nananom afa wonom ho na ne ko mu ntwiaban no betima ka bi kakra fa
yo aye akoma ena na eda ne koma so hu se de yesi aye no a enti obia ode akoma beto no koma so na gese o kasa kire na manfo se o momodin se o mbenya akoma ade a efre na akoma o mo benya bi enti ade kasa kire ye na amakomhene no ono no wo Osantehene opokuare Osantehene opokuare nti besi na nyina amakomhene bia opokuare Osantehene papa nti efra no ohene se na sa makomfoi omo na efa ko nkuransa nti besi na omo ne nkuransa fo nyina ye nipa baako nti asem si nkuransa omo na kohwe asem su si amakoma nkuransa fo na behwe
na chese se de wusi kan semi we mo amakomfo ebi akopie nkuransa kontansefo ebi akopie wrawra chese ya ho na mo bebi ya kwatena no na asesa
brekum efra sokore ya eben efijase anase eben gabe enti wo nyina ya busua baako eko nafo efa na kwatena brekum enti eyire paso obi betimi efri brekum abedi akonwa ewo asokore na asokore so betimi akodi akonwa ewo
waka dwabe de ma memisa asem ena ye tie ne atnetne sani abakosem ne tie eye de na dwabemfo ni bi ekopie epoye mantem
o sesi ene se nuanom no eduru bere bia ekon timi si entem enji dwaben ene Asantehene nuanom na ntokwasi wo montem bemprenu ndi ndokwa esi ye no sagrantisa no mu no BBC ema gabenu tuko Eastern region
Eyegufodia
ema wo mu Asantehene mfunu biba ene mbe kasa ayama ebiba ema bi ka ho ena eko binsu si wakatamansu 1826 Sakono UK, Britain, Danes, Denmark for ena Holland for ena coastal states ni nyina nkran Cape Coast Everland omu nyina beboa ye kan mu bomba ko ene Asante kon Asante edi nkuguo ewo saa ekonum na sikadwa ekokon bi ebise Asantehene Osei akoto ekokon bi babia Osantehene bakokon bia no sikadwa nso pie ho bi na kono mono na sikadwa yirae ejese omo akofra domfre na wena Asante eba no ekwam na dwabe ne busa se na sikadwa no wai yes yakodi wo mo ho eno onene dom ene kontase kan bo mu se owo nkwankwa e bakwa kwaje aba no mkwaje bai
wow
omkwaje bai no se ya na sikadwa no so ya na nuoma bi ka ho enti ese mo ba ye accountability mo akwaje aba de enso esese mo bu nkonta enkonta no ne o mo nim bia nuoma no ba bia e bia fa na chese e koye kasakasa e ba to dwaben ene masentem enti sa kasakasa no bae no enna e course wa kopem se o mu mienu eri bomu ntokwa enti Bronika se mo e beka se gun battle.
Okay.
Enti e ba sa no na say Kumase so Santehene e konde a e say amama no aka no e bo Santehene. Enti e ma dwabe ahoden ye ketwa. Enti omo bo dwabe. Enti dwabe no nanka uyi Kumase a kura na so pa no na ye dwabe. Santo kwa mienu nti dwabe boy. E na omo koye. No omo no koye no. E na Santehene foforo bae. No say minua na okoye no ya woni munya ntokwa no yen kama ni ntwa ena dwabemfo se saa ena na Kumase fo a wo mo asojafo a wo di kan no wo mo di ekon na nimu no nyina yen kum obi a na emfa no emre dwaben kokofo dua ansana ye huna ye beba ope santiman kambo munti ye de wo mo yi musuo saa nyimfuru nyina anokure yekumu omo ema dwaben boto ne yem no san bae ene faka hoja na ofase ho eno ne kofodua no ene omo so san bae no omo afa no omo chichire omo man 1835 enti Asante de revolutions upon revolutions esim ya na ne kan edin we bogu ya na ande achim ya na ensem no bi ho a ne kan de enso aya de suanti no ye pia bibia gu nchen eka ka asem o ya mekan ngami wie ya na abefra me so nenso nananum age atum se de ade suanti no
getimi kan
we Tuabodom
teacher
Tuabodom.
Okay, that's Tuabodom Mahene.
Wow.
Okay. You're still watching live feed from the Menchia Palace as Otumfuo Osei Tutu II sits in state to celebrate Akwasidae Kese, and it is hugely significant because it marks, as part of the celebration, this year marks the 150th anniversary of the Sagramenti War and the 100th years of the return of Nana Prempeh I from the Seychelles Islands. It also significantly marks the 74th birth year of Otumfuo Osei Tutu II and the 25th year of his reign as a Santehene. We're still seated with teacher Safo Kantanka, who is bringing us up to speed with history and present history and past history.
Nananom Amahene efi bono womu nyina ba ama yefe Alan.
Yes.
Enchepe yehu Tuabodom Mahene.
Yes.
Ena fiapre Mahene susu na ena yehuni. Let's send some ayatia no nyina ya nokure. Womu nyina da susum sikadwa.
Womu nyina sum sikadwa. Enti womu mfa ho se de baabi a mo sua ngoma akoduro. Womu mfa edura mamre so a womu de womu ngoma sam to nchen kra. Fiapre hine ya kan ono ye vice chancellor University of Technology
Mindset Technology was yes.
Accra mewa. Tuabodom we a lawyer. Say kasi ye bobo ayimfo wo mo enwoma wo mo sua wa ha. Adaje babo ye. Wo mo ye enwoma sua fo. Ne ye kon ye kan ye a ye hu se dwaben hena ba. Obi bobu sasare ndi na dwaben hene mpempi no wo Santehene kura. Obia kotono ono betrans yanse na dwaben hena ba.
Adentia.
Satia ne se dwaben hene eye o Santehene enua kuma. Ana ode trimude akonwa amano. Enti Santehene na betrans no obesuma ame akofre dwaben hene. Obesuma mpomponso hene se kofre dwaben hene se matranse womra. Okwa omma. Obesa suma de toso mienu okwa omma. Obesuma de toso miansa ansana waba. Oditimude.
Teacher, let's quickly get some correction on this. I have observed how you would always say Osum Sikeja, Osum Sikeja. But we have also another saying to the same. Is it Sikeja the people serve or Asantehene?
Yo, Asantehene a caretaker of Sikeja. And you are not Asantehene and go Osum Sikeja.
Teacher Mary Otumfuo Afadie ene. Yansha se free na botire no eso.
Nyangu na botire no. Nyangu. Aha. Yo. Yo, obi nka obi.
Obi nka bi.
Obi nka obi.
Obi nka obi.
Ma yenyina yeni agrombom yenya bibia mom ba yenhwe se yemfum yenua enti obu yebe
na botire no
ebu yebe se obi nka obi yenyina yete Ghana mom yenhu se Ghana na yete no yebetena na asumdwemu wa abra obi emfa obi anim ntwitwifo.
Mabidenta asked teacher to explain the headgear Otumfuo had on his head or has on his head as he arrives in state. And teacher has beautifully in the language of the proverb, which is don't offend the other. Don't offend the other. And that is so significant in that this seating, this gathering is one of joy and peaceful celebration, that brothers shall live together and observe this anniversary in its beauty. Mami.
Sir Osha Alan Osha enchase ananchiremu atisha diama ohina botire ya esese yesua ya mamre na yehu anya sa unim abotire ne kasa kire na so sa wonti ase a uhunya opa kire na just atisena na nananom asemu ho mo ka kire ya omu mi o ma no nka omu timede o ma fade kasa kire
ya afade no ntwroye kasa ye kasa ewo afade num ye ntwroye ewo afade num senka abrofo ma nka bi kura sede esi ya afade no sede esi no no enka eretokrata so a nka be kan asem sede China omo wo be 3000 alphabets endinga yenso yewo 10,000 alphabets kura nganya de bone efise ya fade ni nyina ka asem
esa se tomre bia ebia obi gina edomu ya ade untimi miewa no wo pesa oye nsakraye bi untimi miewa no enka na betimi de eniye bi aka na so betimi de nsankyereni bi kwa akere no na nka wate ase ti se de ohene de na bochire kasa kire ye nyina ye wa hei na so so na no ye de afade no kwa kasa kire ya ye nti ase ye nim de kire
Mami na afade no kra ye nim
afade no po ye nim eti akoya rahu sembi de amaye na ni nyina twa kowie ye de a ya to atwene a ya kofa akwasi broni de ene abesense yeko
yo said no planning committee omo yi nipa bia omo pa se omo beka ye ho na nkyerɛkyerɛ mu no ba ko ne boarding from pon nti ekwamba mu a baba beboae na de wo se ekoba no nyina no asem bia antuma kora efrefra nkrofo no antuma na nkasa kora kasa endi ye wo na so hene ntuma efra no no epia ye betimo maame kwadu na Ajema Rollins ono ne no entuma na efra no no ye fra no adwin esi adwin so
wisdom on wisdom,
design upon design
so where adwin
okay, design yeah
adwin esi adwin so
madwin ko si adwin
say adwin no na de ye adwin no senti do kana sa enye nyanwa pi
You teacher, I was earlier taken aback by a comment you made, and that drew my attention to also a question I asked Mami Denta earlier about why we tend to look down on our traditions and uphold constitutions as though they are more mighty and powerful than our traditions. Meka fa ya mane ne ya mamre ya ye tutu nase na mom ye hunu wo broni de se eno e chen ye de e den na man ba ne sa
yo de man ba sa ne se obroni e be fa ye nomum e de ye hye na se e ma ye de ono pe na wo ye ne ma mienu o de suku bae e no de asore bae na sa suku ni asore enumu na o de ese ye ya mane ne amamre Emma, you say, Yamani and Mamreno, a bosom some, and I have one some, name Omodiano, and a Benyame, a Yamsam. Anna, Uko school sooner, Etro, no one trones are, what you? And you what did the Musa, Ubewana, watching Yina, no Honam Yina, and Okra Yina, Aqua, dear Brunipe. And you won't win as I say, you who said the beat, as I say, as a son of a crack. Emani.
Doctor, this is a new concept to Ghana and to our council alone. If you study history, it tells you that when you are conquered, when you overcome in whatever way, whether it's economic or social, if you don't try, you lose your identity entirely. And that's what you are going to go through. So it is up to us to try and revive it as we've been doing today. It is not an easy thing at all, where 90% of what you are taught is foreign to you, all the subjects. We are not even examined on our own history these days. Look into it. In the past, we were doing Ashanti history and other history, but we are not doing it. So our culture is, if you don't take care, to go extinct. But we should try and revive it. But when we say culture is our way of life, we may not lose all entirely.
No.
We may not lose all entirely. So what we have, we need to revive it.
Okay. Right. Now, Dr. Ejakon, wabeka yensa. Now, also, Eyi Alan, Asembisano, Ano, Efa Yamamre. Yeah, I will host some say as a yato do na egona yakofa kwesi bronu die. Na me pese me bisa doctor. Suku ne die kwa ye beko yeguso eko. Yeguso aso esua adesua de ahodo a suku no e de amaye. Se pa de pa na ye be ya. Ebema ye ma ye wo mu nnei abeso ya mamre ni.
Se ya bakosem yen ayasem ebe ye ade a so your home examinable subject. Then, by this, many say, so share school, send your Musia na JHS na. Baby, I will be a Usia or Casaba. This is my say, woman don't know Musia in no, you better so many no, and no cry and muno, or Mudia Bacos, a yade, your member must have account. So Usia Casabia, Usia Casana Mania. And they say, yen amani no eye examinable anasa ya dia ye bu ho akonta ye so ye hwe ho a ye besua eno necessary anka ne no na omo amusua yesu no say if you go I will go with you. Oh woni mo henu kura o kan sa e na asem ye kan ne ye kire ya santo wasem ye kire dagoma asem ye kire yendi asem bupe asem nyina ye twamu eno say ye san dia ba. They also said, "Dear can ya aba." They also be no crata ya choro. I was say hwe crata na sane be ya e kasa ba kosemni nyina. They be tragu crata e wo wo mo be to nya crata bia na e tra na ba bontini adisua de. There be ya ne sa. I was say ba e say na hia no e wo mu ansa. And na wona kasa ne on dia no. Wonti me ntwiro krata na kasa no mo aye omu dia no kura no omu ehunu se na sitie. Wonti me ntwiro menhia ho asem ebra ho mfa ma aye me nka ntwiro se no kura sa na tie. Na watwiro na da fa na eka ko ebi ho kura de watwiro no enya dia enya no kura enya no kura nko an hia na egu kasa ko no ho fi a emmoa enti ebe hia se kasa de dikan ya be kire no school na ebu ho akonta na fe enwoma na ya twira eni ebe wo nwoma ni mu no kasekuo no ɛwɔ sɛ yɛde kɔ na ɔmo gye tum sɛ ampa deɛ moatwerɛ deɛ no korɛ.
Doctor, me sa ba ho biem ɛndeɛ yɛbɛtumi ayɛ nsakra bi sɛ nei no sɛ woantwa maths English science wontumi nkɔ w'anim yɛbɛtumi de yɛkasa sɛ ha yɛ asanteme yɛbɛtumi de asante twi wokɔ mfante wokɔ nkayankae wokɔ anwona abɛka ho sɛ nipa no tumi twa maths na ɔtumi twa ne kurom kasa na wantwa buroni kasa akora a ɔbɛtumi akɔ saa nsakra ne bɛbɛboa
ɛyɛ awerɛho sɛ yɛnim pɛfɛɛ deɛ ɛha yɛn na mmom sɛ yɛbɛyɛ no yɛntumi yɛ menhu neɛ nti a sɛ obi ampaase yɛ nkontabuo ne borɔfo kasa a yɛma ne nkɔ n'ani akora a ɔwɔ mfie bɛ sɛ 19 na yɛma no ka hɔ yɛkyerɛ sɛ wɔasua adeɛ awie wɔwie sukuu daabi da me sɛnea yɛsi ɛyɛ Ghana nhyehyɛeɛ no ɛni sɛ akora biara ne wɔkɔ sukuu ɛka sɛ wafeeli saa adeɛ no sɛ yɛtwa mu koraa sɛnea yɛsi kyerɛ yɛ adeɛ no na ɛnyɛ meyɛ teacher ni a mekyerɛ adeɛ ɛka m'adwuma ho na mahu sɛ sɛnea yɛn yɛsi kyerɛ yɛ adeɛ no na ɛnyɛ yɛaka wɔ mu nyinaa bom na yɛahyehyɛ wɔyɛ the first wɔyɛ the second wɔyɛ na mmom deɛ wawe no deɛ ɔnim koraa deɛ ɔdo first na ɔnim ade kɔ ɛsɛ sɛ nkoraa no aba no a yɛyɛ assessment ɛmu baabi a obiara da ɔmo wɔ classroom hɔ nanso nyɛ ade korɔ na ɔmu nyinaa asua ɛni sɛ ade korɔ na yɛde ma ɔmo sɛ obiara mu ho akɔnta dabi adeɛ a yɛbɛka sɛ wɔankɔ school da nti wɔnim nwoma no ɛdeɛ nwoma buku no ɛda hɔ no na wɔntumi nkae na wɔbɛtumi ayɛ akonnwa ɛno nti yɛsrɛ mo yɛsrɛ sɛ yɛnhwehwɛ sɛ adekyerɛ no yɛnsesɛm koraa saa ɔhene ba ɛnkyɛ koraa na kɔtɔkɔhene
ɛdi ɔno gu so a woka sɛ deɛ ɔbɛboa yɛn na wakyerɛ nneɛma no ɛdi n'anim no mu maako ama yɛn saa ntakra bebrebe no ɛkyerɛ sɛn
saa bere ntakrakyɛ ɔno a so ne kuta mpompo nsuo ɛna wɔde pie adwam hɔ no ebi adi kan kɔ ɛm sɛ yɛanhwɛ sɛ wohwɛ a deɛ di kan paa yɛ obi a ɔso pan kɛseɛ bi a ɛhama nwum no saa deɛ no yɛfrɛ no samanka na wɔn a wɔdi wɔ hene anim paa no a deɛ ɔso samanka no ɔnso wɔfira ntoma fufuo no ɔde na pie kane na wɔaduru nsumankwafoɔ so nsumam nyinaa yɛ nsumankwafoɔ wɔn na ɛprapra kwa mu ɛyɛ ahomɔne firi hɔ ma yɛwura ɛtumi bɛtena ase deɛ mahuru yi ɔmo ayɛ bi ɛwɔ dan mu ansa na ɔmo de bi ɔmo de apie yi deɛ ɛmɛyɛ na bɔnten na mmom ɔmo apere biara ma no afiri hɔ na ɛfiri hɔ a wobɛhu sɛ nnipa bi kuta nsafoa wɔhuru sɛ nkramofoɔ bi hyɛ nkramokyɛ anɔpa yɛkyerɛ mu sɛ obi a ɔbɛbɛsoma sante biara no yɛde no ɛka fekuo baako ho enti ɔnom no yɛde ɔmo ka nsomankwaa enti wobɛhunu sɛ nnipa bi ekuta nsafoa ɔmo yɛ fotosanfoɔ na ɛkyerɛ sɛ wɔhe no ba asɛm asa efie no yɛatoto mu nyinaa a yɛ nsafoa mmienu baabi a wɔteɛ ɛne ahemfie hɔ
na ahene mɛ
ɔne mpaboa hene sika mpaboa ɛne kuta mpaboa hene no ɛkyerɛ sɛ ebi bia yɛwɔ ne yɛde kyerɛ mu yɛde kyerɛ no no mpaboa yɛ nyinaa yɛ mpaboa a ɔhene hyɛ ɔwɔ sɛ yɛhyɛn enti na yɛpie no deɛ yɛwɔ bia yɛde kyerɛ yɛmfa biribiara nsie enti deɛ yɛwɔ yɛda mu nyinaa nananom ɛtoa so nyinaa yɛn hɛ deɛ ɔkuta mpaboa ɔhwɛ mpaboa so wɔ hene deɛ ɔhwie ne nsama no no anonom nsa hene nso so wɔ hɔ deɛ ɔsɔ ne sisi ɛnso so wɔ hene so ne sisi hene wɔn mu nyinaa wɔn mu nyinaa yɛ ahemfo a sɛ nyɛ ɔhene anim na wɔn di a nkakyire sisi wɔn so kyekyere sisi wɔn so na wɔn nyinaa wɔ fekuo mu ɛni sɛ wɔn ba mpaboafoɔ no wɔn deɛ wɔkuta mpaboa no wɔn anim no na kyerɛ sɛ fekuo wɔhunu deɛ wɔdi kɛn wɔhunu pɛfɛɛ sɛ nsuman aka ɛwɔ ne ho paa nsuman nkwafoɔ no ebi no wɔn ne ɔhene doctor ɛno ne yɛbɛka no physician wɔn na wɔn yɛ ɔhene duro paa ɛnti nsuman nkwafoɔ wɔn ase na abosom ne adeɛ ɛwɔ ha nyinaa hyɛ ɛnti bosom ne ade nyinaa hyɛ yɛwura ase ɛnti yɛnsom bosom nya bosom no ne yɛsom no wɔn na ba na wɔn abɛyɛ adwuma ama na aka no wanka ne yɛkura ti mpamo ɛbo yɛbɛkyerɛ mu kakra
sɛdeɛ na doctor ɛka no sumankwafoɔ no wɔn na yɛ ɔhene duyɛfoɔ wɔn sɛ yɛ kane tete no na adɔktafoɔ sɛdeɛ ne yɛhu no ɛni hɔ na yɛn akanfo no yɛwɔ gidie sɛ enipa bia sunsum ne tuo mu na sunsum no ɛwɔ mu no ɛne okra no se fi kana na okra no pese sunsum ne pese firi nipa bia no ma na ma ho dodo na ɛno ɛna wɔse pro bia wɔwani na ɔkɔte ahaban bi na ɔde bɛsɔw na sunsum no ɛtena ase
sɛ yɛhu mu ana ɛkyɛ bi teta wɔ mu apampam ɛnsaniafoɔ no na ɔmo yɛsoma wɔn sɛ ɔhene soma na sɛ wɔanum bi ka ho ane gye sɛ asɛm no ɛhu ne ɛtɔ so mmienu ɔmo nso so na ɛma asomdwe bɛ fie yɛmfa ne sɛ ɔmo keep order nti woba yɛmfie ase tiɛ court criers ɔmo na ɛteɛ mu nti woyɛ dede wɔ hɔ a ɔmo adwuma no na yɛsoma nso a ɔmo ne yɛsoma nti sɛ yɛsoma ne yɛde afena na sɛneɛ ni ka ho deɛ a ɛgye asɛm no ɛmu ayɛ du ɛnsaniafoɔ no
yɛhu ntahra
ɛde a
nkyɛ bi ɔmo sɛ ɛbaeɛ kɔntwoma
ɛno yɛ nkɔntwoma mmɛn no ɛno nsɛ mmɛn no ɛdɔɔso na sɛdeɛ santene na ɛba ne siteɛ no obiara wɔ baabi a odi sɛdeɛ ɛhyɛ aseɛ no yɛde firi samanka so a samanka firi hɔ pɛ na twene baako pɛ bi a ne dua no mu yɛfrɛ no prɛmpɛtwene na no aba na prɛmpɛtwene no firi hɔ a ɛna sika mpaboa ɛbaeɛ no na nkɔntwoma mmɛn no aba ansa na wɔfiri nkɔntwoma na ne yɛkɔ nsafoa yɛfiri nsafoa a ne yɛkɔ nkotokuwa no firi hɔ no ɛne yɛbɛduru nsaniafoɔ no
nkotokuwa ne yɛdeɛ a
mɔtɔ enti sɛ yɛhwɛ a santene ne ba hu sɛ obiara wɔ baabi odi obi ntimi mfiri baako anim ɛnkɔ baabi saa pɛpɛɛpɛ enti nhyehyɛeɛ ɛda ho wei yɛ sanaa fotoɔ wei sika ɛna wɔ mu
Oso ohun sɛ yɔso ntakrakyɛ no
santi ne ba mu hɔ baabi no yɔso ntakrakyɛ no efiri mu kakra ɛkɔ mo ayɛ no san bɛdi baabi ana
wɔhyɛ saa kyɛ no yɛ mpompo nso hene sɛdeɛ na dɔkta ɛka no mpompo nso hene no wɔyɛ afenaso ani ɛna okura afena wɔsan yɛ otumfuo kyeame enti ɔno no otumfuo bɛfiri fie aba no na otumfuo wɔtumi n'ani hu nadeɛ ohun deɛ ɛkɔ so wɔ dwom ha to otumi soma ne sɛ kodwom wɔ nafkɔ ka kyɛ ma kyɛ me anasɛ nananom sɛ mɛtene a mɛba enti ɔno no ɔba bɛse nananom a ɔmo hɔ nyinaa sɛ ɛbrɛ duru sɛ kura bi asante kɔtɔkɔhene wɔtene ba ɛna banwoma ɛna ɛwɔ no yɛka banwoma a ɛyɛ ɔsono nwoma ɛyɛ a wotaa te sɛ kɔtɔkɔhene a wɔte banwoma soɔ ɛno ɛne yɛde bɛto hɔ na santehene watena so ɛna sikadwa so yɛde asi so
ana jata no so
jata nwoma no so no esem sɛ jata no kura bi asante kɔtɔkɔhene wɔte sɛ jata a wɔte srem enti wɔtena se a yɛde ba nwoma anaasɛ jata nwoma ɛna sɛ fam ma ne tena se ti sɛ wɔhu ba nwoma wɔhu jata yɛde ba nwoma no bɛto wɔde sikadwa si so ne yɛde sɛm sɛ nwoma no so asɛ hɔ na kɔtɔkɔhene watena so
ɔkɛseɛ no ɛbɛfa ɛsono deɛ obi anim sɛ ɔso disikadwa no na bɛtena so no so na ɔsantehene nso atena banwoma no so jata nwoma no so wei yɛ kurokurowa no ɔhene ɛnan ɛna ɔde si soɔ ɔtena se a na ɔde nan asisi kurokurowa ɔhyɛ mpaboa deɛ ɛnso ɔmfa ne nan si fam ɔsan de sisi kurokurowa no so
ɛmɛn a etwa mu yɛ
ɛmɛn ahodoɔ nson ɛna wɔ ahemfia nson biara nso san bɔ ho nson nti wɔn sɛ yɛbɔ mɛn no a wɔn a yɛbɔ no yɛ nipa nson ɛna yɛbɔ mɛn nson ɛna san yɛ nson nti group nson ɛna biara nso yɛ nson nti adeɛ a number 7 no anaasɛ nkuntabuo mu no adeɛ ɛtɔ so nson no ɛnyɛ yɛba no sɛdeɛ nananom ka sɛ yɛfiri Israel ne Egypt no bɛsi nnɛ ɔmo gye saa nneɛma no di saa nneɛma no bi ɛna yɛkeka bɔ mu a yɛhu sɛ sɛ yɛ nyinaa yɛfiri faako
yo enti da bi mutimi ka sɛ yɛ honhom mu Israel fo no
sɛ ɔbɛhwɛ a obi wu a yɛse yɛdi abuada ɛnɛ nkono ebesi nnɛ nyinaa Israel fo di abuada ɛnɛ nkono yɛne wɔn nkoa nso ɛna yɛ saa nti yɛnoɔma no ɛsesɛ yɛnoɔma no sesɛ no deɛ na kyerɛ sɛ yɛhu baako a na wɔka sɛ dwetekuduo yɛ saa dwetekuduo no ɛno pie a epie pɛ na ɔhene pie wohu w'ani bɔɔso a na kyerɛ sɛ ɔhene nso so ɛɛba
na teacher mpempi no samanka no ɔma na so hu sɛ dua bia na ɛdɛn wɔ mo na na deɛ wogyina hɔ di
yo honhom ɛna sɛbe ɛwɔ mu ɛna ɛde no kɔ na ɛde no ba nti honhom no ɛntwetwee no a ogyina no baabi ɛba deɛ a ɛne ɛwosɔ no mu koraa gye sɛ akwabrane bɛyɛ sɛ mmienu anaa deɛ boro saa ɛyere no ansa na wɔgyina pinti
deɛ ɔso samanka no wɔno ɛna sɛ yɛyɛ ɛba nyina ɔno nani hunu adeɛ paa nti wɔn na ɛhwɛ kɔm yɛ kasamanka no yɛsunsum mu asɛm nti ahohombɔne ahodoɔ a ɛba ha ɛpɛ sɛ bɛsɛ kɔm deɛ kora bɛ asante kɔtɔkɔhene de ba ɔpɛ sɛ wɔbɛyi bi hwɛ no wɔn na ɛhwɛ sɛ wɔbɛpam saa ahohombɔne no nti wɔhyia bi a ɛna na ɛwɔ so ɔne ne ɛyere so ɛno na na ɛsɛ wɔn kɔ nti sɛ samanka no deɛ so no sɛ ɔhene tene na so ntu ne nan a santene no ɛbɛgyina hɔ a ne duru baabi na yɛ den so a subankwa ahene nankasa ɛde hyinap ɛbɛba abɛyi apayɛ wɔ mu ɛwɔ ne tiri so hɔ ama deɛ wɔhu no watumi atene
right ma yaka ekuro kasa ma Alan
we are seeing a procession of the king. Procession is very important and it shows that people will have. By tradition, no chief is supposed to walk alone.
Yes.
If you are even in a private trip, you are not supposed to walk alone. So this is a sign of it. We are going to see a very long procession for today. The first person to appear, or the first group, are called the Nsumankwafo,
yes.
And they are the physicians of the chief king. And these people are the physicians. So somebody is carrying something on his head,
yes,
with some herbs,
yes,
and that is driving the spirits away.
Okay.
They have eye to see what is bad here, bad spirit. So they are moving. They are moving in. Now, what is happening is that the golden stool is entering. It's about gold stool. Gold is about entering. It's part of the procession. So you see the golden stool very soon. Yes, you can see the golden stool being on somebody's head, and those are chairs that the king is going to sit on. That is not what you are seeing. It will come. The golden stool is behind it's just behind the person with the hat. Those two chairs are chairs the Asantehene is going to sit on. Now the power of the Ashanti kingdom begins with the golden stool, and then descend to Asanteman, and then the king. Now you can see the golden stool. That's the gold stool.
The golden stool you see here, believed to be conjured by the legendary priest Otumfuo around 1695,
right,
at Bantama, where we have the Otumfuo Teaching Hospital. So it was there that some individual Akan states came together to form a confederacy to wage war against their overlord, that was the Dignitary state.
So you cannot see the golden stool or the gold stool. In fact, it is gold stool. It is gold stool. I sought to correct that. It's a gold stool. It is gold Asante not place of gold stool. A replica. No, Asante of a gold. Yes. So the power of an Ashanti kingdom
is in the gold stool, and today is coming out for you to see. So the procession is coming. You can see the long procession.
Doctor, now I feel a different vibration.
Yes.
The spirit and image of the gathering has suddenly changed.
Sure.
Is that to do with the appearance of Sikeja Kofi?
Certainly, yes.
Awesome.
Once the Sikeja Kofi is here, that is the supremo. The power begins with the Sikeja Kofi. Then the Asanteman is there. Then Asantehene is there.
Oh, so Asantehene comes third from Sikeja Kofi or second from Sikeja Kofi?
He is keeping the Sikeja Kofi and Asanteman. So you can't put Asantehene
ahead of Sikeja Kofi.
Yes, be above Sikeja. He draws his power from the Sikeja. Yeah. So once Sikeja is there, so you can now see it. Now that Asantehene is now in. Behind him is the Phantom Frog. These are big drums. These big drums sounding like a lion, big lion or elephant moving.
Viewers, you have Asantehene,
so you can see the
Asantehene second in your shot, entering the Grand Derby. You're watching live from the Menchia Palace, the Akwasidae Kese, currently taking place at the Menchia Palace. And in your shot currently is Otumfuo Osei Tutu, the second, waving majestically to the crowd here gathered. There are at the gathering many diverse dignitaries. We have the Gamanche here present, as well as the Babuwulomo. We also have members of the diplomatic corps here present, all paying homage to Asantehene as he celebrates, sits in state to celebrate at the Kese. Doctor, teacher, as Otumfuo has joined the crowd, as we've come to know, is it time where everybody else will be on their feet, or chiefs will continue to sit as he enters?
No, everybody is below the golden stool, including the Asantehene. So he himself is the servant of the golden stool. Okay. So if your master is coming, you will definitely
get up. You'll definitely get up. You definitely get up. It's a beautiful day here in Kumasi, and wherever you're watching us from, whether you're watching us online or you're watching us by any means, you're watching a live feed, special broadcast from the Menchia Palace. And this is Akwasidae Kese. And today, Sikeja Kofi, the gold stool, is out. And so the energy at Menchia is different. Wherever you're watching us from, we have learned a lot as far as Ashanti or Asantehene culture is concerned. Tradition does not change over time.
For the no from no the so in so etne enti aboa bia untimi ntwansuo no na mewura enti ekire say security wise say conscious of security
o say any ko bambo nsam so
say any ko bambo nsam so na ye ahweye e wo yasetrem eno ne adia abotra oboye friend say achimprebu. Okay. And to one so friend no and no say adwin si adwin so e je say adia bia ye bia no e say e bo modin say ye be ye ni ye na ni ye no ayeye no no ye ma nye moho enti kasa no entuma no e kasa kire etumtufo enso na eba no etuo na deda wo mko ho no etuo Osantehene bia ba obotuo na ode adi akon na wabo afra na no nso so atuo ne afra obia won de nje Asantehene na odi kan ebo etuo ne afra etuo Asantehene na odi kan Osei Tutu boye ene ajapama Asantehene opokuare sikantoa ena omusa bo afra na me kan tuo no de na wia me de amano no aka afra no de na ayi Asantehene o se sie Asantehene Osei Tutu abebio ono so abonu tuo esremu se jata ena wasa abona funa esremu se jata nti binu enso nkaka
yo doctor.
Yes, you can see the king is still moving. Asantehene is still moving, and it's a long procession. And the procession is all we have, and we are showing. So we have all the different groups still. And as you can see, as they sit down, all of them will leave the scene and leave the senior chief to sit. Now, earlier on you saw people with guns. These are ancient guns. Some of them were used about 300 years ago, and we are still keeping them. And they are behind. I mean, you don't cross them as they move. You see, those you don't cross them, and they are behind the procession. After the procession, you see different groups of chiefs. All of them are chiefs overseeing towns, many towns and villages and many people, and that's what we are seeing there. So the king is still moving in the Payan Code.
Right. Teacher Mame Emisa ene sikadwapie. Sikadwapie e di sen, e di fie sen ni na abai.
Oh, sikadwa de. Sikadwa krobia asante kotoko hene. Ono nkwa na timi kire se na me di sikadwa bepie. Oh, e odi fie adonu ode bai. Said o wen ti sikadwa de. Krobia asante kotoko hene on na kire eda odi sikadwa bepie. Na on say sikadwa pie. Ade we no asechire ne say ye kase ye di ade kase a eye santehene eye kwan ofaso edan agudie na japade ene niema hodo a wobeto wo na kwanya ho edi kire ne manfo enya de sabi eburu sabi anya ado wobeto yenko se de na teacher kasa no o ka say krobia sante kotoko ina Otumfuo Osei Tutu abebio wone krobia sante kotoko ina otosu dunsia wobaye no wabotuo wabomfna enti wo kira enye de obetsabe obeto wu se da konwa no de wono so waya aka ho no eno na odan adi e de kira ne manfo na saa ne ma no so odan adi no na kira sabe ebru sabe anya ado a tumi a wowo se osante hene.
Yeah, let's come over to teacher. Teacher, I would crave your indulgence to walk us through the 4 ceremonial swords Otumfuo Osei Tutu II created or has created since his reign. And I see, interestingly, but I see the first being Sakatimpobi. What does it stand for? What's the significance of Sakatimpobi?
Okay, Sakatimpobi is like a wild animal which doesn't fear a gun.
Okay.
Even when you point a gun on him or it's still there eating pets. You understand? Insects. You will be eating insects. Like as if you haven't seen anything that he doesn't fear you. He doesn't fear anybody. But he respects you, but he doesn't fear you.
Right.
It has a sign of respect and a sign of bravery.
And a teacher had already mentioned Esremu Seijata, so we would not belabor the Esremu Seijata. But let's move on to the next one, which there are still others. Okay, so let's quickly take. I think the next one I would look at is Abubu Maba. Yes.
It's a type of insect which creates a cage with small sticks, and nobody knows how it creates that cage. Yes, and you always find him in that. Abubu Mabano ya buabia sebi woye buobia wode ma no kikabo musano anwene wo fa buo na ekwan bia na ho eso no wo hyem
no say what they me fa ne say ya babuo ana say kasakwa kwa bi so and then nia opem so pese what the kire ne manfo ye nti wo bo saa afna wo friend say ebumu ba
kire say de ne ho anwanwa sitie wono no wuntimi nya ne hwe wono de obeye no wonte ase de obetimi aye no obedwene ho saa wonte ase no and we shall be my banana. What to me, father now? What do you know, sir? And I can't be a crown of boy. We would have born a born man, son, Oceano. And that's what you know, I know you can wish ya. Bakun so ayani ehye so no eye esie se wuni mu esie se de esie sitie saa esie wo kwayem wo kwayem ata hu se esie si ho da bia nso togusu na ya enete na nka wasa ho no esusu nso togusu a na esan eye kese esan ye tenten ena saa esie na nkasa na esi ho no emua bebre wo ho emua bebre kotenam enkanka ekotenam nemum aboa bi kase bi hyem aye fe ni jemre kuku okay na saa jemre kuku no hyesie mu no se ye yini free sie no mu pe enkanka no mu ti hu no oje osie no ebedwiragu etu wo sante hini ni jemre kuku a wo hyesie mu a wo free sie mu a esie dwirigu mo ampa ohwe ne ye ne senia asanteman ene ne nchechire ne ka ho nyina ye ne efri akire nyina mpo se nyase yesuro beka ya ka se ne yi no ya bedom pa medase na wadi kan ama mahu sakati mpobi ya hwe esie na fe esie hwe ebubu maba esire mu se ejata nso de ya di kan aka eho asemwa na se esu ade ni oni ebeka ya nsa nche yenti me hwe ye no nso eho nsem kakra esire mu se ejata esire mu se edin no eche se esire mu ye ko esire mu a na che se ye ko baabi esire wo baabi a enwia anye eni eho ena jata wote ho no wo ye jata eni edenfo a jata ekwam de no a wono no bibia ebetunu bia no se obi na ebepam no a waye ahoboa se obehia sa nipa no ena so wo bawo so a wo de ani eden ena ede bawo so enti wo sante wo te se jata otisrem tinu wo so wono ni esrem sai jata bruwa woti esrem medase mame
Alan eyese yeni abema no atono bo acheche afena ahodo ni nyina emu afena ba ko a ebepese obeka ho asem ache eye mpomponsuo mpomponsuo afena no edine de mpomponson na mpomponson no ena ye ka na mpomponsuo na de okra mpomponson no na ye fe no mpomponsuo hene wono na yehu na ohye echa yede okode ntakra aye enti wono na ye ka se domani sa de oso ntakrache wono wote santehene ni nifa so se de yedi kan ye ka no ye kirem se wo ye santehene chiame na saafna no abakusam kire se okatache opokuare ene boy na o boy wode niama hodo enso no okika bomu ene ode ye saa afna no tine ye se mpomponso na ade pa afna na ba uhu ba ko eye abasobodie bi a esiso a ye amanse premre a wachi aboa bi ehye nano ena osan hunu okode ntakra no ena hunu sika a ye de aya abeben ewo ho ena hunu dawuro a ebonimu dawuro no ekira se de madinka aka no so we ye santehene chiame enti se santehene ete ho na so ohu bibi ana so opese ka bibi kira nananom odwomu a otimi de soma pomponso hene no to oba na sadoma na ewo so a eche to hu se wo sonkra enam
pomponso no eno nso oseko adisuamu a efre bibi pensemu as etymology of the word pomponso because bibi adu no pomponso a the height of it the climax no pomponso nti normal 7 climax and the apex 7 apex and efre no pomponso na enti enwana wachire mu achire wo na okore ntakra enna yede ye ayino ayim foforo awu hu omde no enya okore ntakra na omde ye omo so wo bi amanyene no omde kro koko
ntakra na
taki ntakra na omde ye omde nti ensunsu ye ewo na oka okubabi o se edom eni sadio so ntakache esense pompon so hene no ebia ono di ohene nchen na osoma no okoba owo sabe nimdie ewo amane ne amamre mu pa ena onim ohene esoma sam bebre endi yakoko a ni hunya se adomfo no omo ekon no omo nim so omo chi no a ombenya ehonsam enti babia wo bia na ekwa ko penachi no enti edom enisa
so ntakrache wow
ima cheche mu senia miami so menti asetie na enei no masua yentimi ko da bia me ko gina e ko cheche mu na ano no a enei no me ko che mu senia tie pa
oni dodo na efa no se edomanisa ye so ntakrache che se obi a obo ne homoden e wo bibim na ni pa nyina enisa no ha
on say de na teacher kan kodie no unta moa na ewo hu ni nyina no e wa asechire okodie takra no kodie nani suosuwa nani hu ba bia nani kwa achiri osantene wa betira dom yi wote woi nani hu ba bia enti de oso saache mpomponso hene no santene betimi asoma nse kohwehwe abrada nta abreme wote wono wonim ba bia so 6 famses a unhu de beye wo beba ha aba wow wakoma osantene.
My sister had earlier asked for a certain explanation to the further carrying man leading Otumfuo. Teacher, please bring us up to speed to the Ntakrache, the significance of it, the importance of it, and the role it plays ahead of or as Asantehene comes into the background such as this. Which is the eagle. Yes.
To me, ewo asasi su entina ote banguma so ya esonoma esono kura na ewire mu ote no so osate jata enguma so etis bonguma so enti ese ote krawiri ene brawiri
eni brawiri so
enti krawiri no eye jata esebo ena brawiri eye jata enti ote krawiri ni brawiri nguma so na chese ewiem ho no nso no osadi ne ho ene kore no ono na ewiem ho nyina wone hene no osande hene ache na tutu ne ntakra ede ahye ayeche ahye enti we kire eno ma wenum nyina kan bomu a osantiri tumi ya wo esa yese baby a ohye ntakrache no ohene tonani a baby a wo bia ye be hu no
wonderful
na ya fra no ama na be di juma ase so die
wonderful so I asked teacher for a good some explanation to the further wearing man and the role he plays as far as Asantehene is concerned, and he's giving us some background to that. That's the elegant, majestic king of Asantemanra, Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, seated in state and receiving dignitaries from all around, not only the country but also outside of the country. We have seen some members from La Côte d'Ivoire this morning paying homage, and we have also in the crowd the Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, joined by his wife, Madam Samira, Her Excellency Samira Baumia. Now, as I was bringing you the explanation we received towards the Entakra Hene or Entakra Chair, and the hat is made of the feathers of an eagle, and you know, up in the sky, the eagle happens to be the strongest of all the birds, and so it signifies the strength and the might of Asantehene, both on land and in the air. And on land, he sits on the skins of two great wild animals, being the lion and the tiger. And so the akan that is wahenia wati krawiri any bravery so, meaning he sits on the skins of both the lion and the tiger. And also there is bangoma, which is the skin of the elephant. And so again, it tells you the might and the power of Otumfuo when he sits. And this is a little background we received from teacher as we observe the Akwasidae Kese with Otumfuo himself in state. And to his side, we see Sikeja seated majestically next to Ohene as he sits in state.
Teacher, oka krewani bravery ehun asem. Say na say wo de waso atoto from a na wotie radio so a. Wo say ebinom ebo epanifo bidin a omutimi eka say omuti krewani bravery so. Eyo pem so kwa na timitina so. Ana say obi fufuro wo de kwa amanyosem wa.
Oh, say de etie no. So wo say eno ntina ya na nkrofo say as oni asantini etie ade ba ko so a. Utimane de no huhu na bekaw de no tisa wo sebangoma no a wote so ofra no sebangoma ono so amani din foforo jatangoma asamani din foforo ofra no krawiri ne brewiri enti wa ma aso achen jatangoma no kra enti ne de no edanso entuma ye fra no ya ye fra no akunini ntuma aha ekunini ejese obi achese odimu
okron
wo ewie yase nkrofo bebre fra bi enso hu se ono ne de na danso ye kente ena omde afra embroidery no ne afra na kunini ntuma enti se ntuma no afra Asantehene kunini ntuma onam yi hu se obi bia fra bi se bia wono wa fra wie no Asantehene ebe fra ntuma yesoma scouts
embo mo badwom
ebe hwe se ntuma na ye yegu ho se ye de ma Asantehene fra no obi fra bia so obi fra bia Asantehene ebe sesa na ntuma se onya de ba ebe transi wie a wa obi fra bia ba bia no ona ebe sesa ntuma why late
na se ye hu santene hu se opem so ya na aboni chinko ese o ma hyase e chia no nenne no nipa binum betimi achia ne nsem ana
yo nipa hodo pi wonom a okurukra efre wo mo se wo mo mra no ana wo mo di kan yi na sotre se wo mbeba opena so wo mra no otena sia wo mbeba bechia ne yemfu akese nyina enso ebeba bechia ya ebeye binum ngwangwase na ade na binum na yayi wo mo se wo mo nchia e kase obi ankochia e be free ha yo entino no send entino ya chiche yemu fekuo edumienu sa fekuo edumienu no omo na no ene ye frɛ no fekutre fekuo eye brigade na sa fekuo no kyerɛ sɛ ye ya afɛfo enti no obitimi ka kyerɛ obi sɛ nya wa feneme nya wo yonkoneme enti sɛ wa feneme de ane ye nyina pɛ enti fekuo no class enti de oda no class prefect Asantehene so
Krobi Asante Kotoko Hima Nana ama krodu yi adoma otoso mensa ono ne Asantehene ono na sisi a wo ba no na sa wo hwe Asantehene e ba na unse Asantehene e ba no no ote apakam Asantehene susu de otum ye friend Seku na Seku no wotenam na oba yemfa chiniye ene sinu so tsade a Asantehene ba na chini sinu so no ye de papa ene wowa no enti so hwa won say de papa ne bonkum ene ni nifa nyina no ye de papa ene ewa no
Michelle bibi nsumere say teacher be my ncheche mu kakra sante hene ba no apaka na otimu no esi emema betire so nanso ohwe ma media ya ase eso amanfo tiri so nsunsu ye be no dam denti na ema ne ba ne saa
on say ye asante no amamuo yi aye woyi ni japade ewe nyina ye ma ne dia abusua no ye ma dia say we asante ni a we o ma me abusua ni so ye dehye a wo ma me nti na wo ye dehye on say ya na mkrofo bi wo adwini bi say ye muma
okay
sabe ente saada yen ema na ye de chichira abusua sabe nananom wo mo aha no enye so mo ba wo mo agya ema no wachire ebisa sanka ye sa ena nananom ba na nananom okosa ye kosa sabe ye kwa anyi nyina na ye san ba fie na ye mema no se ye kosa na se ye firi mu a ema no wo fie a wo mbe wo ahya na mu se wo sesa ma do wo ko gina ko no a na so wo ko wu a wo hye abusua ase enti tumi na wo abusua no mu nyina na kurama no wo hima na tumi nyina kase nyina no ekura no enti na se nana no motena ase na se bibisi a na se kire wo mo so a na wo ma asese mum yankwa abrewa nchen yanko busa abrewa nkwa gina dwenkyere enti tumi no ono no de sunti ni yeso ano ne ya pampam ni aso ohene soso ewo ya betiri so ati ase enti tumi nyina na ulman wotoi wo hwese na brewa once wabedin kan betena ase no asoma ame de afna efre ne se bosompra akose na brewa se abrewa wo ba tena ase ti wo betimi aba abechia no ti afei na osantehema oba enti se ohun se santehema no ye dinasi ye emema nan etiri so a na kire se tumi ekura no no eso ewa ahimamu
medase so be hwe so a obohu se ose abatire gina ho ma de adwuma enti mema no mo adwuma na ye modia enti yeso mo ye betiri so o ma no so tirimude ene adesam ene tumi enti munso yeso ne adwene so
medase wo ma ye ncheche mu no abi no ye nanu me ko gina ba bi ko bu bebi na obi je me ho ncheche mu ene me wa asante mebusa wo kan se kire so a ose yenko busa abrewa sa asemu nti ena me ka busa se ya na ebu bebi ka se ensemu ema ebotwi ekọ breman ene no nso ye ebu be no a ye ka ne se ensemu enko otwi ko breman teacher ene de jima no na ma menchechi mu ye hene pa na sa bebu no eda
yo ni mi enu nyina ka se e friend say wo ba obu ni kane no mo timbiem
ensemu me ebotwi ekọ breman
ena ye ko busa abrewa
sa
yem fam free ye ko busa abrewa no abrewa sese o be yo hema o yo bia nana o ye 2 years o ye 10 years o enya kasa o yo hema ne de o hene no ne ma me ne
yo
ena obia wo oman no mu bia nso ne nana ne
yo
nti o ye abrewa onso na tumi ni nyina ya chichire ne de ama wo na wo tumi ohema wo tumi cha ohene enti ohene wo victor power ohema nso wo victor ase ne se ohene victor no ohema timi twam ye ohema wo tumi se asantifo aboa mo se ye kokon ohema timi ka se enne ye nkokon mo nsa matena fi ebi asida ama 1874 sagrantin tokwano amanfo aboa mo so mo kokon no eno santin ma ase dabi ekoi ye kwa nyame nyina yachi efise ye dika ya fom ansa ne broni kokon nti mo nsa mra fi no mo san bae won se santin na ma oda no se ye nkokon no santin ma betwam
wa Vito so entino no ne yekobu sabro asem bia se betwa din se de ya yekosusu hu kire ohima osandini no angasa na no pabia no akochia ne maame wow bai obakọ akochia na ansa na obetena se
wɔno bɛba bɛtena ansa na wasoma me akɔfrɛ ne maame aba enti ɛnyɛ sɛ ɛkyerɛ sɛ wo kɔtena se na me no a me so no maba akyerɛ yi saa na teɛ enti na ɔsante ne bɛtena se ansa na ɔhema abɛtena se tumi ne nyinaa no ɔhema hɔ ɛna wɔ nti biribia ne a yɛkɔbusa ɔkaa sɛ yɛkɔtwi ɛba abrɛman ɛyɛ kasakoa yɛ a ɛkyerɛ sɛ ɛnia no unlimited kyerɛ sɛ twi no yɛ ɛwɔ hene brɛman deɛ yɛbɛtumi ahunu nkuro bebree yɛayɛfrɛ no brɛman na brɛman no n'ase kyerɛ ne sɛn ɔman a yɛbrɛ yɛsɛm fifire wɔ mu yɛyɛ adwumaden wɔ mu enti twi ɛne ɛna kyerɛ sɛ kɔpɛ no baabi a yɛnhu ne kyerɛ sɛ ɛbrɛ a ɛkɔfa sɛbe brɛ ne ɛdɛ enti asɛm a ɛkɔtwi ɛba abrɛman yɛnhu baabi a ɛkɔpem enti ɛkɔ ɛma no kɔpem ne yɛni kɔ asɛ kɔpem ɛno ne twi ne brɛman wɔyɛ kokofu hemaa ɛna yɛni twa no so no na kokofu Kenya ase ɛna Kumase ɔmo yɛ nnuanom nanso obiara man yɛ ade no kɔtena mu na hɔ na yɛ ne dea nti kokofu edi ne kokofu hene ne ne hemaa Kenya ase edi ne hemaa ne ne hene ɛna ɔsante hene edi ne Kumase ne ne santeman
ala ma mi bisa teacher asemi wako kwa samaba eseba ji twi ko bremai teacher yenim sase opemso epia empempi ehu se ya na brema fo di na chi no mo to no brema fo abakosam ne sen adenti no mo to nwum di ohene chi
bremai eho ne bam wo mo na wo bam a wo mo bo nananu ma japade ho ban ewo ho enti wo mo soso no abre bia wo hene ba ho no wo kɔ hɔ a onkɔ na ho gono so okɔ na ni brɛ so asantefo se dura manfon so ane aka ya anom sebe akaka ye wo so de ni brɛ ba enti sa sante hene abre bia odi na ni ba kyerɛ brɛ man no na enye se tetena enko wo kɔ sa no no enunti na so mo wo ba no mo kyerɛ ne mensam se won kwa ne yesuro wo sai kwa na yede yesuro no ɛna wo mo san be ka kyerɛ se so wo sai ba breman ne so wo hia no wo hia musuo so sai bre no wo kɔ na ni bre so ko hia ne breman kwan so na se wo ko hia ne so wo hia ne kwan pa so a wuti be yira
enti no mo sa anwom na asantro fia no ma ya hia musuo ti wo ba breman a wonne na himfu kakra bi ene enti breman wo kɔ breman odi ne kuma brempon nyina ɛkɔ enti wonnam a won kɔ no ani gye so breman nya kwan a sante hene kɔ na ho gono so abre bia obekɔ ho bia no wode yaw ene firi hɔ ɛba fi sɛ ɛhɔ na ne nananom ɛwɔ okay
enti ya ni gye da sɛ ndi anka yanka breman
asam kra okay na sa brema wo fa brema so ya ni bresa mo nkwa
ya ni bresa mo nkwa
wow
ayet sa brant ma kroti a ho no hono onkwa na ho gono so
enu tina na brema fo ameto nwum no isa se na ya ni gye da
so ya yie ana so wo ya bibia chese ehu a na chese wa hu se wo mo hu se yesa ena sante ne chichira no mo ne ekɔ no
ɛnam so ehu sɛ akonwa a ɔte so no nti empempi ya no tra esipim so ɛnɛ saa akonwa a ya ɔtra sipim so a ne de akonwa bi asi ne nkyɛn yɛfrɛ no kotokodwa ɛno na nɛ deɛ ɔtra so dubo hu sɛ kushin bebree egu n'akyi ɛna yɛde ayi bi asi wɔ dua bi dua no yɛde asi wɔ no yɛfrɛ no nyamedua ɛna yɛde asi wɔ no yɛde ayi yɛfrɛ no sɛ atɛ ateno and a friend cushion. And you go over brave and what children. And I told the beer, necessary or tna, sir, a sipping dinosaur. I told the bean swat, necessary or tna. And no, Ejina at the crowd, yes, you're better than so. And no idea why you know an excellent. Oh, yeah, when I come here. Oh, yeah, Oboga, and when I come here. Egano and so Comiano, Egua Hodo. So, but one say, I read Sajino, a friend I brewer. Well, now, a friend of me, we are the man on watch you be much. Now, one say, I never had that a Tassumian son, a friend of Adabo, and a book. Well, a triangle, yeah, from ancient Israel and Egypt. And I did Anantia Babedrua. And I ono Adamiansa and a Tunukum. Amainano, Bacon, Cassia Bacon. Or Mamma Abrampon, or Mumfabin to Omukum. I didn't say, Mamma Abrampon, order of hierarchy. Indeed, to a Henapa and so on new password Adabo Tunkum, this all your mine. And now we are something so ultimately a Burabacum and a Tuco, and Untinamiansa and a Guncomo. Right.
Oh, sir, now or can we be Sansa Dentra? Unsa Asante Amamuno, at say soldier, Sabisra, a Jumano. And Yamana winning in an Santinima be at said your soldier near Coco, near Mana, Abasobody, Brunibaka Sameda. Enti so Dibreno, baby, a Dibredruno, and a Chirameda, ya de bow. Unsaid an animal by Ubaqua question and animal national, a bimum pabua, Sicasi so, a bimudia, a sa. And you be a betimi ashe, Sicam pabua. And you be a betimi, Edisica, Association who free solo, a besifem. I just say, when an animal demands and be an hour, one Casawabano, would demands and be mass and say, ye throw up or abaso, and Tininano, and Chinia, I will do a woo. And Chinia, I would do a woo, and in Yama would do a woo, and you be an Sabia, Blue Sabia Yadra. Ufabia now dear Suso, and your choir no Fabi Nadia Goonsa, and your choir no Fabi Nadia Gookom. I dear no Gookomono, a ye, and near ma, one ananum, abomodin, apre, amaya boma basso home, and no any guom.
Right. A yapa send it, much richer near Mamupa, ama yehu. Na Yenya Bako, Alan, Yenya Bako. Bosie amponsa mensa so akwadari amambre mu yepa ambesa mena ne bon komo sima mienu bi na oba ye no de wahunu menim so onim pi dada na dia na wase hunu aka ho ene ya ne de se na Akwasidae mu Akwasidae wa baby kwame
mara
akwaba
ye na
ye hia menhia menim so onim amambre ne amane pi ene wa be hu bi fufura aka ho Dabiana, Kotokohini, every budget biano. At the Fufrona, you know. Na and ne Jabona, a boy, you know. Main kind of say, a Domwa, and Yahuno had Musino. A yard of Fufro. Sansa, Kotokohini Buja, Kotokohini Buja, Kotokohini Buja. A Jabona Sassiano. Say, who had Musea, a bride, the Beba, who had the pa, a defense, I him for a bar, a brow with the bar. And this are a nature bueno, so new Cacraca. And now him from the bantam.
A more bantam. Now, also, he be about who say, at what in time and neighbor. Should I say, and then be S. 18 Sadia, Dominus was in the choir for so by a corano, a yard of fro. Yah Bible, emu and semu. Sana, who bedroom and she say, I said, bedroom had himself 8 airport. Bambo moon some
enne ene twabo dodo a akoso kra no eye nsunsunye sanse ne bambofo a ewa ha no mu say both security eye soldier asrafo ene posifo no mu say mu bia no enambas no ewo soro yedinti bambo mu nsem kra no enioma no edanso ewa ha no mu say
ena meme ba ne mehu bibi empempi no sa wo ba enkwanta a wo de be mane aba manhia no eho na nka abambofo ni sikwan no nanso ena no omo ba wo manim otra wayek eba wanim kakra sa enkwanta ewo ho na no eho na abambofo no ebe sikwan no
enra ena manhia ede nsamba abonten na se communicate ba abonten se akwan ahodo a ebe pie manhia se nyina no nyade a ehye bia no ebeti afamu editi ehon hyehyeye ena yehu ye no eti said that we can me free kagetia afamu ena ebaaye adwadifo anda wo ho nka bia beduru kwan no mu na nkomuku ho no ho so no ye hu ni sa odu hu se ekwan no edam a kire se enne tumi bi ye adwuma eti nane de mabra se wode toto ho se sa Akwasidae ya Akwasidae kesi no a sunsuriye no ewo mu bebre na minimu se brewo ho no mu ana se benya bre kakra yenhwe Akwasidae a ewo afe no emu sade ye nabuo no esitie go ba asante a yewo ya asra na no na yedi edituma
ya asra na no esesa free kwasi broni de na omamu ni nyina di so no
efie no ewu mu na oba asa na no emu no a Akwasidae no eye enkron enewu mu eso nka bosome no broni de no eye edumienu nanso emu nkron ena yedi Akwasidae no ewo emu na Akwasidae no so no ena aduanan mienu bia na aduanan mienu bia no ena yedi Akwasidae ewo asante memu na menshase ya bosome opepon yedi Akwasidae ewu mu na opepon no esi eye ne da na etoso enson eso ene yedi Akwasidae no na ogefo abosome so no yedi no mu na me say mensan ko mechi eye opepon no Akwasidae no kwasiada na edikan mu de edi Akwasidae ena ogefo eye bosome etoso bienu so no eno so yedi Akwasidae wo mu na no na yede da etoso edumotwe na kwasiada etoso miensa emu ene yedi ye obenem anase March bosome no so yedi Akwasidae wo mu na eye 31st na se da etoso aduasa baako na eno so na kwasiada etoso num ena yedi Akwasidae ofosi obosome eye bosome etoso nan no ye ni Akwasidae wu da bi ye ni Akwasidae wu na kotodi ma bosome a yedi na se enne eda etoso tumienu ena yedi Akwasidae na eno so no eye kwasiada etoso mienu ewo bosome a ye wu muimu nyame ya adomo a aya humu bosome no eye bosome nsia enso yebedi Akwasidae na no bosome de etoso aduonu miensa 23rd ena yebedi Akwasidae ewo mu na yekwasiada etoso 9 emu ni yebedie na afei ye free aya humu no mu eko kutawonsa bosome kutawonsa ye ni Akwasidae ewo mu
kutawonsa
Akwasidae eni kutawonsa mu na ebom osana aya bosome etoso enwotwe no ede yebedi Akwasidae ewo mu eno ne osana bosome de etoso 9 eni yebedi Akwasidae na eno so no eye kwasiada edikan mu ena yebedi Akwasidae ebo bosome eye bosome nkron no so no Akwasidae ewo mu na eno ne ye bosome eda etoso edunum eda etoso dunum ena yebedi Akwasidae eno no eye kwasiada etoso miensa na afi bosome du eye hinimi bosome no enso de etoso aduonu son yebedi Akwasidae ewo mu kwasiada etoso nan mu ede yebedi no obubuo anase bosome du baako no Akwasidae nim ye ni Akwasidae bia ewo mu na afi openima enso bosume no de toso ngotwe yedi Akwasidae ewu mu a eno no ye kwasiada etoso mienu ewo afinu emu enti se ebre no ebebe mu a kamamento aso na afi nabuo no
meba homeso mame na yenhwe mfoni ya ewo so Alan wenum ye Niger na Mali.
Yeah, these are the delegations from Niger. So if you're watching live, wherever you're watching us from, this is the delegation from Niger who are here this morning to pay homage to Asantehene as he sits in state to celebrate Akwasidae. They represent the Tuareg community of Niger.
Sir, what no say now, share, baby? I come here, say, no, Miss Kameka say, we are safe for na. For Abaha. Every other embassy in Ghana is also here represented at Menchia. Interesting, but I actually saw the British High Commissioner earlier yesterday when she arrived here at Menchia, but I was a bit away from her. I immediately recognized her. And I see what looks like a swearing or a paying of homage to Otumfuo. Let's listen.
Na mabra
that's a swearing by one of the sword-bearing men who would pay homage to Asantehene when he sits in state.
Eti said gamanche banona ya born in Braneno. San of him so etnasia na ya be born in Brane. Kwame.
Yo, eti amumafo na edi wo mu edwuma no. Eti asma obusa aye no. Ene da ni mejima ka se ye ka se ewiase nyina ni menhia ne. San se de dom no efri ewiase mu ntwa so enyina no aba ha se ya ene oba be hye kotokohene animonyam. Eti ene ne de ye ka se ewiase a ene ni menhia ahife ni nyina ewiase ni nyina no. Ewo aha no musei
ene no menhia din ne honam ase ba bi o man ni nyina ahia ene se o man ni nyina so abehia right eti santene gusua ekochia opemso na sade teacher no mchechire mu no kwasam ne se ya ka so obi anchia ne se menenke ye nsore enti ye se ubo mu ase a na se ono so aboni chinku na wokọ na se aboa amoma na ekoso no
amoma na ekoso no
amomafo na edi won dwuma no eno kwame eyo hene dai
kasa kasa kire no eye na mani sama hodo a wadie eno na wo mo anwene a wo mo ekwa ede kire no enti no so wo mo kasa ansam no ede kire no a etwe na dwene esisa mani nsam no eso enti ti se ebi wo no ma okọ eye ko esa ene wakwaku ye nsa ku no mu no die kokosie ene wo mo anwene ti se Asante ekọ oboje sa anwo kofa sika kuduo
ne ba ye
kuduo e de ba ye no ho amoma ewo ho eni se wo ma wo ka e de kosi se watwa aboje sa anwo hene eti ewom enti yesa mani nsam na wodie no na so wodie no eno na wo mo anwene a wo mo eka ede kire no na mpra dodo na no se yeka se ohene bi aye bi na se yeka sa asam no ede kire no a eya na nye ono de ohene no a no eye de ne nanano mo eye ene de bi ebre mu no so aye enti de ne nanano mo ekwa eye no ebra etwa mu nyina no wo ka de kire no ede twe na dwene ede esisu
right natural say one mo so a omo dia no won hya dante asema wo mo ka no mpempi dia metia ne obi nya asa bia nko obeye bi no omo nyina aka amomafo
ni nyina eka ho na ma bra ye hya ne nso so say asante ya mamre ene ya mane no dodo na na empie dodo na aye no wadam enti amamre no dodo na akwaso wadam a ye nhunu bi ye nti bi kakra bi na ya na ye hunu edinti na ti se dwabo a eti sei no se ekwaso a ya na wasenka ebebu na no eba na ebehwe bie no os anya bie kura no emu fa kese no ano na nanom ede ene sa amamre na ye nhunu ni nyina no epie na onu so obeyesa nyoma ode ba abonchi nyina no ekoba no sa ara se fia ka no enti obesa ya amamre ede adware sa no ma ni nyina sa no ode
asa kogu ba bia eku se se ne sikadwa pie ya ye nyina ye hwe bie
obeya amamre ede ama etuo ahodo ene afra ahodo aba abonchi nyina no obeye amamre sonko ede adware no ansana ode akwakosi bebia isi enti ye nhunu mudodo no enti ye nhunu mu no enu nti na nsam bi anasa mo manu nso bi wo ho no mo a mu nsam no
mo nhya dan kama wonti ni ye
wonwene ewo fa so enti de wo tie na ye ka kire ne de
on de otiase
no a ye ka kire no no wotiase emum wona ye di esie wo
kwame nana dwaben hene na otu osebo ono na ekwe na ne ho abakosem enika yamano chimude akonwa chimude hene enti ne mpempi no senka opem so tena se ohene bi amabiem na so ade ntina ohene atena se na afi na dwaben man hene eba eho empanyin sam no kire se ono odi chimude enti se ohene tena se wi a ansa na wasoma the chairman wakosene say watena sinti womra okodi edi kan ya womma okodi etoso mienu a womma ne timude na na wodie no ye etoso miensa ansa na waba enti say ya yehunu na adwaben hene na otu osibo odwo na chesa afeina ne boa to ne yema wono oeba
enti se uyi timude so to nche ya ne baako a ono so timu ya de depa no so ye abakoma hene
abakoma odi abakoma sem
bakoma sem so etimu ye no de papa se abakoma hene na enenko ono so bedwa base a ebi efri men gate kese na no ebedu ha no se no obetuma tiki be 5 hours we dey do ha
okọ kakra no
wa banya ne ko da no ko ti da no ko ho na wo e na wo ba na ne nine no wontu odi abakoma sem
yo unim Alan ade amahu ne se amamre wo ho efe ena ye kira hodo ana yi kira hodo nso wo te se na adwaben ehene die tirimude ohena tena se ne afra no se memma ne akompre no e se memma je se mprensa ne nyina aka bibi o
aka bibi
entim jakari fe ya se hene se obechia opem so a esan se yetwa ne hene tinti no se oduru ho a omo ntwene asante sesai enti se obechia opem so a oduru ho mo bebo ne ntwene no na akai no ebra yetwa ne na neti obesu ansa na wache opem so sane ma ni nyina akoso eboa ma amamre no eyefe na eboa so ema ye kai tetensem ene ma si ya na ye ni ho enti sa wote ho na se bia fe ya se hene bechia na osu abeka se na ohene wo osu eka bi kire no na nchira se wo
enti ya mamre se ya tena se ma wo bi dia hye etiri mu se ya mamre e ya bosomsem a e wose ya hukuru firi etiri mu entem e kwan ya buru kwasikokọ fa aso se obenya de di yeso no e ye se obeyi ya dwene de afiri ya mamre so eno no ye ehu adwuma e di hye etiri mu se ya mamre na ye kura mu a eno ena ye ade papa a odoma nkoma de tom ye no eye abosomsem a wo yi ya dwene e di afiri so ano enam so ma wo de ne die mumu e ba be hye ye yetiri mu enti ma bra e bra so se ye nyina ye besen adwene hu bio se o man na kwasikokọ na mamra no ka yemfa nto baabi na yemfa ya de no na yɛmfa yɛdeɛ no ɛnyɛ dwuma san sɛ nyame dom yɛ ade kɛseɛ nyame ma yɛ adinya paa kɛseɛ na mmom yɛatena se ɛde yɛayɛ nhwɛ han ɛno na nnɛ maabena ɛdi yɛ duru baabi a yɛdu yɛ a yo akyɛmpɛmhene
na ɔno so ɛba no
mo ɔno so ɛka kyiri mu defekuo no
so ka kyiri mu defekuo no ɔhene ba
yes
ai ɔno na da ahene ma ne nyinaa ano akyɛmpɛm right
ɔka kyiri mu defekuo
ɔka kyiri mu defo no kyiri mu defo no dɔɔso
yeah
ba me asɛm a wo kan sɛ kwasi broni abɛ sesa yadwene ama yato de nananom de ma yɛ na aguo na yafa ne de no na me bisa Dr. Jako sɛ ɛdeɛ ne yɛbɛyɛ afa ho asɛm a ɔkaeɛ no me werɛ hoi ɔse yɛbɛhu sɛ a broni aha yɛ broni ama yato yɛ nepa ato agu akyɛmpɛhene na ɛsa no wama yato yɛ nepa ato agu yɛnim deɛ ɛsɛ sɛ yɛ na sɛ bɛyɛ a yɛbɛyɛ ɛno ne yɛ ha
wonim sɛ okay okay enti mabra de emma yentimi nkonkɔfa ya mambre da okay
yentie amoma we nso
The significance of what you're watching currently with different people, sword-bearing men coming to sing appellations or praises is to remind Otumfuo of what he has been and what he has become for Esantamai. And so every one of them comes with specifically selected lines of appellation, and it would not be said behind the king, but right there in front of him, bearing a sword of confidence to tell the king that we know and we stand by everything we are saying to you.
Okay, enti mabra na me ka say de ema yentimi enkonkofa ya mamra na ye papa na yehunu se ye papa no ene say ka say ka say me say me ko nam friends abra ko be ko na se ma koboni ya me ko ka masem se ni enti de enim se ye papa no e say obi akwa akwantuo mu na obra na nkobo yi ama no na wo ko fie woni bia wade ko enti wo akwa no wo timi bibia na so wade ko enti na de wo ankwa na obeka obi ma so no wu but watch masam na se mo eno na me yada so gina broni edie ni mu no cause ahobo a wase yade boa ni yade kro no yadwe ye nsa da bi ye kwa ni yentimi enko ni yie enti ya de yebekọ so watena broni die ni mu a na yade ewu na nso so ye betimi akọ ye chen se mpokura abekọ okuro mu na abekọ no ohia mu na abekọ akọ wu okuro mu yasie wo chen se eti mabra sa wuko okurom
You're watching the live telecast of Akwasidae Kese from the Menchia Palace Park. Significance of this celebration is that this year marks the 150th anniversary of the Serenity War. So also is it the 100th year of the return of Nana Prempeh I from exile in the Seychelles Island. It also marks the 74th anniversary of Otumfuo Osei Tutu II's birth and 25 years of his reign as a Santimaingura. On commentary this afternoon is myself, your servant Darrell Alantego, and my sister
Abenadenta. Kwame, na ye tuatu adwunefa ya mame ho na mensa ka menua be ma frempon. Ya me pese me bisa no sa ansem na amoma na ekoso no. Ensem a mo begina ohenanim ekeka no. Ne nyina ya asante kasa. Na yede na bi mo ka ye nte de omo ka. De yetia ne obinya asa bianko obeye bi.
Ai asante kasa pa. Obinya asa bi obeye bi nje ya wote no wo kwadwum.
Aha, kwadwum.
No kwadwum. Na kwadwum no kwan a adwomtofo no ofa so eka asante hene na bakosam kire no wo dwom kwan mu. Wo mo kire ne mensam a wadida. Won a watimi ako ache wo. Eno na ya wo mo de dwom no church ebubo sa ne ma ne che ohen se wote wo no wo bema se de ka so esre mu se no wo mo kire ne se wadi akon na wo de sudi akon ene sa akon ne ba obedi.
Okay. Nada no mo ka wo sini si so ensam no ma ana ma shada samo mayente
hotel wasu ya abeti di ubeti ubi pa so hotel wasu ya obeti
ndi wonu mo gina ho a wo mo hwan
we mo so aye ohene ba champem hene ne nkrofo no se obreman for na ye wo we esoso na we mo no o mo wo omo wo brono fufo so eba mitima meka brono ni di akyerew a omo no so ohene ba champem hene abrebia wo ba no omo so kire se wo ohene ba no onye ohene ba keke wo ohene ba ntumi eso na omo kire se de ono so unsa ono a champem hene no ono da chidom na no sante hene sole a ono hwe akire ndi wo hwe akire a wo hwe akire keke woti ajanchan na wo bo ne ho ban enti wo bo ne ho ban na che so wo so hu ohu enti wo mo no so kire se wo no so e ba ko a onu so betimi adi akon pa e wo mu se woti ajanchan won te ho kwa woti ho a wo bo aja ho e ban we mo no omu fra ampa ba me no mo sokoban efam ho no ampa me no ho no eho ena o mo soso what said ye wo breman fo a o mo soso e wo breman no
eto mo so champagne ne ba o mo no edi na chi no mo so atodwom
mama ne no mo ba no mo abegina ansa na champagne ne ba abechia ne papa no mo be ba abegina nanim no mo atodwom na me na hu se ampa ne ba no wa ba beduru unse a champagne no o yo hene ba ntumi ye dente
ai
ena said owu ye no said nam o hwe no wo ba no da pakam said ne papa da pakam ba ye no a champagne no empempi no onse wono ena dwabe hene wo mo na sante ne tena siwi a
omoba
ye dimpompo so kwese on se na sante ma so betasa ye dimpompo so kwese on se wo mo mra a champagne ne de se abra ne se baba betasa na se ne papa baba betasa no ye de ne papa ho niema na wo de bae na bi ne mfina ne bi ene ne chem na sante hene wo no chem no aya apem chem apem no ene wo de na to ano enti chem na e de ni papa e bae no sa chem no chem apem nam so da no nti ye de chem no ene kofa no ene ne mfina wo no so ne wo hene a agudi asante hene de sese no no obetimi de sa agudi ekro na asese no
a champagne
no enti hu so oba ne papa ne ma na fontom from a ede ne papa betena ase no sa fontom from krona ene ede kofa no ede ne ba
ede ne ma enam dwomi eye ene ma nkrofo de koyo hena ye
ai obo a say ne ya de unse ene ade no oba na be cho hena a wode nsa ebi de nsa ba ebi de dwan ba enti hu say amamra wo don sa santeman de sebi eburu sebi anya de ka asante a enya wo mo ka me se enkwa na sebi nya kanfo nkwa asante no etratre kwa mmea eno na krobi asante kotoko hene empempi wo kasa wo se wodi nipa hodo nyina bi ena chiche na santeman ebi ya nwunafo ebi ya dagombafo ebi ya agbefo ebi ya fantefo ebi ya bonofo wo mu nyina la eka ho no de chichire enti obi e ba asante ne tenase a amamra no uhu na amamra hodo bebre abra asante hene watenase no
edi afena ne ba achempe hene e kwachia no
wadawe ma aha wo hene ba achempe hene no no onso no so ko ni papa no onso na mpembi na nanu mo be cha hina onso obi a so obi sisi eso no ne papa na aye ne saa ne papa na aye ne saa
oba ma ne kwa so ni timu de kakra
eti se ye be ha on se so hini bia akra no ko Otumfuo dodo na no ko be ko ha ne ntuma de wanko ha ne ntuma akra no a ebia obi wi ni mpaboa aha baako de ni tumi ni wosoro wonyi ni mpaboa no kra no bia obekọ no akwakọ chia ne nsa a obi enso ni mu nanso ye hwese de okoye enam dibre na no an papa e de amanti no ye san ekokwanu mu so ni sisi a nya se fere yenti eni ekokwanu mu enso ni sisi na emum sa na mamre no e ma ho kwan na se amamre no enso no e kire.
Thank you very much. In keeping with tradition, the Achempemhene happened to be the only chief who will go before Otumfuo and will have men bearing his waist and bearing him on each side to go. It is so because he happened to be the custodian of all the shields that has served all the kings or chiefs of Asante. And so you have Achempemhene who is also traditionally supposed to be the first son of the Asante Hene. And so what you just saw was the Achempemhene going to pay homage to his father traditionally. We've seen the arrival of some more dignitaries, and here you have live pictures from the Mensha Palace Park, where this morning Otumfuo Osei Tutu II sits in state to celebrate or to mark Akwasidae Kese. This is the live broadcast from the Ghana Television GTV. On commentary, my name is Darrell Alantego. I've been doing this with my sister. We have in our short some more dignitaries and also guests arriving at the Durbar grounds. We have also here present some chiefs who are not from Esantemai. We have seen the arrival of the Tuareg community in Niger. We also have the Gamanche as well as his high priest, the Babu Wulomo, all here at this Durbar ground. We also have nearly every other sub-chief under Asantemaira. There's also here present the Jabinghini Otumfuo, Nana Otuo Serebo II, who also doubles as the chairman of the Council of State.
Alan Mashabi Binson, Osha Edomna, Omunina, Shessa, Omokwachia Pemsona, Muamuna, Munini Paketuao, Musoma, Omakuko school, Omoya Cratch for ending Rabat. Ha. Where I can be chairman say, and then some fools will be buying pa. I feel ya bet ya to say ya mambreno, ya one no, a yan yadia,
ɛna no kwa asofodie kura ya na ye ka se ahemfo eni asofo ana se asofo ntimi ni ade enti se wo fa asofodie ɛna adedie beto no a na ya dane akɔhye ofoforo nsa na enei no ye san atwera ya bakosem foforo ye san so ya atwera ya bakosem foforo san se se wo osofo a woda domo ano wudi domo anim eno ense esi ukwan se ubedi ade no atumi abu man wo kwan a ebeso osoro ene asase nyina anim
eti se ye hu ni se na se wo so mu nyina obi anim sese obi ade ahokeka pa na ekochia ohene enti a kire se banyufo no kura hu se ye totwene ya ese se ye sanfa
na mabra wodim darling shro konkron akwasi broni de bre ye no ena ye gina so a na se ye kan de hye ye tiri mu se ya mamre ayi kura ye no eye abosomsam eti ye ntumuo no na ye nyina no ye po ya hinsam e nyina no edi egu ye se eye abosomsam no wo kai shro no a ewo edi sam ho no no a ho no na o chire omo a kwanya ewo saa krokonkron heaven no a shokonkron ka ho asam no na enika sam no se wo abobo wo mo a ewo kwan se obedi nkan akomu no eya hemfo di nkan abodi enti wo se na ahemfo so de wo mo anim onyam baba bie ahemwa no anim
aye no kre e kire se osoro je
amamretum osoro je ahensam etum
nyankopon ne si hene wasoro nyankopon ne si hene
etu hene
wo ye den kase wasoro nyankopon ayini a wode bra ye no ebe ya abosomsem na sebi wo hene pon Melkisedek ya wo bi nim ne maame anase ne papa na sofudie no onyo hene so no odi hene enu nti se ye san akofa mumma yensan fa na numonyam emma no na ye manenya akono senia wopemso ene wama ahinie ni adidie aya akono enye wo man Ghana nko a na mo abibimanyi namu empo tra kosi kokko asase so wo hwa santema numonyam a wode abre abibiman a ye no amie hunu se yesi akofa yi miensan nkofa na ye nya bi emom yensan kofa ni nanumonyam nyina se rebe ya ebedi mu
onza abrochire hima efri mu no wono a obeka kire ye se ye somabosom no be ba mcha abrochire hima efri mu se ya dwene ko no ma bi so a omukofo abuo bi efri Edinburgh ade ba be ye som ma sa abo no na mpacho sa abo no mkofo a eba be ye som de ma no
bimu ayaro no
mu aya ne eno na kire se ya makosi kokko adada ye ne ache
ye ne yakofa abo be ye som ma na nko mbeka se ye som bosom
na se no na ye ebo no ayaya bosom abe ye suma
hu ni sa kwasi kokko na adada ye yesu atra yesu atra
ye hono ba bia asem no wono
ye yesu atra bi se Kristo som no kra nse de ye si asom no ne yesi ye no ukoduru ho a enye sa na che ebize wo som nyame a o so kwa asore a enche so nkwa na asom nyame ebize yen akanfo ye gidie ba ko ne se
menu apani emfoni bi twagu isisi a na ye no na me pe ne ncheche mu kakra ma hunu se chinya hodo ehia ye nyina no fa hwa no beka se ona baba no na jasuo ebia ne ba bieda se wo ma me ncheche mu kakra eden na betimi akafa chinya hodo a ye hunu
so say ye shase no na ye kan bibi efa sika yi agudi a na ohene de afa no ho no na teacher kire bibi say wohene ene timi fa dodo bi na ayo ohene bi a ma me kan besi so say sa na tie wo chiniye na wo honum chiniye na esisi wo ni nyina no ya bodi eniema ho nyina na etisa de ye sra adwuma no wo koko animu no ne ye bo wabaso enti chiniye kura ade besi uso no udibre ekire udibre a wo enti nananom amo ho ni nyina no enye nana bia na betimi akofa chiniye bi edi asine so
udibre na chire chiniye ade besi uso
ena chiniye no so ye san di si ye so no enye se edi enwunu nkwa breye nemom esan ede mframa eba so hu se nananom wo mpagya chiniye no kwasoro na ye grawa na ano no ahumframa ewisa huhuro wom ehye wom na ahumframa ahu nananom ho ama omo ho adwo mo
we ye fie nyansa ya nsua no akwasikoko buku
abida
ntwe no buku bi
bi kokoko
Mama mensa fa de we mra na yenhwe enne se mohwe bibia wono mo ye tutu o mo brofudi nyina osua de ko nanim kakra bi a na de brofo na to brofudi na to na wakofa ne kredi ne twidi no a ne maame ne papa no de eto no mo hye sa de no nso a
eye pa eno no na kire se yeguso a ye koyanim yesua de no ye ni ba ye hoso na sa de ni ba ye hoso no ebe kwantam e de amaye eno na aka because ebi ahyase ehunu se e wose wosan ekowonchi nti kakra ebejebre ba minim se nyame adom yeguso a ye koyanim yi no enioma ebesesa eti ene se yejai Rosalenda ene Amanda to to yenia yedin a yede edin a ne ye nananom ede efre adwoa beyie akoso aso yede tutu ye hu biewudi a ne nyame adom kakra no yeko yenchi na yenko miye na yema ye ho enye ha ewomu na yensua ade ewomu sanse se ye timi esua no neimu esua de yi a eno na yenso yasefo no yebetimi ede ewura wo mu eyie enti se de ne ubekọ fie bi mu no na brofo ne yede kire ye ma ewo ho no yesua yi no yenka ehu no se ye kasa so eka ye ho ye kasa eka ye ho
eno kwa na di akotene
wuntimi nya sa wo ye wa mamra bra wodi obi fufuro kasa na kire wo ba ade eti fie no fa wo kuro mu kasa no yamfa ncheti ye ma no
okay
yamma no eka kire ma no enkopa ye nkuro mu kasa no eso broni de ande emo mo kwan se de ma bra de tata kan mo nkosua no
kosua obesua
na emo nye fie no e de ebe ka brofo akese e de akire wo mo ebe boa ye pa.
We have here present in your short His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, whom I've just been told is up now to go and also pay homage to Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, who is seated majestically in state. You're watching Akwasidae Kese from the Menchia Palace.
Eti Ghana Mampenia Bidiachire Dr. Alhaji Aliu Bawumia, Dr. Alhaji Mahamadu Bawumia, Onene Yere Mame Samira Bawumia.
I see in his company the MP for Menchia South, Honorable Matthew Opoku Prempe, as well as the organizer, national organizer for the New Patriotic Party, Henry Nanabuachi, also known as Nana B. I've also seen a few members of the New Patriotic Party in this particular procession. The overhead shot you can currently see is that of His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, his wife Excellency Samira Bawumia, Nana B, Henry Nanabuachi, the national organizer of the NPP, and the MP for Menchia South, Honorable Matthew Opoku Prempe, also known as Napo. And then I see the Chief of Staff, Mama Frema Opari, or Her Excellency Frema Opari, in that procession, going to pay homage to Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. I see the Intakra Hene, or the Mpomponsu Hene, leading His Excellency to pay homage to Otumfuo Osei Tutu. It's a beautiful display of our culture and a beautiful display of everything that defines what Asantemai is.
Alan Sawara and Takra Cha Ehini and the Wayana Jumapa.
bia nana etuna ni hwe nimfa so pe
ho no ye ntini ye se ye sua de nde ye ni ntakra che hene oye mpompo nso hene ntita abra bia ne ye ka mpompo nso hene
medase ye me ka to aso no ma he ne be ne wo ho na emre bia wapemso betuna ni ahari ni fa no prekope na se nanim ehia woyi nani apɛ na wama ne mu so ɔnsa mra no obi di nachi ma hwɛ mo a metina se nyina ye enkomo ne adesua no kɔ so nyina na ye hɔ a na me hwɛ na e kan ko si so sa ampa wono na woyɛ wɔpenso right hand a baabi a wotu nani bia wote ase
mabra say penifo eguso chia Dr. Yese uchi rididia na yo soso no eto aso ti bampani abedi achire ba no nko ano e de baaye na yere eka no ho sanso e na adwumayefo a ewa bankase mu maame a woda wo ma no maame akosia afrima opare enso eka ho ebi sanso so e na menhia south na she bedwani ono aso ne so afo hwe enyinam ahoden ensam so Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe ene akunyini no dodo no ana ewo NPP amajokuo mu no edi na chiri bia wo mu nyina no ekwa akochia asante kotokɔhene na mabra mame mu bo we se so ententem so sanse me wo sempanifo guso amo so beba na ye asante asa na no na ye nwie emu ensam no na me de aka no to aso ye dinka ma ye na hwefo ne achiefo tie no se ye ka se Akwasidae no a ye enda aduanan mienu ebia no na Akwasidae no esie ewo asante asa na no mu na Akwasidae no echi no ne de toso aduonu enan enso no ye ewukude na ye hya no so se na akasie mienu na asa enda asan ye amamre no ye gitum pa no ye Akwasidae eni ewukude na emom no ebi enso no eka ho enso ebi na ewukude echi eye fiada a edi ade echi no for yawo fiada edi ade echi no for yawo eno eda nche ya memene da edi ade echi eno so no memene da papa ena afi ade echi tuwada enso ade tuwada na Akwasidae echi na nsa for wukuo sanso na for wukuo echi na enu ade fiada echi na nsa inchi juo ena afi nso no inchi juo na mienu echi no enso akradware na akradware no na na mienu na nananom enso ede saa amamre no na afi Kwasiada wufiri so a
honorable Samuel Akujinapo ena akochia opem so no do ne bai okay enti Kwasiada se wufiri so a na wo ko ewukude eso no for kwasie sanso na for kwasie no echi na enu benada dapa na benada dapa echi enso no ukuada eno so no ewukude na ewukude echi na nsa memeneda for men na afei for mene enso echi enansia fofie echi enansia for
yawo interaction between the wife of Otumfuo Lady Julia Osei Tutu exchanging pleasantries with some of the dignitaries who are here to support Otumfuo as he marks Akwasidae Kese. That is the elegant, royal, majestic wife of Otumfuo Osei Tutu II.
Yo hunu se asante kotoko hene ni debrichi anase kotoko hene eyere ye maame Lady Julia ye wo se wapeja ni mu eninti amamre kwan so no enche kotoko hene eyere bekwa kwachia no amamre kwan so.
I've just asked for explanations of why whoever goes before Otumfuo would bring down the cloth off their shoulder so that it comes to their chest as they go to pay homage. And I have just been informed that tradition demands that nobody comes before Otumfuo fully clad. It is a sign of respect and acknowledgement of his authority. And so as we watch these beautiful scenes from the Menhia Palace, we're also seizing the opportunity and the moment to learn about our culture and also learn about our traditions.
Enunji twabo no de edom no eguso a eba edom no guso a eba na sede na yedi kan ede atudwa no ene ebeka se ene chen da kotokohina budwa na ene kotokohine etwaboyi echen da sanse wo hwe ene edom a ewo twabro mu a na ti se unu se ampa ne ewiase ni nyina no ene Menhia ahimfie sanse ene kotokohini fie aduonu enum ehu afahye eye Akwasidae kese no yade a nintini atotowuro atope na efiri oman entwea so na afi aman a etwa ye ho hia ne man hodo so nyina no edi wani monyam enso no abeta akirem na de a efe no ene se obia so no eba wode na mamre ene na mane na wura Menhia ahimfie ene nti wo hwe ayeyade a wode bache kotokohene no a sede na mamre kwan so sia na ade no saa no wode boa no ho edi mu adoye ede bechere
you have heard
ayeyade a emano eye fe yi papa eti na sa wo bedu kotokohene fie ha no mu se ya enye asante amamre nko a na yehunu ewa ha no mu se amamre hodo enene ekoso kotokohene fie.
Just gone in your short was the Impomponsuo sword, beautifully carried on the shoulders of Impomponsuo Hene, who has gone out there to bring a dignitary to pay homage to Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, Asante Kotoko Hene, as he sits in state celebrating Ade Kese. We have currently in your short the man whose back was to camera was the Impomponsuo Hene, who bears the Impomponsuo sword and also wears the Ntakrache. He will always be seated to the right hand of Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. In essence, his duty is to inform Otumfuo which dignitary is present to pay homage. And so every now and then, Otumfuo will look in his direction, and by an eye contact, he's able to say exactly what Otumfuo is saying, and will rise, and upon return will show up with a dignitary or two who will be paying homage to Otumfuo as he sits in state. The crowd here is absolutely humongous, and we have currently approaching Otumfuo, a dignitary from Niger. You're watching GTV, the live broadcast by the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation of the Akwasidae Kese, coming to you from the Menhia Palace, where Otumfuo himself is seated in state. The significance of today's celebration goes without saying that it is also the commemoration of the 25th anniversary of the reign of Otumfuo Asante Maira Asante Kotokohene Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. It also marks the celebration of his 75th birthday. Additionally, it marks the observance of the 150th anniversary of the Sagrenti War, as well as the 100th anniversary of the return of Nana Prempeh I, who was exiled by the Brits or the British government at the time to the Seychelles Islands. You have just gone in your short door, you can hear him, one of the subjects whose duty and job it is to bring appellations to Otumfuo. Just gone is one of the few people who identifies with Asante Mai and Asante Maira. Apia Stadium is commonly or affectionately called. This Akwasidae is significantly different, despite the many commemorative dates marking the observance of Akwasidae. It is also the day when the physical and spiritual authority of Asante Mai comes out, and that is what you can have in your shot to the right, the Sikajwakufi, the gold stool, which many refers to as the golden stool. It is the gold stool. Indeed, it is a gold stool, not a golden stool.
Alan Sikajwa was some okay. Ye tight it is so Kosibroni and Asante Ekoyano of Sikajwa. It's the ye huno and Jessica name boom Papa Pano dear Bruni the cock and Nana Mashada Aqua Mini Biena or Modia Bisio Fembon
Sansamono and Yano Cre that Sobroni for Skajwa. So we share Abakusamu, and also share mum, and also cooperating English abrutimum, now share a Japadia or Mufa free as Santimum Omna, and your modern so much less or move fire be free hakoye. And so no muffin say, and no, a dear room could be Oman and animal ye, is Oman and animal corsa, and almost Saniama. And today, Mamma fan is summoning Nano, one more dear tongue cratasso, woho. Chester, I dear ye fire. Sabi, if Dia did Diacras and Sassa Jacra or Befano, what they are two, so above Hobine. Now, Sabi, then to Sessica Janon Coanca, Emma, senior auntie. And the engine asked Debbie, I can't, Emma almost to Tibi say, Sicajano at the Soho. And come Papa, Abacatcher say, and what Baba Catcher say, Sicajano, Debbie. Yeah, the coy near the womb for you know, Baba said, yeah, come museum, my body, who da Wuloya, woman, I want to cass it. And to come the back to one will be Abasha, Abba Hulu, Sanano, your coy, and your ma, Sabi Blue, or Moba Fako, yeah, G. One more Charles Oka, one more woman, why a chest away, yan and animal befy, and Waha, and no baby, the Biasono, woman. Now, young quite a Sanua, at this side. Sikajahons and Sambay. won say e wa afi apem a hanwotwe adwoso enan yes Charles Garnet Wesley wono no wode ne dom eba Kumase ne wono yentimi monidi ni tie friends agrant no womo by say womo bepe kwan on befa so mbedi asante so ni nyina na ne asa ama English abrofo ene asante kokokoko ya ye di akun bebre ye ne English abrofo di akun bebre ebi wo ha womo ba womo dwiri ne edan gu a no womo asesa mu ne makọ na akonu mu na no nyina ne say womo pesa asante no a eye ewode ne ho no eba be hye brodi na mamu ase eno na eye omo adwiri mu po pa na omo pese omo de edi yedi kon bi say ye nte pene so ekwohye omo ase a enko be fe ye yonko na enso so asante no baabi ade asante be ko no wontimi mfa asante hini nkohye obi ase wontimi mfa sikadwa nkohye obi ase enu nti ena asante man no abrebia na broni ne be prese wode ya be ko na amamu no na asante ente ase enti ko enu kwa awiye na Sir Charles Garnet Wesley ne dom be hyi Kumase won be hyi Kumase no mo san hu se asante man san chichiri Kumase biem no mo hu se asante fo ye hu eno ana broni no wo trase afa kwan foforo so a wo be dwendwen ho na nko asan aba no ne aba asante fo adi abedi hyamu biem eno anasa nsawo so ne aba ba kum biem no eno no wo mo an o te se wa fe apema ha nwotwe adwo wotwe nwotwe eye 1888 asante fo de wo hene foforo bi aba nimfie ni nkwa animu zabre no no wadi mfie du nwotwe eye Otumfuo Agyeman Prempa odikan ye be fe na nakwa kudwi a otoso miensa tabra broni ti se ye de na nakwa kudwi otoso miensa aba eye na Prempa odikan aba no o mo so se kura de ni kwa se he ye ho kura pepri ye hu biem evi se we de se bi ebru se bi anyado wo sane de wo beti asem asentem ye kwa nyane kwa ye kwa defe na wo be pere so no de ne man no aba hye ase ena broni ba ye one ne be kan no hu se se sante ne de obedi a wonya ketwa obedi a tumi no anana no kura dada no ena edeso wo hu se ti yo mbe no mu se de asam dada na no mde so te ho ti wo mu kwa no mo san akobọ foforo no mo adwenwe no mo gu so a wo mo fo mo ho adwene na ena mo te se Europe amama ni bi akohia wo Berlin so am pese wo mu chicha bibiman mu no mu di so na Europe amama ni bi te say French for German for Portuguese for wo mu akohia so am pese wo mu chicha bibiman no mu di so sabla no so no English abrofo no etis campo ano a wo mo te epona no pe a wo mo eso so pass wo mu di asante so na emom wo mu ntimi nya kwan me di asante so na se kwaba ne saade a yetena ne ye ben krofoi ne se yehwe man krofoi tena ho chicha bibimam na santefo from baabi ekodi wo mu nsam de a ne ye ya ha ye ho emi se yete ha ye pesika kokko ne nkwa na ato edwa ebedi ye niema titru pa ye to no o santeni suso wodi dom bebre so ena baabi o wonu su na sika kokko no wo onsa santehene ne man na odi so na so emi se English broni bi a no otwere nwoma na efe no Robert Agiten otwere nwoma bi otunidi wo brofukasam said the fall of the Asante Empire, 100-year war between the Asantes and the British. Wo church said the Asante hini ni tumi ni sunsu ni huhu sitie no wo say ansane ya be hye afe apema henkuno ase no na Asante hini nipa odi so no na omoboro mpem million miensa na saa nipa no na oburu million miensa saa abre no no odoso eche se ye che US abrochimanu mu nipa wo ho mu mienu a no odoso chen ba akọ odoso che fa saa so de che United Kingdom no emanu mu enan a na doso che ba akọ saa so na doso che nipa na wo England saa abre no no o kire ekwanya asante no otete to mu hu se saa nipa wo dom sei ye chichem ne ma obi bedi wo nso a ebe ya den enti saa na te ade a se ye nko no boko biem ye nto sanfre edom ebi free soldier for free Senegal, Nigeria, Gambia, Sierra Leone, Jamaica. One more just for Sabra and Bessa and Pimionu and Pimian any ahanu and one more bar say one more barbache ever to Asha Sante. So one by an apprempe any man for a G Shamu. I want him feel what doom or catch any man for say. Set your Brunia Sabob and Huabano. Menin and Conda. None of them say, Ada was a mima in tea. Mamma and Famenco. He says, any Brunico said he was a bob and hono, no hono. Say, no obedience, were dear so obedience so up with Syria. And none of my Bruniche and Aprampo decline. One in a mamma, Nana cha, at one call. Elimina Castle, Dina, Aquatana, Nanim, Asante, Asante, or Santini, Abra, or yes, one Ibro Nibacono, walk on one Fafemo, just one, Ewa Pacan, as well, my miss was Secum, and Antifree her, Eco see a dinner. What in a choir and Asante was a da, and the son Antifree Chroma, a dinner, say. Yan San for Santa Hene and Samra. Hey, Brunisi, and Grofo, Sanity, the infant baby a Kwanwa. Na Asantifo to me and Antianco, to a dinifree denied the call Celelion. Asantifo and Antifree Kumase called Celelion. Sabrano, Sabrano, no qua. Celelion is near Nimukanti as your Coselo. And Anumams your Coselo. Woman Antifree, I free town, Celelion, Quasas and Tehene. Bronis, eh, Nemcrophobeni. Nature said, baby, I wouldn't Santineba Cobia, it's Minante Codia. On Banantiaco. No, Bronis, Nancy, I show who say. Asantifo, Deba, who pet Omtimia Bibia, Nadiaba could be a house and Antiphonium yet. And it's a Santiphonium Sudale. Once a baby at Tino, a Suobiana, and Tianima Sudalenti, or Dignitary Indian Ocean, Echo Sessions Suposo. Is our first Santini say, we make a news from Mobakacho say, eh, Madame Fo, and Quanya Munam de Baquadi Agro, and answer Bakacho say, Quanya. When I make a professor, I say, Woman de Bakwan Bacamo. When I'm the prophet, any day I will say, Bakacho say me fear yet. And one ma, to I didn't call Leon, I didn't feel a little concessions. A honor whom Bruni who say, Santineka sending my and pack no walk of his head. What the no cop, no so. Asantifo the Suwan Cambomu. Nina says Santini, who was upon a swa. Asantifo, you are here for Robes Suwaha, and you were born near Nidia now, Wano, Amano. And no amount yes, what you see Kajakofi. So who says Kajakofi or ha? Who says Santini ye? Skajakofi, what they are Santini, mind you. And a Brodina near friends say. Frederick Hodgson, no see our English Britannia, Victoria Namu, Ewo, Sicampo Anohano. One is Santifo Yen Shamu, Kumasia Dum, Babia, your floors of Fort St. George, and one as they say, Ghana Armed Forces Museum. Aha, or no one be Yen Shamu, and Shamu no the two, and Anumanimu say. Me ba Hakra, some Nimu Yen Shamuno. More for Boni and Nidia Biama, me. Every say, I could not cry on the man metanasono, yet the Diana sensene. Sa could never come with a mass and Tehena Antanaswa, come with this capo bobo. And the sign your mom who some cacrantino. Sicajako Finocramonco family mentanaso. Eh, away, Dean. Nana no man no more be say. Or buy him my ass and try just for him or Soleil. Ebusan and Anum say. I then a man, my Samufin say, Musro Bruni Cocoyo Ginawadia, Monfa modern time measurement. They should exchange panties with her. No, yes, a bema, no, Musso, yes, a ma. Okosu Busa Bruni say, Uban Uhun and Apple pants and Albana, or see there was any for funny bra. No metro baby, a Scagao, says Scagano, one a cra, one a yenedia. One animal, you and more by fire, Nana Pempa. One more in a crime and only will be Ancasa. To one more man a crime only will be Ancas and to want me and Cherry baby Scagano, a walk. 'Tis open Scagadia. Cofano, no omra no omecho baby esikadwawo broni hwe na ya asanto anim sa so wo kan anutum waka so kan anutum asa ne me ka che so ochina saman sujafo benya kununom ochina mema bewu me no obekona me no oko a emema na me ne wo ne obekona o mu wu a wo mu sunsum bekwa asamando ene ma na wo na kwadwuwa ani tie ha no tunana ya asanto abobo adoma no ko na prempa himfia ne wadum ekofa sikadwa edifiri ho yede ko bale kese ema oni broni di boani eko no kwa awie no broni hwehwe sikadwa wa hu nti twaja tuo na himfiem ehye no wanya sikadwa ohun sai me ankofa ya asanto amra okohwehwe ya asanto a wode ne ba no wa hu sikadwa to wode ne to afia se wa ha kakra che twa na su ema ne kokana na prempa mu enti so bi ka che say sikadwa broni nya de ko ya oboa enya no kre eda yo mabra kakra me de ka de menua aka hono ene se ya kasa asante yo man broni na sakoskoko amaya wone wo mo eko ye no on say asante ehye oman bi emu eye Ghana man mu ena asante ehye edi anka broni beka se wone Ghana ena ekwa akoko wani Togo ena ekoko eti broni wa chechire amaya hodo a wone wo mu edi akon no wode asante eka ho ai na just asante your mind.
Thank you very much. You're still watching live feed from the Menchia Palace of the observance of Akwasidae Kese on commentary. My name is Darrell Alantego. My sister, Mami Abna Denta, joined my commentary team. We have just been joined by Dr. Thomas Ejaku Poku. He is the medical superintendent at the Sontreso Hospital. Doctor, thank you very much for joining us once again. We are watching currently what is happening in and around Menchia, the observance of Akwasidae Kese. We observed how at some point the Entakrache, the one wearing the Entakrache or the Mpomponsu Hene, will make eye contact with Otumfuo and then get up. Immediately he does that and return, he does so with either one or more dignitaries behind him. Is that a kind of rehearsal? Do they rehearse this kind of communication, or it is something they would know ordinarily?
Mpomponsuo or Mpomponsu is for the Otumfuo, and the one who is keeping the Mpomponsuo has this feather hat. Among other things, his duties, among other things, is to run errand for the king. So if the king wants to send to call somebody, that is his duty. So it is his responsibility to invite visitors to come and greet him and send them out. It is his responsibility to convey information specifically from him to some of the chiefs. For example, if it's about time for him to get up, he would then alert the Mpomponsu Hene to go around all the chiefs to inform them that it's time he wants to get up. Then Mpomponsu comes back to report that they have all heard it, and therefore you can move. Otumfuo will never get up without informing the chief that he is getting up. Again, when we have funeral, it's the duty of Mpomponsu to distribute gifts and drinks to everybody who attended in groups. So the Mpomponsu is the ear of the king when he sits in state. Nobody else does it.
I'm not sure if this would have been something we would be so privileged to have. But when people go to Otumfuo to greet, that's General Asidu Nketia, the chairman of the National Democratic Congress, in your short. Back to my question. We have men pull down their cloth as they approach Otumfuo. What is the significance of that?
From a distance, you may see that he's showing respect. But what is behind this practice is that we are cautious. In fact, they have been observing things. Things are smooth now. In the past, somebody can go closer to the chief and stab him. And they have a special knife which they were hiding in their cloth. So when you come before the king, we must see your shoulders, so that if you have that thing hiding, then we will know. And over time, this came to be associated with the king. So that is it. Before you approach him, you must show your shoulders, no matter who you are.
Right.
If you decide to come to the palace in a cloth, then you must show your shoulders. Otherwise, if you are in shirt, you don't show your shoulders. But we will watch you. So that is why we do that.
We have different categories of dignitaries going to pay homage or greet Otumfuo. Would we know when he extends his hand and they hold his hand? Would we be in a position to tell what the exchanges will be depending on the dignitary?
It's difficult. Some are friends. So, for example, if Sam Jonah is going to greet the king, what are they going to talk about? Perhaps to say that the thing is fine because they've been talking. Okay. No, a lot of people are here, or today you'll be tired. That sort of conversation. But if Bafakin or the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago is coming to view, perhaps if it's the first time since he visited Ghana, then they will be exchanging pleasantries. But he's been here. He attended dinner with him and a lot of things. He will be talking to him about how this Deba is and how many people are here and say, congratulations, you've done well. So these are some of the things they talk about when some of them also share jokes. I mean, close friends, yes.
The manner in which Otumfuo will attend a Deba, his arrival, how different will that be from his departure?
For his departure, the first thing he will do is to send the Mpomponso Hene to inform all the paramount chiefs that it's about time he gets up. After that, the same Mpomponso Hene will also go to the visitors to inform them that we want to get up. Now, when he returns, the Barbs and the Abrafo and them will be singing.
Okay.
There's a small ceremony. They will be singing, informing people. Then somebody will shout, "Oh, sorry, oh," means he's getting up.
Yes.
Then he will get up. From there, he will adjust his cloth and then take few steps. He will turn left and right and greet the chiefs there. And then they will all join him. He will step down and then go through all of them, all the paramount. Because in the morning, they didn't get a chance to greet him because of the time. So he decided that today, after getting up there, he will go around to greet each of them. Also greet all the visitors before he will go home. He may decide to be in Palanquin or decide to be walking about. If it's in Palanquin, it's the same thing. He will pass in front of them, they will come forward, and then he will greet them. So that is how it's going to be. And then the procession will then move the same way. The Samanka will be first, and the Ankobia and others will be last.
I observed also how you have some drums behind him, the phantom from you call them. When you beat those drums, do they communicate something to Otumfuo?
Drums do not beat, they talk. And sometimes we say talking drums. In the years past, that is what we were using. So that if you come here, every paramount chief has a way of beating the drum. So once the drum is beat, then you know that they are there. So all the drums will talk. There are a few things you didn't see outside there. When he was inside coming, there are small drums. And they will be beating. He has to stand there, watch them for about 5 minutes to note before he moves on. So he recognizes all the drums around. And he knows how to dance to each of them. Some of them you don't have to dance. You listen. Some of the drums, when they are sounding, females do not dance. And it is only the Abrafo who will dance. and sometimes the adishare, the royals will dance. It can be for the whole day, and nobody is supposed to dance. Yes, there are small drums always behind him. Yeah.
You're still watching GTV, and what you see in your shot currently is the live broadcast from the Menchia Palace. It is the observance of Akwasidae Kese, hugely significant at this year's Akwasidae Kese is, among other things, the marking of the 150th anniversary of the Saguarenti War, as well as the 100th anniversary of the return of Nana Prempeh I from exile in the Seychelles Islands. It also marks the 74th anniversary of the birth of Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. It also marks the 25 years of his reign as Asante Hene. What you currently see are dignitaries making their way on the red carpet to pay homage and also greet Asante Hene. He receives everyone. You just saw the Attorney General, Honorable Godfred Yabo Adame, who is also making his way to shake the hands of Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. Doctor, when dignitaries arrive to pay homage, do they do so at the request of Nana, depending on their stature in society, or that you have a list which protocol follows to usher them before Nana?
We have a protocol list, and as you could see, the first gentleman of the land did the first thing, the vice president. So the vice president was the first person to greet, and then the others. All of them were invited. In fact, there is a protocol list to invite some of the dignitaries here. So if you see, watch the Mpomponsio move, and then the Achame and the Dignitary will follow.
Okay.
They have a paper.
Yeah.
And on which I written the list of people who occasionally you will see one or two dropping in, but it has been arranged who should come and who not to come. Today we want it to be very smooth, and therefore, if you are a minister and you are mentioned, your name is mentioned and you are coming, they will come, the chairman will come and pick you, and no other will follow, because they should wait for their turn. In the past, you will find that the whole lot of people will be following to him, and the place will be very congested. It's very hot today, and we are trying to avoid that today.
Again, when Otumfuo is seated in state as he is, do we have a set time when, whether all dignitaries have made it to him or not, he will have to rise?
We are trying to go by our time, and it's moving very smooth today. We're hoping that by 4 p.m. he will be up, because after this Deba, he will then go in to entertain some of the guests. So we want the greetings to be very fast. All that they are doing is the greeting. After the dignitaries have gotten their chance to greet him, it's finished. The ceremony is over. And as I've been describing from the morning, Akwasidae is just when the king is seated in state for people to greet, that's all. We don't do ceremonies here. All the ceremonies, rituals we have to do, we have done that in the morning. And all Nananom here, they have performed that in their homes before coming. So here, it is just greetings. The royals will come and greet first, and then after that, selected few kings, the children will go and greet, the wife will go and greet, and then the queen mother, that's so. And after that, the rest of.
Isn't it curious that Otumfuo will sit in state and his wife will come and greet him?
People think that about our arrangements, the wife of the king is not the queen as pertain in other institutions. So sometimes they think that the wife of the is a queen. No, but is given special place and accorded the most respect. So the wife of the king is not part of the royal house. It's a wife. It's a whole institution. In fact, note that in the Ashanti culture, there are 3 people who have land, own land. So we can say that this land belongs to this person. A chief will be given a land. And then the priest of a deity, Otumfuo, the bosom will be given a land to use to serve the king. And then the next person to get is the wife. So if you are buying a land from here in Ashanti region or in Ashanti kingdom, the one who should sign, the final one, should be a chief or the wife of the Asantehene or Otumfuo. And so you see, they are given special. And that is why we use the Oheneyere. Oheneyere is not one person. And because at a point in time, there's one person there, we decide to avoid using, and that is why we are comfortable using lady to move with it. Otherwise, it's also Oheneyere. Now, once the king marries from a house, perpetually, you have to produce somebody from there. So the house Otumfuo Osei Tutu married 300 or so years ago, they still present somebody here as the wife of the Asantehene. When the person dies, another one is nominated and then shown to the Asantehene and then presented to the chief as a wife. And that person is called Oheneyere.
Ceremonial wife?
Yes, Oheneyere. So we have hundreds of them. And this is because these people, you are not getting a title only. You have land and people to take care of. So if you come around and you see a lot of chiefs, it is not just a title. Once you've been designated as a chief, you have land and people to take care of. So the wife of the king would then, Asantehene will greet him officially and then find his seat at where the queen mother and the royals are for them to take care of her until the ceremony is over. So you see, typically, this is a traditional setup. If the Asantehene is to attend a function, normal functions, then the wife will sit by. In some cases, unlike Akwasidae, when it's not as big as this, the wife of the Asantehene and the Asantehene will sit at the same place.
Throughout all that we have observed since morning, that's the majestic Sikejwa Kofi in your shot. One thing I have noted is the very less, if not completely, out the mentioning of Asantehene. Doesn't she play any role at Akwasidae?
The Asantehene is there. So those who come to greet, they are also greeting the Asantehene. So perhaps we will tell the cameraman also to show, because once they greet Asantehene, there's a way out. They march out and then Asantehene is sitting, Asantehene is sitting on the left. So they will go there and greet Asantehene. So the cameraman must also put it on Asantehene to see how they do it.
Indeed, it's a very good observation, because then people would think the queen doesn't matter in the celebration or the observation or the observance of Akwasidae Kese, and that must be corrected before we do any other thing. We're learning through the celebration of Akwasidae Kese, and you're watching live from the Mensha Palace Park, where Otumfuo Osei Tutu II is seated in state, receiving dignitaries as part of the observance of Akwasidae Kese. On commentary, my name is Darrell Alantego, your servant, and it's a GTV live telecast. With me in commentary is my sister Abna Denta, Mami Abna Denta. She has helped us with a lot of the translation from the English to the G, so we all understand. Indeed, the shot you have currently is that of Otumfuo Otumfuo Asante Asante Kotokohene Nana Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, marking 25 years of his reign as Asante Hene. And to his right, you see a man wearing a feather hat with horns and a python protruding from the feathers. He is known as the Mpomponsu Hene. Indeed, he bears the Mpomponsu sword, or the Mpomponsu, which has over time been corrupted to be Mpomponsu. It is Mpomponsu, and indeed he is the right-wing man of the Asante Hene. And so all the dignitaries you see approaching Asante Hene has already been through or seen by the Mpomponsu Hene, without which they would not be allowed to come any close to Nana Asante Hene. While seated, Otumfuo sits on different skins. And so we have the elephant skin, we have the lion skin, and we have that of the tiger. Ote. The Akan is Krogre, Krevre, Eddie Brevre. Bless you, bless you. That's why you have my back. That's why you have my back.
It is an interesting thing. You see, the Ashanti Kingdom was created, and everything about it. One of Otumfuo Osei Tutu was coming all the way from Akomu. He had already been informed that he's going to be the leader for the Kwaman. It was Kwaman. So he prepared himself. He had a lot of training. Fortunately for him, he had a big chief, Nana Asasa Seku of Akomu. And therefore we owe a lot of the things we do here, Akomu people.
Wonderful.
The way we fight and everything, we learn a lot from the Akomu Foforo. And what is interesting again is that Osei Tutu by then has stayed in 2 other Akan states. He first went to Denchira, so he learned a lot from Denchira, and then he moved to Tachiman. He learned a lot from the Bono people before going to Akomu. So he was well resourced in terms of knowledge on governance and the traditions and culture, because they are all Akan. Whatever we do here, we do the same thing at Bono, we do the same thing at Akomu, and the same thing at Denchira. When they were coming, most of the items you see, they prepared them. The Dencham chair, the Banguma, the lion, of course, lions were here. Some of the items, we took them from the north. I mean, we learned from the north. We don't have cows here.
No.
So the cow tail, the bodia Asante Hene uses, is part of somebody's culture which has been assimilated into our culture. Now the pinting drums, when it's coming, you see some group of people beating drum with their hands, and they hang them. It's round one.
Yes.
Now watch, when Yana is moving, it's the same drums.
Wonderful.
So our association with the Gomba people, we learned some of their things, and we also incorporated into our culture. So that is it. And again, any powerful chief that's around, when we conquer you, we will take any variable item that we have and bring it here. And bring it here, whether you are within Ashanti Kingdom or outside. And we show them, display them.
So indeed, I have heard the origin of the name Asante itself is that of war. But interesting is as you mentioned, the assimilation, or that's the introduction of the porcupine, which has become one of the many significant emblems of Asante. The word Asante Kotoko, is it the actual word or one that's been corrupted over time?
The Asante, Osanti, Osa, Yekosa, Asa, Asabebri. Now Kotoko is Kotoko. Remember that we named that animal Kotoko. Of course, we call Osuno, the lion Osuno. Nobody told us that the animal. I mean, our forefathers saw it. They say Osuno Kokroko, then Chem, so that sort of thing. And then among all the animals, we realized that porcupine was dangerous. Perhaps it has killed many people and nobody dare go closer. It's by experience that whereas it is easy to stand somewhere and shoot at a lion or any of the animals and kill them, it is not so with the porcupine. You try, you shoot, and then the things will come to you and kill you. So they say that don't try it. Now, our numbers. I mean, the porcupine. He has hundreds of them, and then he throws them out like that with all the energy. So he doesn't need to come closer to you. Now, and when we started our wars, our strategy and tactics were like that. We learn. We have the front, we have the back, we have the wing, and then we have the main body, the Adontin. So we have Benkumini Fan, Adontin, that is the main body. And then we have those at the back, Chidomo. Now we don't go just like that. So you may destroy kill the front, but those from the left and the right will attack you that way. When you think that you are done, then the back will come. So Ukuma Pimo Apembeba. That was it. Okay. Wonderful. So we were fighting with numbers, not with the instrument, numbers. We were destroyed or they conquer us when they introduced guns, powerful ones, in 1878. Before then, we were fighting them. Again, the idea of naming some of the animals after our things we do. A typical one is the bonsu. We didn't have the word bonsu with us. Indeed, you have no seeds. When the king Osei Tutu fought all the way to the coast, he stepped the sea. Into the wonderful. Sea. They had never seen it before. Yes. Such a big, huge river. And then he asked them, which animal is bigger inside this river? Inside the sea. Then they said, the whale or bonsu. Said, then call me bonsu because I've conquered the sea. Yes. So that's it. Wonderful. You can hear the names Okuji and Sio, Berema, that sort of thing. It's the things they have done.
We're still watching live telecast of the Akwasidae Kese from the Menchia Palace, where Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, His Royal Majesty, has been seated and receiving dignitaries who are coming in to pay homage. You have some performers just gone by. To your left is the Entakrache, worn by the Impomponsu Hini, who bears the Impomponsu sword. Quite significant, Doctor, also is the element or the signature implement on the Impomponsu sword. Could you kindly talk us through them?
There are 14 of them, and we can see it from here. When the king is sitting on his left, on his right. No, look at where the Mpomponsu is sitting.
Yes.
It's on the right.
That's the one in your shot currently. The Mpomponsu is the one in your shot currently.
And behind the Mpomponsu is the Juto.
Okay.
The Juto is also called Batafuoja.
Yeah.
We don't keep silver coins in it. It's a silver. Then we have different types of them, and depending on the ceremony. So today is white. When it's going for funeral, the color is different. And this thing is ubiquitous.
Okay.
Wherever the chief is, the Asantehene is, it must be there. He must sleep with it. Anywhere he goes, the Batafoja.
Even when he's traveling outside of
and the Batafoja has been in existence before the Ashanti Kingdom was formed.
Tell us.
The Paman tribe, they fought wars, lost, and then they decided where is the power? Where is it? Then they were told that it is with one of the chiefs. He is hiding the power. So they started fighting this man. They went there and it was difficult. This Adujamfi man, King, was a powerful man. It was difficult to conquer him and take that power from him. So they sent somebody to go and stay there, got married in the royal house for 3 years. And then he managed to get back information. So they went there, marched there, and then conquered this and took this away from him. And since then it has been with us, and this is our power. Sometimes the king will have to put his hand on it and speak. We believe, like the Ark of the Covenant, we have an ark with us, and that is where our power is. And it goes everywhere. So you ask, why is the king going to a place and then this man always, we see this man carrying this pot? What is in it? Now there are 2 pots there in display. The Batafoja or the Goodwill will be sitting. But there's another one that keeps on standing. Somebody carries a pot, and that pot is called mensio. And it is from the kitchen. They're sold off for those who cook. So that's where he gives the water. And when you need water, they will give it. So this water, you shouldn't sit down. The one carrying the water must stand throughout the ceremony. And you always see him standing to the left of the chief. Now the swords are 14 of them. 7 on the right side and then 7. Some of the swords are used to for servicing. I mean, when they are performing rituals. Some of them are kept in the house. Many years, the king will be sleeping and will have the swords lying up around his bed. So everything here is very significant. The swords, of course, they were the swords they were using to fight years back, and now it is a ceremonial object. It's no more in use. But we display them. It's like the guns. They are carrying guns here, and those guns we don't use them anymore. By ceremony, these are guns used by various Asantehene. So anytime you go there, they will show you the gun used by Mensa Bonsu, gun used by Kofi Kakari and others.
Why will every Asantehene have or create a sword as well as a gun? What's the significance?
It's important that you leave an imprint. Okay. And it can be anything.
Okay.
So it can be an object. And it has been a practice that they use this object, but because this object, like the sword, is used almost every time. And we display them and then we mention them. So the Asantehene Osei Tutu, the second, has his own. The one his successor will also create same sword. Note that the bearers of these swords are also chiefs. They are not just people, servants moving around. You can't call them servants. They are not servants. They are chiefs in their own right. From here, when they go to their hometowns, people have to put umbrella on them. They have people, they have land, vast land. So in Ashanti, being a chief is not an ordinary thing. Some of them, you may think that is just a small thing here, but go and see the people. So when they were coming, you saw them. Yeah. Today, the Abrimpong, who are basically senior chiefs, traditional leaders within the Kumasi Traditional Council.
Honorable
Yes. Now everybody is here today.
Yes, and that's Alan Chemating, Honorable Alan Chemating.
Is going to greet. It's not easy. Today is hot.
It's a very hot day.
Yes.
It's a very hot day. That's Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia. Also, I see Kojo Bonsu behind him. You're watching live the live broadcast of the Akwasidae Kese here at the Menchia Palace. Seated in state is the Asantehene Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. We have had quite a good number of visitors and dignitaries come through to greet Otumfuo as he's seated in state. And currently waiting his turn to greet is Honorable Alan Chermating, leader and founder of the Movement for Change. Indeed, what I have not observed or seen today is the usual political representation, which sometimes comes to create some division. Whether you like it or not, people immediately identify with it. They take a certain posture. That is missing on us today. Why is it so?
It was policy from day one that we do not want such a thing here.
You can't come to Menchia and come in your party colors.
Now you remember that when Nana Otumfuo Osei Tutu was giving out the outline or talking about the program, especially of that day, he said that we will not allow any political party to bring his people in there. Today the soldiers were on hand. Usually when the vice president or any of such people are coming, they will follow them in their numbers. We stop them down
right
there,
at the gate.
Yes, not to come and then mess up here. So if you go to the center there, we don't have any party colors. We don't want party. Well, after all, they will come and be making noise, fight there, but they are all good friends. They are talking on the days, exchanging pleasantries, but the people will be fighting. And when we did that, it is not holding. You don't see any party colors around.
Yes.
And it is time that traditional leaders or groupings also go by that.
Yeah.
At this stage, we are not for any other political party. They are all here. We are all visitors to the palace.
That's the performance by the Tuareg Nigerian community, who are here in their numbers also to pay homage. It's quite significant as well to note that you have dignitaries coming all the way from Niger in their traditional regalia, mounted on camel backs, and here to pay homage. What's the relationship between Asante Mai and Niger?
Asante has been in existence for almost 400 years. And note that before the Europeans came here, we were dealing with people from Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, and people were moving even from Egypt and Libya to come and buy gold. Even slave trade started with them. The slave trade we saw later part in the 17th and 18th century began with them. They were coming down here to buy slaves to the now. So our association with them dates back to many years. Now over the past 100 years, we'll also be dealing with them because they have been coming. We also send delegation to them when there's a funeral. We go to Niger, we go to Burkina Faso, we go to the northern part of Ghana. And they have people here. We accord them the needed respect and even informing, they have been informing their chiefs. Again, Asantehene Osei Tutu II has traveled more than any other Asantehene. Of course, now it is easy to travel. And you can't say the same for Prempeh II and perhaps Opokuwari. Access to traveling is very much, and people are inviting here and there. And therefore, some of them are reciprocating what he has done. They are now coming here to also pay homage to him. We've been attending festivals of this in Swaziland, in Uganda, in Morocco, in South Africa. We've been going Trinidad and Tobago, who were there. So it's no wonder Trinidad and Tobago, they are also here today.
Yes.
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 So wherever he has been to, they are sending delegation here today or in course of the year, if you have another ceremony, they will be coming. Of course, we are going to have Akwasidae and Ukude before the year ends.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure some of these people who could not attend will come.
I see also each time a dignitary goes forward to greet Otumfuo, the Mpomponso Hene will hold Otumfuo's hand somehow while they exchange pleasantries.
You see, what he carries, the Asantene carries on him depends on where he's going. It is very close here. And all these things are gold. It's heavy on him. Sometimes they have to support him with the hand to greet. So it is not just that they just want to hold his hands, but he needs a support sometimes. But it has been a tradition. But if you go into it, because they dress him from his house, he's not putting all this. Then we come to the palace and then dress him like that. And as soon as they do that, then it is difficult for him to carry himself around. When he goes back there, they remove all those things and keep them. Now, the good news is that we are now going to put everything on him on exhibition. So these days, the guns and everything are going to be put in the museum. And then when you come there, you have the chance of seeing them.
I have also seen quite a few chiefs from outside the Santamai. We saw the Gamanche, and then we are also seeing the Omefia come in. What is the relationship between these kings or chiefs and the Santamai?
We have been associated with them for some time. We remember that once upon a time, the size of that Santaman was bigger than the present day Ghana.
Okay.
And therefore, all of them were part of the Santaman. And they had a space here. Now, in the contemporary times, Otumfuo Osei Tutu made it a policy to reach out to all of them. So remember, we travel all the way to Awomefia place for a festival like this.
Yes. Yes.
And he has been here a couple of times.
Yes.
Most likely that we are going to Accra to also attend festival there. We also go to Cape Coast, perhaps for the first time to attend Oguafetu Fest. So he's going out. We're pretty sure that in the recent days we will go to the north also to attend some of these festivals. So he's bringing everybody in another way. He's bringing everybody who was part once with us back home. Ivorians are now coming back. The Beninoans are also coming back. Few days ago, we had a delegation from Sudan and Cameroon. They live within the Sudan and Cameroon border. And they call themselves Kotoko.
Yes.
They are yet officially to come. But the information is that they also want to come back. People from Rara were part of us. So they want to come back. And it's no wonder you are seeing all of them today around us.
You're still watching live telecast of the Akwasidae Kese coming to you from the Menchia Palace in Kumasi. I've been speaking with Dr. Thomas Ajaku Poku, who is bringing meaning to what we have on our screens, and also their significance to a Santamai. Doctor, we cannot necessarily pretend not to have seen that some of the dignitaries coming before Otumfuo would carry some boxes and some items with them or on their heads.
Traditionally, this is the day people want to greet the king and offer gifts. In the past, when the mining or the paramount chiefs will be coming, they all come with gifts. When the Asante was subject, the commandant or the subject of the dangerous, we used to go there with gold dust and then pieces of firewood. Sometimes we also have to send women to him upon his request. We have to carry palm wine from here to him. So those days when the king will receive visitors from his people. So if this were to be in the house, the small one, see people lining up, announcing the gifts they are going to give. Except that today is a huge thing. But some of the gifts have been received and kept somewhere else. Yes, because we can't bring them. You see a number of people with goats and sheep being brought to the gate.
That is Honorable Osei Tutu. And what is Honorable Osei Tutu's relationship with Menchia? The agric minister, the immediate past agric minister.
His father was Bafwa Kutu.
Okay.
And Bafwa Kutu was a prominent figure. He wasn't that Achame, but he was a senior linguist to the Asante. There are about 12 of them. The linguists of Asante are not called just linguists. They are the linguists of Asante. So we say Nana Chiame, Otumfuo Chiame. They play a very important role. The Achame are selected by Otumfuo himself. And they are selected from different houses. If you are able to speak well, you are white, that sort of thing, you'll be selected. Bafwa Kutu happened to be one of them. He was a figure. Indeed, he played his role between 1954 and few years after independence. Akoto, or Honorable Akoto, is his son, one of the sons, and therefore a son of the house. The linguist son is the son of this house. So we are virtually here with him. Yes. All his brothers and sisters are still. So we have somebody representing Bafwa Kutu, and it will go on like that.
I see. We still have some more dignitaries coming in to pay homage and to greet Nana. Once again, we see the white procession. The white procession. Who are these and why are they in white? Some of them are burning incense.
Is it burning incense? I'm yet to find out who this, because I saw them in the morning and I was wondering who were these people. He had a crucifix.
My producers have just informed me that they came in the company of the Gamanche. Oh, that's Honorable Betty Moldidrisu in your short, who
I've learned that in the God tradition, the priests are very powerful.
Yes. Among the guns, the chiefs rather revere the priests. It is the priest who lead. The chief only performs ceremonies, but it is the priest, and that is why the office of the priest has no stool. The office of the priest has no stool.
And let me tell you,
and they are close to nature, so they don't wear sandals.
Oh, they are close to nature.
They are close to nature, so they don't wear sandals.
Okay.
And you find that among the guns, we call them Wulomo.
Wulomo,
the one who leads prayer.
Oh, okay.
And so even the Wulomo, who is the priest, only supervises libation pouring.
And that is all.
Prayer.
It is not the chief who pours the libation. Because we see those quite often in ceremonies.
Yes, it is the Wulomo who comes to supervise the prayer.
The prayers here.
This is the arrival of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the President of the Republic of Ghana.
They just arrived.
Yes.
The president was here last night.
He was.
Yes.
We were with him last night.
So this is the Ga chief.
This is and interesting, but you would note that the Ga chief has different colors in his procession. Each of them represents the various divisions within the Ga state. So
are they sub chiefs?
Yes. Because the Ga Manche himself is here, the other chiefs will not come, but they will send their company. And so the ones in the yellow and red will likely come from La. Those in the pure red will come from either Gamashi or Osu. And then Nungwa follows. The Gbabuhulamu, who is the highest priest among the Gans and who observes the actual tradition of the Gans, is the only one in whose company those clad in white will be.
Okay.
And so you'd have two white horns. Wherever you see those white horns, know the Babuloma is around.
This morning we were told that he's coming in with 60 delegation.
Yes.
Yes. When in the morning
I have seen a few of his lesser. Let me not use the word lesser. I've advised you, for want of a better word, junior priests.
Yeah.
Those who move in his company. I've seen a few of them, including his Asafwacheme.
So it's obvious that we also invade Accra. And they should watch out for us. We are coming.
we will gladly receive you when we celebrate the Homowa festival.
Then look for a bigger place.
we are building you a new place.
We will come. We are coming.
We'll be glad.
Yes.
It will be the first of its kind when Otumfuo visits the Ga state.
Otumfuo will be there. Yes, and we love that. Yes, we love that. You see, history in the we had a very interesting association of the Gans, and Ashanti used to marry their women.
Oh yes.
That
is why I'm the only Gaman who can be referred to as Ashanti man.
You see here,
a lot of my friends call me Kwame Uko.
My children, as a man, my children are not for me. And traditionally, I'm not a member of the family.
Wonderful.
I'm an outsider.
Wonderful.
My children belong to my wife's family. So if I'm married to a Ga woman, for her, the children are for the father.
Yours.
So I take them. It's very interesting.
And if that is why you come to Accra, then we are going to prepare another day for you.
And it's the same for the people in the both regions. So we had an interesting association with them.
Wonderful interactions and interrelations between cultures and traditions that you can just feel the unity and the love that goes around.
We used to send gifts gold to the Gans anytime they go war and then win.
Okay. Is that your reward medal?
Until the Battle of Dodowa.
Okay.
Which we don't want to talk about it. We don't know what is in Dodowa forest.
Shall we move on?
Finish.
Shall we move on?
Alan, komo ya woni Dr. Eboy wari sama ba mi na me pese me ka bibi. Doctor, asante mem, asante fo. Ze momo wari a nema mo gina ke kitua bi. Mo de mo nsako na mo de sika kakra bi ka ho na nke no ano. E kire ye behu se ye nuano ma aka te se nkaifo anwona akuapem fante wo mo no nema no mo gye no edo so chen ye de no etie se wo hwe asantefo aware soso a omo soso gege san nema ni nyina bi ebe mbisa pani ba ko se mo nya mama mreni mo nye san nema ni na se ye gye ntoma se ya ma oba no ye gye we se ya ma oba no ni nyina na nka asantefo de ho woni masema papa ne ka kire me o se ye yekọ ba bi fufura ye bọ kapa enze se yesu sa de na firi ho no ma Se say yes ye gisa na ma ni nyina bi e ma ye mama ohu bi
e me hu bi na ni om dise se ye fa ni se wari fra de hifie ana se wo wari peni na ni efre asantema mu ha obaka cho se mfasa na kanema woko bisa papa no kura se na die na ebegia wo se meji tambo wo meji kontaje sekai ena meji papa na tai asa eniema na miensa babro ne ring no kura mfa ma ha visa na nkan ya de eto de bia ya na man so mutu yabo ma ko sisa na kai dia beku o hwi kura nim na mo de abama ma ya bresa ekoto na wo ware oyira en atuma obefra ne ade de me na so de be kire wo de be kire dwom da bi koto ma no eniema miensa de hia na wo ke na ba santia ware so santia ware wo uhunu ba na wo pese ware no a wo bo wo papa wo maame ana wo wofa desa wo maame ye ka wofa e maame samra habiem ye ni bibi te se cousin no ne sa ne ma no wo papa nua ye wo papa wo maame nua ye wo maame wo papa nua ba ye wo sewa wo wofa ba ana wo papa nua wo maame ni nua ba ma ne ba ye wo nua enti ye de enimu ane eja ena sewa onuaba onuabema wofa ene wofa ase enti bibi de say cousin half sister no mo ne sa de ye ni bi kura ye ni bi enti wo ba fie no obisa say na me baba ko wo ho o se wo ba mu de ahia o so ona ogina ho no na ebisa ne se me hu ne da a kire no wo ba ka gu asum so me nua ba ko ena ne bani eno nti na say ye yi a hunu say enipa ye tworo wa se enipa ba ko ne ma be se 30 denti ne basa fi se unua ba ne ba ye wo ba ha ne aye ni nyina enti se enipa ti ko gia ware ma wo enya wadamfo ena enya sofo ese se wo maame wo papa anansa wo wofa ana wo se wa ti me koje sa wo papa no maame ni ho a unua pani etimi si wa nem enti wakwase oba na busuafo se me pese me ware obey uwi a wo se afa na ye kwadwuna ne kokoko no enti wo mo fra osan ba biem dia na wo ba gimu aye so mo prince ana so mo ampre bi okro mo fra obiem so mo nya fra wo dia na afa ni aka cho se fa ba ma no ene ebusafo kakra bra eno ni hunu animu no ye pese be hunu no ma ka cho se asema wo ka kire no ye bisem ya hwehwem ya dwene ho ye prince na dia hwemu na wo mo ye se sabi obia ni fie ho a sabi na wo adwumu yare obi nkodi ewu wo ho ye hwehwe sa ne mani nyina na afa onye obusuani omfiri busuan wo ye ko na ne ono so ye ko na ne aduane ne onye hwehwe sa ne mani nyina ewie afa ne akasa afa de ye prince enti wo de to anim se ehunani muda no asema bebo ya mane no ye tie ya tie ase na ye prince ho a ye tunsa wo ho ye tunsa afa na ye bisa o na daben ena wo beba beda tirase no ofa ba na enya ho ne ye ware ndi the friend engagement no aka na tete no hu ani mu wi a ne ye jaba na ofie ho oba no be kwa kwatena be ma na maame ho na fe onso so ahwe se ne osi no aduane de suman no ye be shakura hwe obufuo na ohwe de obesi aye emisa mi se sa bre be ma na ye ma na kwa mo na oba nda na se na de kan se meba mu a ye fa sabre no se nyame afefie na so bema ni free mu a wo ye kuna efisi ya preso de na ma wawie so oba ni so free mu oba ye kuna so o wo japade a oba ni bejibi efisi ya preso de na aka ne se be kwa kwada se be tutiri nsa enti abusuani mienu ehuna wie enti da mo friend engagement no de enya da no ne ye ware enti ye kwa abusuani mienu tina se eho ye ni MC na mo ba ma be chiachia mo sere kwan na wachia be ma na busuafo na oba no so asere kwan na abechia mo ne ama mo brenzuo na ebisa mo kwan so amane a woboba ne se ena no nkomo a yedisi eye no eno na ya ho bo aso a ye be de trase ne afa ba na ko e na ne ebisa se na oba ne se o se me niema nwe o wi a utimi bisa be ma na wo hu ne dada de na so fudu bisa me de kire wo ansana adidie mu wadanse enti oba na wo be fa na ko see a friend beside us, or Beji Sani Mano. When Tianetia says, or Baraka, one penny and near Manon Fango. Oh, Fango. There be, and I said, Yam Fapaja for Yankwa. Sir, won't even find Yankwa. Yabana Penea. Oh, we're Johnny Man in our Honako, Fabaja for Yankwa.
Me Kuchame, Mayina, Manya, Mary is Mijana and Zamho.
I silent society. And she said, Dante, you'll be son and prince as well. So, Banner to the Debbie, Master Samajana, and you will come here. The other by Bia Jano, wouldn't even Fabaja for Yankwa. Yet, you mean transit front of Paunti. Na Amaswa. Now, call. Eka. Then you uncle Nika. And see a canibia. Wow. And then you bisa. And you bisa no Jituma. I feel an abemano. Or Bana Papa. And I know of an so banansa. They are quite Bema. The Papa and I know of Ansa. No catch and say only. No, the Mauba. Yen so moon found Coma Beman. There be. Ya warrior, we ain't. Yenya worry we age honsa. Na se sa ko jina so ndam no bi ka se me afa na me be kan wo bom se oyire ni kuna. Na no ya worry da o. Ya worry da. Oye oyire ni kura busuan ne de. Omu nim se we adan ye wi ceremony no ana chese no ano. Ya wi.
And da doctor. Esum bi no a. O ye awale no fie wi a. Be ma no ene oba no hia na yetu omo sensen se omo nya mfa ma asori fie no eno no wo ka ne se
eno de ye nko ho wo na wakodi ubosom wakodum oduro bi wo baabi ene ho nhyehyeye no ye na roko asori dem ho ye be pere so eni se okọ ho nhyehyeye na abedi so se wo se ho ne nhyehyeye ni na wo de wato agu na mfa nsa nka ye de emfa ye enya asante amamre enya nti amamre sa bread enim so oba na kuru enti bra wo ne ne tene de papa bi wo ho a ana efie bi wo ho a ye tunsa ne gusu hwie na de trasa dana na dwuna do yere beko emfa ne ntra fie ho entwen se do 1 month ani aye word de bi se wo pese oba ne tra me nchen dia ene ho hyehyɛ wo ho me hwe ne so ama ho na mom se wo gya ne ho na kina beto anansasam se oba no dwanjo ne be me bi na emfa me ho efi se wo na wa twa ma sa asem no si
na ka betimi afa wade akwa
wa afa wade konti ko heda ne fa ne trem ne time no so a wa ye wedding na mom de ne ko na ne hu gusu gungrade a wa ne mebisa wo enti we no de ya esom no wakọ he esom bi nte sa enti wo gya esom na be de enti nyan hyehyeye e ma ye enu nto na papa bi wo ha o ye anabusuan bi wo mu ye sa wie na so ko ye wedding o mu ma
ai ma hu bi
obetu anase osofo no bisa sorry dem mo se when na day obey ma ya ada ye want oma no be bisa no we bisa se why ho ade nyina wi na ne wo ye no ya wo ware afa na be ware na ma ware na wi
yeah
and the na se obisa me se why ho nhihye nyina wi anase tesa ware pre no na ye no ebisa de ye no fie no a ye je wonsan e wo Ghana amamram traditional marriage wo ho and a marriage by ordinance no so ho and this away traditional marriage we are e man marriage say ko ayi ho assembly ho no na ko register na gi certificate sense who decide say me nya na me kwa akoye ne asori dem dia e say busuani nyina ate ase ansa e dis ye nye sa de na wie kura de untumi nware and yama de na etwen mamrante ne be ba wa bre aware mu enti asante amamre no saa de ko wura so de mu no ya de enka ho ye de ye wo ye nhyehyeye ati se suma ne edi so sabre
awo mafia na
chia du ho no
akochia opem so no okay
mu ye namfo pa
ne nyina abo amagana ya asomdwe
papa
Etiane doctor ejemu a wodi amafa ya ware semi ho a wo se wo oba na wani gine ho a na wabobo wo papa amane ana wo fa amane ene de na ekosu ya ye ya na ye wa ye hu ya ye papa nom ne ye maame mu no behunu kwa na ye ya wade awie no
ebre sesa enti awofo no so no say nso yes say hu bi say onne ankane no won ware ba na woni ne fafura na obo ma me amane e twa na mo ko fie ho me ba na aka kire me say me ne oba na na bi akobo ma ma ne agitum ne mo de wo mo ane say oba anyi mo ayenye ne ho ade so wo wia endi sane ma na ikoso enam say na yenim say sane ma no be koso ntinyina ye kan ya amamre endi say wo ko fa no ka say me nim ho hwe no afa nda na ba no so de be kire me wo na so ade so na me bisa say akwasi wo betumi no oba na atra de me bisa say woni ma bia wo fre wo kire yan na ekofie na akoye ho ade amo endi sane ma omo ye say eya ware no ebia na mo kwan ya fa so e na asesa anka ne na ebia na so di obakọ kofa abadu ko mu mpe na so no da me fin age ba sa be o mu akofa be ba ya na anika so no na akofa na de so a e na amba na wabisa no so wani je hu dia ma me ni wachi na me nko no ntu na ma empanimfo bia wofo be ka cho se me koyi so so mpa me nko bi me nko gumi ho ne mu asesa entinya abotre ne hu se ubetimi ne obatena ebinum timi wu be num ne nsia afẹ na no okoye ne ho ade ense bibia wone no na wo ma wone ne wo ma na ahaye ni me yire dada sa me yire dada word ne ye yusu bi wo yire ya wo yire waja no kura wo yire waja no kura wo yire ntino ansa obi obeti se oh mase na efremu efisa wo ware a wo ware abusu ani nyina ene se muni ho bia mu kura wo yire no no
Oguswa ehwe Akwasidae kese ya yekoso ewo menhia twabrim etichiru a abadwumadie yase na eguswa echia opem so no na doctor ena opem so obekasa
ai obekasa enne obese bibia kira santeman enti ebe ya aso na yetim oguswa sabre woka amani nyina bom sani esi nimu no okuta Ghana no kre oka eti enti brebia obenya kwan bia kwanya bia no ofa so ka bibi kakra kire titire pa saka kakra na ye beto abe wo mu nyina beto abe wo mu na tesuruwe enti so wanya wo mu dia be na won ka hwe kire wo edo ye wura be fa so na ka nye de nyina na wonya wo mu nyina tena ho sei enti na wanya wo
ne de
obesi won baby ebre bia ba sa no jiso ofre omu nyina kwakwa menkuma hwapom ansa na otimi si omu na de wanya omu
nyina wa ha
enti ne sasa opem so ka kire omu nyina obefa kwanya yeso aka kire wo
right mama nka se we na boy na kire mu baye na anu ya Jubilee Hall mehwe ewo social media na mehwe nsema enkofo ka fa dodo na abo na baso simupa a wode ye no eye pa na na bi no person mo kire se sika wode si sa Jubilee Hall say ko di si factory ewo ha na ye fa ni ba wo mu ye adwuma ankenye and wode si hospital ye fa nurse fo ni doctor fo gu mu ye adwuma na ne manfo so ekọ ho ayare hwe nso a ankenye sansem no wame
yo omude bisa ebi mpanimfo se ye di jawa na ye di asoa wo enam se wodi enyina ye nim no de ehia ne ye bosu ne di kan factory no kan wasibi asese wo mienu abesha se afa nipa owo ba ko a eye juice fruit juice factory no wo kuma se nkonti ahaya enje kura sani osisi no neso wa trebu kase
e wo hefa
e wo pachi kwan so brode kwan no when we wasasi factory fufuro as a factory eno na ebe ye jute bags na ye use no bottle a ye de share bro ye de share koko no sa na ebe ye na ye jute factory wa na egu na se wa hye mu kenan se ye si awie everywhere ono a se dua jute yibi a wo no rofun kwansi pese de wo ho a eno na factory ebe fidi no kwasem ni sa jute ade no yɛnya ne nte ɛsɛ wodua boso miɛnsa pɛ na so na wotɔn sese ɔbɛbie mu ama obiara ɔwɔ asase a ɔbɛtumi adua onua yɛbɛbɛ nkurase hɔ abɛtɔ na de ayɛ factory adwuma bɛba adwuma bɛba nti nsase a na yɛasɛsɛ no a na yɛtu so ayi ne nyinaa no saa bere saa nsase no ɛbɛyɛ nsase a nipa bɛtumi adua jute te sɛ deɛ ɛyɛ petra no asase a yɛde dua jute te sɛ deɛ ɛyɛ petra yɛdua tomatoes ne ade no wodua hwee bɛ boso miɛnsa na aso ne abɛtɔ eti wayɛ saa deɛ yi ɛde asi hɔ afei ɔwɔ afuo hayɛtɛ a yɛ tik sɛsɛ yɛba bɛyɛ factory wɔ mu a ɛno nso bɛtwa tik nnua yi na ɛde ayɛ eti hɔ no deɛ ɔde ne nsa ato so na yɛma ayaresabea no wɔhene wɔyɛ nnwuma mmienu ne ani kan ɔno a bɛtumi ayɛ bi anaasɛ ɔman sika no agyegye no yɛdeɛ a ɛwɔ mu no ne nsa bɛka saa bere ɔman no ɛnyɛ ande sɛ nkane no a na ɔno wɔ tumi a na wɔgyegye tax ɔgyegye toɔ ɛna santehene wɔnye toɔ sika a wɔnya no ɛyɛ yɛn sɛ asɛ nkakrakra no ɛna yɛnya wɔ ha na ɔno ano so ɛde ne deɛ ka ho na ɔde boa enti fact as adan no a wɔasiasi hɔ no deɛ sɛdeɛ santehene bi aba ɔbɔ afena anaasɛ ɔyi tuo ahodoɔ anaasɛ ɔbɔ ɔhene bi ɛdma ne yɛ nkae dum no ɛsɛ sɛ ɔba manhyia ha sɛnea ha si tie na ɔsɛ ɔyɛ nkae dum si ha ɛnyɛ daakye wɔ hɔ na ɔbɛyɛ ne statue asi hɔ ɛnti ɛyɛ nkae dum a yɛ santehene bi asɛdeɛ ɔbaeɛ no wasesa ha a ɛyɛ nkae dum na wɔ ani ha na wɔ no wɔ anim ha nyinaa wɔde asi wadane park yi a ɛwɔ ha yi so afei wɔn sɛ baabi a nananom tena ne ho so a nsuo tɔ a na ɛbo yɛn si yɛbɛyɛ function kura gye si ɛnante kɔ ɛna yɛ dɔm dɔɔso paa afei kumasi ha ankasa no baabi a yɛyɛ nneɛma function no yɛni bibi kase hotel afa bi a ahedu gye sɛ ɔde kɔ Kwame Nkrumah suapɔm yɛsɛ duwɔ no sɛ ɔmo yɛ exam sa hefa na mofa anaasɛ gye sɛ ɛnante firi ha de kɔ ɛna akɔhia sɛ ɔyɛ nkae dum wɔto ɔnoa de bɔtɔm ɛde yɛ nkae dum si ha ɛnti wɔyɛ nkae dum a yɛde ato no ɛnyɛ afei na daakye wɔ niwa yɛayɛ statue bi na yɛde asi wɔ daabi Osei Tutu no ane ɔtɔ so mmienu no ɛna ɛhu wɔ ɛwɔ no afei yɛka hospital ne ade na yɛsɛ ɔman no sika a yɛnya wɔ ha no ankane no sɛ yɛtu gold ne ade wɔ ha a nafa kɛseɛ no a yɛnya bi ɛnɛ nte saa agudi a yɛnya no wɔ ha ɛne nneɛma ɛwɔ ha asadeɛ a ɛwɔ ha kookoo ne ade nyina yɛboa no na yɛde akɔnkran ne akyekyɛ ama obiara nti sɛ woyɛ ɔkandifo a ɛwɔ sɛ ɔbɔ mmɔden a ma yɛnya bi wɔ ha ɛnti sɛ woyɛ member of parliament a ɛwɔ sɛ wokɔ obi kɔ kurom na parliament foɔ no bɛka akyerɛ wo sɛ ɛnyɛ sɛ ɔkɔ yɛ no akɔsusu mampani sɛ fa bi kɔ me kurom yɛde naadaa ɛne ɔne ɔdɛ saa ne yɛwura ayɛ saa bere kumawu yɛnya hospital ɛyɛ adwuma Famina hospital wɔ hɔ a aban na ɛhyɛ ase o na mo yɛwura de na no tu mu sɛ wie ma yɛ ne nkɔfo nya baabi wokɔte pa hospital mu no esi hɔ ɛnkyɛ afɛri yɛbɛwie wokɔ Kumasi nkwanti ahɛya yɛsi regional hospital wɔ sɛwia kɛseɛ pam ne yɛ ne regional hospital deɛ ne yɛde yɛ ɛyɛ ahɛya kyerɛpatrɛ ɛnɛ yɛsi kɛseɛ paa aka ɛkwan kakra bɛɛ ne yɛbɛtwe nkani akɔ hɔ na no yɛwura bɔ anan kɔhwɛ hɔ bibia ni hɔ a yɛnwieyɛ aka kwan kakra na wotwɛ sɛ ne yɛkɔ hɔ yɛhunu sɛ contractor no wahyɛ aseɛ wɔyɛ kwan no electricity fo abɛyɛ ɛnti hospital wei ɛba bɛboa a ne yɛbɛnya ne nyinaa yɛwura na ɔde n'ano atu mu kɔmfa nɔkye yɛyɛ adwuma awɔ yaresabea no ɛtɔ da bia ne baabi yɛgyina yɛ adwuma wo kora a woba bɛsra yɛ kwakora akɔ no obi wɔ hɔ kora wogye ne to hɔ ɛnyɛ yɛ ɛnwunu tɔtatatatata ne yɛwura sɛ yɛntwa kwabrantoɔ deɛ titi ne nyinaa ne yɛyɛ titi ne nyinaa ne yɛgye kwabrantoɔ ɛde yɛ kwasafo dwuma ka ho ɛde sisi adan boa yɛn ayɛ nti wɔ se saa bere kwabrantoɔ yɛ nyegye ne yɛmfa nyɛ kɔmfa no kyi yie ɛwɔ sɛ atiefoɔ tie ne yie sɛ ayaresabea ɛne nsamampom ɛhɔ daakye yɛn nyinaa hwɛ ɛbɛkɔ akɔda hɔ nsamampom deɛ ɛbɛkɔ hɔ na hospital ne bia na ba kwa na mienu ne nipa dodo no a se kan ya se ji ya kan ya se ji o kwa ba na se ko wu ho nti ya se fa kapre ne fa te wo nkwa so fa ji wo nkwa o twa sika to ho o se abrochire sika dollar no nkwa pimdu opepimdu amanfo tuatua bi adonfo boae ono ato no botom edno so de hye atum wakyem mienu ono so ne de no eni sika no pra kan wase atua bi wakyem mienu de hye atum se wo tua emu opim empepim enu enti aboae pa enti yewura obomode pa nyese wote ho sabi mpraduasa de ekoso no ohwe de bi ono so no hu wo mu bi
right medasisa wakyekye mu ebre bia na ade a oye ndi se wo se waye bibia enkoka no se ada na wanfa anye wei ade kro na wo ka no kra waye dada na nim na wo mum wonim aduti yewa waye bi e de ama asanteman ene ga na nyina gamanche ena edru opemso ho no na
Mesha say gamanche bad a many boy
ai
e de de tata e bi ohinkase bi
apie ho Mesha edoma wo de abepie asanteman ma eye me fe pa na esese kasa kire ejirima ya ewo ho ekasa esese kasa kire mbabunu ese kasa kire Ghana manfo nyina se ye baako sa entitimu kasa no ya na mani nye ho sa kasa no a etietie nipa bia nim no aya na mani nye ho eba sa wadwene ye wo se ebi a abusua bi pe e na wo kasa etia woni mu ahoso no na de afra Ghana nyina ye de bia so ye so ye kasa efa enkabomu ho se ye be ye baako ye se praye wo kabomu a emu wo yi baako die bebu edi se ye fie bia soso a ne mu atete ne ntimi nyina edi se ye baako se ya ebe ye de no man ne nkona ni na mo wo koyo ho se ye de ni ye ni we mu nka ye ni we mu ensene so ye ni we mu mfiri ha ensi ha ebe de na Ghana kona ni
ese se enne emrante ne baba wa ba na se Ghana fo no ehwe ni yi senia yesi adi afra no obi wo ho na wode ose bonsu enso na we da gomani
ai
obi de sani enso na ofri sepase kasa wona ne be kan obetre ho hwe odin wonim enti yenhwe ni sabre kura na wosanka eya hodafo pa we kasa mu ebisa ne wona ne kan no ne okopa ne ho moa na ne wo boa wo no wonim ba bia ofri enye obi din ne de kan enti se woye obi a woye nipa ni mu na wo mpe nipa na wo pese trouble ba ye hwe odin ne ye hwe wo enti de ekoso no say aman yosamti na bia wanya na wo de ye saa ne ma no na say wasi pose wo pese oye nipa ni ti mu ahwe yi e bia kora wo ne ne ti a wo som wo no kora no afa otimbo enti ye hwe ni ye wo saa kasa no e bia saa bre ye po ye mpo ya fra e be ka tanam si akanu mu ama e ye hwe hwe ye ko be ne zo wo ni so bia so awro yati ha edan ya yesie na enimu dan esi eye nipa efri bota region da ho be na be si dan okoye nkura se atakwam da atakwam vomve omo ne sei ni nyina design ye efisia no ne ade omo na kire ye omo ne atakwam dan na ne ye de cement afa ho a ye de titi we so awro enti ye nkasa sa no wo kan obi ade ne to be hwe wo efisa wo nye nipa eye do friend nipa mu yo mambofo enti obi abaha eno cheyemu wo ye osofo ni bia na o shefita gamanche wie no onu be chiai ende bia de be nsu bia ma waka no wase wache
onum omo shefita pa no fufu pa no ono na ye wulomo ene na chidifo
na omo hye kokko no nso
kokko no ye asafo acheme ono ye ono edi nanim kwa akon anase na akofo omo nso no nso omo binum kura tuo ane tutuo no
na on be binum hye yellow ene bi hye red
Only a chef for the Wulamonachi, and a check of corner, and only a jack, one was in a kuta a franc out and I say flags are hold one.
Say there are some pompons at Nasakaka. Naponi abeti no swat
at Nase. If we say a whole one be or what, here say pompons on the back of Moba. Sabrem said, Nipato no abechi. I find a man penny, be our no so about a betcha. Okay, because we have through her. Don't want betcha, Senya, if we as I'm sure for Nusu, a piano mochia, a peja, penny, Nebia, Mijidi pay says a man penny, betcha, said I just say, Bibia, so I betcha can answer on a betcha a cattle.
Opem so emfi share duonum wo sikadwa so emu adekese e na yedi e wo manhia ahemfie ende awie na senya wo hunu wo emfoni ni mu no enya asem ketwa e wo ha sei edom efu achichi ene beche na aba na efe doctor kan say ye nyina ayafra na be be kwa de e be fra koju say wuyi ba ko a enye yie enu ntina de senkabo mu no ene yebenya na aboaye nso ama wo mai Ghana akonanim na mnyini se Ghana so konanim asanya Ghana agidin e wa bi memo na be boa ma bi ma so akonanim
me de bia me kase se o mayofo bi ye na dwene se obemma ntokwa esi obebre
pa
e bi se anim ya hododo
ene e do so
mrahye bedwamu a se de onene ti ho no se camera no na no so wo se omudo omusa kura de omu agro e bi se one video chroma na bi on the course school et wo muni wo mu ho adodo ndi anwe ya wo mu obi sika kura se onko yi obi basabasa anwa no wa anko okoduro wa ma chesika no kura di awu and ye hwe ye pa bi se ya fra dodo
ya fra pa
ya fra bi ntinya dia wuti ho na aka se o omani nyina ba hye omani nyina hwe wa na ba hye wo ba hye nti e ma yofo ye be hwe ye se bra eye nananom esi nkentin eye de ombetum bia se ye nyina ye nkambo mu no awo se ye kasa hutem na nko gina be kasa wenum de se wo hwe nananom wo hai se ye bobo a kire wa se ye firi ba bia efiri wurarura ko se sampa nyina sabre ye wona nananom bi nso a aman ni bi nso o mo kasa o mo so ba firi so mo asifiri ha se be bia ade a eye de ye de ho fra ende dodo no a epese omudo mani kire na omusoso ba na ombeka asante ho sebe ye kase wo ka asante akasa na ye osuma asante na wo nso mo he ene na no no mba ye wo mabesom
obi anso
ya ye omu hirete amma kire yesisi wo muso ajeje won so ye wi a ye de wo mu kofie na nano ya mu brensuo na fi eje won kwa amako wo nsom ade a efa ye no na do hu ba beka ehu amana ye wasase a wo no wa na wo dia ensuto asase ye wura nkoho mampo asase ye wura nkoho manzon kwanta ye wura nkoho brekum onkoho wa hena o brekum ono ana ton asase ono land secretariat obe gazette ono ana de no ma show paper nana chese wo suma sante no no se kana kane na enim so kan ye ho do ho be kan ye ho nti se aye namfo aye fekuo ena ye aye amana ye fe na mmom de wa hane ne se yen de ye okandifo baako ono ena se wunya mane a ukobɔ na mane ne se wo man bibitu wa obetimi afra nuanom aka nyina ne atena se ne ahwehwem endi se wo ho ne bibitu wo man mu a wotu obrika bɛbɔ na mane obɛfra meeting obɛfra Sante Man Council no mu nyina atena se oba Sante Man Council fe se enye se tintintin de se wo kan meboso mu nyina amomfa nananom behia na Sante Man Council no ye read menu no ana agenda no se na ye beye we be nananom moaye ne afra asem no si ade ma committee for ma be ne dum no ma ka say ko hwehwe mu no say de tie na fe wo mana nanom abani nyina kire o mu adwene ebe kokosi awie no wo hunu de dem asamba bia dade ye bua ho dadaada na kire say waka to so na nam say ono no waka ayemra no nti de na nanom nyina ahyehye edi asem wo ha na odi fo so obeda ase wodi dwampa etu adua beda ase
wodi fo no
wodi me fa beja fo nyanko a na koto bena yedu asem adi fo a osan koma woda ase ha yedi dwampa etu adua e ba beda ase e bi se bebia edi ato no wo pene so asem no ne nyina enen
edi te de ase ahimfe e ka tumi na yedi asem na medi fo de ya na msa beda ase
isi yewo yemra amamra wo ho ayedidi asem enya se ha yen kamra wo ye yen hyehyeye no ene wo ha na mom de ya kan se enya mamra ayedibu man no constitution no yen yusu wo ha yen twobi ye de ne mfa nwu krata so na mom so aframu di swaide a uji tum se ya mamra no wote ase enti so obi ka se ha yen kamra ye ka yen yemra enya constitution oman ne mra aha na oba etimi hu se ye de to pepepe se bi oho a akonnwasem ye se oba ye nyina afro baba akwase eni se mame baako na owo manan baako pe na be ma miensa eye ma baako no de ye ya mamra ye kon ye mra ne se be ma no ne ma eni ade ne mom emane mi ensa no mu bia pa beti mediade enti sa wo so free mame baako mi ensa no wo ye mo baako dia ene yi adanse na wo ko yi adanse ko fa ni mfra bontin o mienu aka no wo mo ase mienu megina ho nka se ye ejina hai ye nana no ene we nana no free mame baako eno anu no enti mra no de ye kana ye ka ye mra na ye wia ye hyehyɛ ne se ye Supreme Court yewo chief justice wo ho on fanto so wenti ene ma sante hene on kasa basa ebisa di obekran bia ye mra esante hene kasa basa nti ya na mra samchofo mu se on nepa de o sanke interview no ye ne tena konwa so ye misa na sep sane e be ya obeya na se wo be firi na no be ye mra sane ya hyehyɛ sane ya so dwe be ba ha no o sante hene ye ntoto na no enam se ntoto na no nti ye hyehyɛ se o sante no onko kan bibia identity mu beba so bibi obeka bia odi na ni bere beka no na ye mra eno
se no se omampanyi be chia no wi a ye be fa ne se omampanyi achi obi fufu betima sa akwachia
menyi ni se sa no moya nhye no if se sa bre hwaye ten no meji di se so omampani a hye se omampani chia wi dia ene na ye wure kasa amana se enne no so omampani wa ha die na ye kase ne die em se ye wure nya mfie aduonu no mu onya kwan wo ba bia enchia no enti obegina Ghana fo nyina na mu ha ama ye wura adetochi no ama ye wura trinkwa enti mejidi se saade ne beba so ama mampani akasa no mampani kasa wi a na fe ye wura so dina no sem ato ama
okay.
Thank you very much, Sister Bina Denta. It's been a wonderful one with Dr. Ejaku Poku. Clearly, we can see the beaming smiles on the face of Otumfuo Osei Tutu the second as he sits in state to observe Akwasidae here at the Malaysia Palace. Doctor, can we look forward to perhaps the President receiving the microphone and on behalf of the entire citizenry wishing Otumfuo well?
It's most likely, and I'm expecting him to do that. This is not an ordinary Akwasidae is coinciding with the 25th anniversary. Yesterday he was here. He dined and went with the king and all the elders here. This morning is here with the vice president. And I think that from the arrangement I've seen so far, he will speak on behalf of the people of Ghana and congratulate our king for his 25 years on the golden stool.
I see what looks like people converging close to where Otumfuo is seated. Is it part of the arrangement, or that at some point they'll be asked to leave? And that's Nana Kwame Bediakon, the man behind the new force, Cheddar, people call him. Doctor?
Yes, he's visiting us. I mean, you see all the activists, the political leaders here, those to be recognized and those already recognized, assembling here, and it is not out of place for this young man also to be here. So he's gotten the chance. He's one of the dignitaries, so he's gotten the chance to greet our leader. As I said, we were expecting to spend just about 3.5 hours or 4 here, because we have more other activities to do, and some of the Nananuma will have to travel long distances.
Yes.
And it's hot here. So once the president, I think the president is here to go and greet them.
Yes.
And that is why they are preparing the way for him to go.
Yes.
And after that, we will arrange for him to speak as well.
What you can see currently on your screens is live feed from the Menchia Palace, where today Otumfuo Osei Tutu II sits in state to observe the Akwasidae Kese. It is hugely significant in that this year marks, among other things, his 25th anniversary as Asantemaura. It also marks the 100th year of the return of Nana Prempeh I from exile in the Seychelles Island. It also marks the 150th anniversary of the Sagrenti War. We have here present at this Deba, as tradition demands, kings and chiefs of variant stature. We also have members of the diplomatic corps. It appears so that nearly every other mission here in Ghana has a representative at this gathering. We have also seen our brothers from the West African sub-region in the persons of the Tuareg community of the Niger. They came in their regalia, also riding on camel backs and putting forward a beautiful display of their culture, all as part of the celebration of Akwasidae Kese. And so wherever you're watching us from, whether you're watching us on traditional media or on social media, you're watching the live telecast of Akwasidae Kese from the Menchia Palace, where very soon we are looking forward to receiving the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We will go and also pay homage. And then, as Doctor has said, it's expected that he will, on behalf of the people of Ghana, say Aiko to Otumfuo, especially as part of his 25th anniversary.
As you can see, preparations underway.
Yes.
You can see the security, people moving towards where the president is. And then probably very soon, Otumfuo will get up as the arrangement may be, to come and lead our president to Otumfuo. Now, Pomponso always comes with a linguist, not the Achame Hene,
Okay.
but one of the senior linguists will come. And you saw Kenton Krechi moving toward. I think all the dignitaries have managed to go to where Otumfuo is, and it's left with the president to do that.
Perhaps it is worth us mentioning again some of the four swords Otumfuo has made as part of his reign as a Santimaira. And while we have you, Doctor, you will talk us through the significance and the representative places within
Yes, the president.
Yes. I think the president will bring us his welcome message or his goodwill message.
So Pomponso is now moving.
Yes.
With a linguist.
Yes.
So you can see Bafo Kenton Krechi officially going to extend a hand to the president to move him forward to go and greet Asante. And you are suspecting what you will tell the president when he goes there.
I'm trying to wrap my head around something. What exactly will be his message? Will it be Aiko and that'll be it, or there'll be more to it than just saying Aiko and walking away?
They spent the night together. The whole night they were there, and probably they will talk about what happened yesterday.
Hopefully.
Yes.
Hopefully. While Nana, our president, moves in to greet Otumfuo, it is interesting, to say the least, that as part of the swords Otumfuo have made, we have the Sakatimpubi. Doctor, would you talk us through the significance of Sakatimpubi within the traditions of Asantemai?
Now, naming of swords are linked to events and sometimes concepts. And typically it's a conceptual thing. Yes. And sometimes he looks at, for him, it's difficult describing him. It is not easy to predict
Otumfuo.
Yes. It is not. And you may say that one of the things that those around him sometimes may not like is that he's so sympathetic. Where you think that this man should be out, gone and out, you rather entertain the person. He has so many people around him, and each of them. So Sakatimpobi is just a complex concept, and we were not expecting him not to do that. We were expecting him to come out with such a complex sort of Afena name for Afena to be used. as we've been saying since morning, the naming of Afna is his prerogative. Sometimes we consult, but sometimes whatever he pronounced, it is done. And all of them, I mean, the 4 of so created by him so far are conceptual. They are all not straightforward. Yes, and the description, most of the thing, and when you see the sword itself, the description of the sword would then give the various components, put them together to give you this so now the president is there.
Yes. Now we have the president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, greeting Otumfuo Osei Tutu II.
And sometimes the question we ask, if people who are in the club will have to greet Otumfuo, is the president going to lower for us?
Exactly what I was going to ask, because I observed he went without lowering his shoulder.
It is his prerogative that such a higher person that should be accorded the needed respect. You see, and that is certainly what we do here. But in the case of President Kufuor, he is here with us, and then you become the president of Ghana. Are you not going to obey custom and tradition? He has his own way of doing it, that again giving the special dispensation. It is only that Santehene who can say that this man will always come to me with sandals without lowering the club. And we do give it out like that. So the president and sometimes minister of state will go through this formality. But it will not be easy for someone who is the son of this soil.
Yes.
And especially if the person is from this house. Just because he's been promoted to a position, he will come and he won't do that. He won't, because after this temporary position, you will come back home. So the wife of the president did not come, but I could see this woman,
Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo.
Yes, I didn't see Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo. Did you see?
No, I haven't seen her, but
Madame Dokuya, I saw
yes,
Madame Dokuya.
Yes.
They're greeting. Now today the arrangement is that we wouldn't want, when the president is coming, we don't want a lot of people that will follow. So that is why we've been calling them one by one, so they have all come, ministers of state and others, so that when the president is coming, he comes alone. And you see, it took very few minutes for the president to finish.
I guess we have learned from the past how things eventually end up, and so we can only pat ourselves on the back when such events are organized and it goes according to plan.
Today we score 100 for not allowing party colors to fly around. For that one, the rest we are here to score them. So we've just scored that, because we will not see a single flag or T-shirt around. Maybe some will be around, but not to the cameras. So when the president goes back, then perhaps the speeches will follow.
Chairman of the Council of State, the Omahene Vasante Jobin traditional area, Nana Otumfuo II, to give us a warmly address. The welcome address will be delivered by the Omahene of Vasante Jobin. Eti agofo ma njebia agroni nyina abako from amai abra yetu yansa edi afre nana Jobin hene nana Otumfuo awotosu mienu na wabamai ni epoto kisa meraka say welcome address. Agofo ma ebesramo yema aha anyedi yema yen yema agro no nyina ekofom yesramo ada yema agro no nyina ekofom. As we invite the chairman of the planning committee of Otumfuo Osei Jubilee celebration.
Hello. Otumfuo achiame mesremo na mama atu Otumfuo opimso asantemera se ohu omampani nana adodankwa akufuado ene ni mpanimfo ewo ho awie ya enya boni bia enya sanfufuro bia nso sani aye nyina nim no Otumfuo edi mfie aduonu no mu a ode betena sikadwa so na saa kro na mrekro na osan edi nimfie edi oson enai na ene eye adekesi Otumfuo ene na pamfo entimi ntena enkran yenim se dwumadie no bebre ena aba etwam ebi oho a otimi ba ebi onso a wosoman emye besi nanan no ense na de a ni pompon so kesi de adwuma bi o bia woso ogya to ho no beka ni nua ho ene na danfo na onini di sa ade enei toba no oni mpanimfo bebre o mampani abedi akiri edikan abachia ena ne hokani enso waha a oka o mampani ho sanso na chief of staff Mame Frima Osei Opare ono so oka omampani ho ena soafo ahodo enyina eka no ho enti Otumfuo se baya yebemo ade tochi ni ama afihyiapa ni asa ama awodapa ni ama utrinkwa ni asre twedi ampo Nyankopon se nyansa wodi adom a o chema yebie no o ma bi no no ma kwatintena ahodi wo mu se ne obetena hoda na woni ya che usua hu enu nimdie ahodo na edi mpuntu eni asumdwe eba santimemu eba Ghana memu ama biaka ewiase nyina no Otumfuo achiame mesremo ne kura no me de bema menuaba Teresa no de ne kura no atudwa medamase
Yeru Otumfuo achiame Yeru nadaru mebru eya wono ne nananom ene ne nuanom santimantemu komisa me de wonu mo de no ehya ase na me wi a me de Ghana mampanyini ene o mampanyi asoye ene ema no so atoaso ne ye de atwato eye regional coordinating council eye wono ane na Simon sa eda wono amoano no eye research wono so mo ba ya hye popentum ye no whiskey pentunsia brandy pentunsia Nana Santa Yema Shina Popentunsia Yera Otumfuo Buamu Adie Nana Santa Yema Buamu Adie Otumfuo Achiame Buamu Adie Otumfuo Akrachifo Buamu Adie Otumfuo Ahinkwa Buamu Adie Jaipa Otiedia Adie Regional Coordinating Council Aye Onwa Nana Nomu Simon Osaimensa Honorable Edano no Adia wamode bema wono nana ade tochi no wo samode bema no etiri nkwa eno no medase mede Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, the President of the Republic, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo Addo Yeru Achiame Wadaroma Ghana mampanyini wani wanu na bedi achire Onwane nana era Chief of Staff aye Presidency Kubata no ebra yera nimfishia eduonu enum afahye wama abadwafo a wapai wonom ahyeso no about the seat of government ebeton safra Ghana mampanyini ene na bedi achire ene yera Chief of Staff yera chiame Ghana mampanyi wani na bedi achire ni yera Chief of Staff ne mpanimfo ne se ye baaya die dikan yakutana nanom nsa pentunsia eya shina adaka baako enie Otumfuo achiame Roma ene yeda powder sronko ema wiase afa na nyina titre asantimantemu ene yate denne ade atetefo no sosoye dia wanani gina ye abakwasam a tete nananom ka kire ye no ene ayaye nimusam ayewra opemso Roma yahunu bie mani friadie ene ne mahu sasikadwa epie ayama hohoaho ne senti no ene ye dasronko ye niama no yasesem ye itre anigye sronko a ye de ba ne ye de babema opemso etirinkwa ni asade abema na de toche ewo emfie pole aduonunum ewo abenwa so yakuta snap no yaka yakuta don perion Otumfuo achiame enie omredwom dompi enie ene yamfa mo wet ene ba ya dabi ya de don perion eye pentum yansa enie whiskey eye exo Hennison exo yawo exo nyina die twatwo eye panyi wom eno so pantun sia ene so krachi ye Otumfuo achiame ene ye wan no etiapo ejina ne na so kotoko hene ahye wiase afa na nyina animonyam a ewiase nyina ehye ne senti no yakuta wan papa eno so pantu nsia enie ye wie we no yakuta blue label aya blue label eno so so nie ye joy pa wo tuadua ye nanano esremu adego eno so so na kan ye ma ho no Otumfuo Achiame aka yaboa mu ade pejama pejaba so asie Ero Otumfuo Achiame de mi ye nyina ye yewra Otumfuo aboa mu ade and envelope na mu ayen me ya na ate Otumfuo aboa mu ade Nana Sante hima aboa mu ade Otumfuo Achiame aboa mu ade Nana Sante hima Achiame aboa mu ade Otumfuo Achiame ene ya da pon da kasie
Anyonko fadai anyonko fadai munyai anyonko fadai munyai
aya nananom amahire aya paramount chiefs nananom amahire aboa mu ade Nananom amahima aboa mu ade Paramount Queen Mothers onom so aboa mu ade Kuti so ne nkonso aboa mu ade Ahenkwa aboa mu ade aka hwan bi Otumfuo Akrachefo aboa mu ade me ya blues ni na atete aka hwan bi aka hwan bi just me koba me list me hu asomfo aboa mu ade me hu ade do fasha Otumfuo abrafo aboa mu ade asa nananom Kumasi fo mpanimfo aboa mu ade Otumfuo Achiame kwa bio na mba me kwaboa me ho aba Otumfuo Achiame yanu asi yada ase
Erikai wa Satmantam suafo one ne mpanyimfo a resekfo omo de sebe omo bo made ahodo ene omo nsa emu dwan omo sebe adetochi no sade wa hunwa kuma ana adodo anko akufo ado wose sebe mfi adwununum enya du kuma mfi adwoso nan e sebe nyamede fi aka mfi ho a na se ko bantam nanso wado mebru BBC ni kwa akra no to bi ka ode duru ha wose sebe wono ba be dia de kase na nyame ya dom sebe ya benwa so pia bontin oso ba no jampa o twadwi a si wadagu wado mebru enza wodo a wono na tutu din nara sede o mampanyi wose sebe wado ma awo be waro ode asomo mo na sebe ne bo mo ade na mama hene bo mo ade amahima bo mo ade ohinkwa wachiame wabrafo wasomfo arwebru na santema achiame wademebru mabrebi so deba onu abebe dia de so do si lebru tun for dasi others
we now invite Mommy and pray on my penny one in a bed yet chair. Young pray one no more. Young pray regional minister on our pathway. Yes, let's see. This is a profound appreciation from the King, His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. And as rightly said, today change has come. And we thank you for the commissioning of the Kumasi International Airport, now prepare the first international airports. We saw celebrating the Akwasidae Durban in honor of His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, as I invite the Omahene of Asante Joabe, Nana Otumfuo II, to give us the welcome address. Nana Otumfuo II is the chairman of the planning committee of this Silver Jubilee celebrations. He is the chairman of the Council of State and the Omahene of Asante Joaben traditional area. The first event that took place at the Otumfuo Osei Tutu II Jubilee Hall was the commemorative stamp designed by the Ghana Post. And today we have the managing director of Ghana Post, Honorable Vice Osei Kufo, aka Obo. We thank you, the Honorable Regional Minister, Honorable Simon Osei Mensam, speaking for and on behalf of the President. And we again thank you, the Director of Cultural Affairs at the Presidency, Ohineyere Thursday Addison. Hello?
Otumfuo Achame. They didn't do so. They did. Nice. Madama ahajidi kakrama dabasi bro. Otumfuo Odaroma Akwasidae anigiyeda ana odia awisa shen yansa ahye anu se yemeba akwaba Akwasidae dia yedia amane pa na yeye se nkaika twi kron na nso hwe ene nipa abaya abrofo wom abijanfo wom Trinidadfo wom nipa free baby pi na aba nti Odaroma ka be ma kwan a ka yem poto kakra na omo obia antie bi so de ebetumi aibo no tofa Odaroma aba me kwan de me kan bofo kakra. Your Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu de Asante Hema Lady Julia Excellency Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Dr. Christopher Rowley and Mrs. Rowley, Prime Minister and Second Lady, respectively, of Trinidad and Tobago, His Excellency Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, and Mrs. Samira Bawumia, Representative of the Speaker of Parliament, Representative of Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, my colleague members of the Council of State, Ministers of State, Excellencies of the Diplomatic Corps, members of delegations representing various countries, Nananum, heads of corporations and institutions, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Otumfuo, the Planning Committee of the Silver Jubilee celebration of the Otumfuo Silver Jubilee, welcome you all to this afternoon's Grand Durbar, which is the end of the second seminal event of this year, 2024. May I welcome in particular His Excellency the President. Yesterday, Otumfuo gave you and the foreign delegates brace you, which connotes that you had labored after a long journey and that you needed water to quench your thirst. So that water was figuratively and literally given yesterday. And the water, I think, was sufficient to sustain you to brave the heavy sunlight and sunshine of today. We welcome also the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago and his wife. Just last year, the Prime Minister of Trinidad invited Otumfuo to be the special guest of honor at the Emancipation Day ceremony on the 1st of August 2023. This invitation is by no means equalizing the invitation that was extended, but to show that Otumfuo indeed was very thrilled with the reception and the ecstatic and euphoric welcome given by the people of Trinidad, that he felt that on the occasion of his Silver Jubilee, he should also attempt to reciprocate your wonderful gesture. We welcome also our local dignitaries. Former President Kufuor has been with us in most of our activities, and no wonder he was born and bred in the Manshia presence. So his coming here is another mark of homecoming for him. We welcome also the
heads of all the delegations that came from far and near, from foreign countries, to grace this occasion and to make it really memorable. Your presence has given an international dimension to this Durbar, and we are indeed most grateful for your presence. It shows the bonds of friendship between the Kingdom of Ashanti and your respective countries. Yesterday at the dinner, we counted not less than 15 heads of missions in Ghana, and also others that have come to beef up the number. We are indeed grateful to you. As I said earlier, this is the second of the seminal events. The first seminal event was celebrated in February by the commemoration of 150 years of the Sagrantee invasion of Kumasi. There we recalled the invasion, unprovoked invasion of the forces of the British in an attempt to undo the Ashanti nation. But little did they know that the resilience of the Ashanti made us recover again. It is interesting to note that whilst we were at the celebrations, Otumfuo's efforts at bringing back some of the regalia that were looted during the Sagrantee invasion were returned to us. Indeed, at the Sagrantee Durbar on the 8th of February, at this very place, the regalia was returned. And then the rest of the regalia was returned to us on the 1st of May by the British, at the British Museum and at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. So the celebration of the first seminar events has not just been a show of remembrance, but it has been consolidated with the return of the regalia. I must add that the returned regalia is now on display at the Manshia Museum. So each and every one is encouraged to have a look at them by patronizing the Manshia Museum and seeing what we have for you. The seminal event, which is the second in nature for this year, is the Silver Jubilee, as I said earlier. And we started the celebrations with a lot of activities. As we are a matrilineal society, we set out a special day for our women. Hence, we had a Queen Mother's Day, where the focus was on the womanhood and the fact that we had special culinary delights in Ashanti. And all the delights of just a year cooking were on display. And there was a veritable feast on that day for all those who cared to eat. There was enough for everybody to eat. Indeed, Ashanti recognized the role of women long before the British instituted Mother's Day, which incidentally falls today. The program was expansive and extensive by way of also giving effect to what the youth, who are the future leaders, also needed. So we were able to get them to go on a frolic of their own by having a King's session, a jam session, where they jammed the whole night, and then they went into what they call Jama to just give expression to their youthful interests, just so that they will feel part of the celebrations. The Ashanti long cherished tradition of tolerance, inclusivity, and respect for diversity was demonstrated in a special Durbar held on this very premises on the 24th of April, when we organized the Durbar, special Durbar, for all those of non-Ashanti extraction in Kumasi and Ashanti for that matter. The mammoth attendance at that rally goes to confirm that indeed all the tribes that are in Kumasi or are domiciled in the Ashanti region are living in peace and in harmony with Otumfuo and, for that matter, with the Ashanti nation. It goes to also support that there is unity in diversity. We gave them free rein to show their culture, to show what they have, and it was a marvel to see the variety of cultures that were on display and the panoply of regalia that was also exhibited. We thank our brothers of non-Ashanti extraction for patronizing the Deba to such a wonderful extent. We assure you that we shall have regular Debas for you. And the plea that you made for certain quarters to be named after you, particularly the Kwawus, who felt that there's Anguna town, and there's Alata town, and there's Fantinu town, so we should have Kwawu New town. I think it's seriously under consideration by Otumfuo. So maybe very soon we are going to have Kwawu New town in Kumasi. The other activities also featured the fact that our belief in God is paramount. And as we say, so do we say that that is why on the 26th of April, the very day of the coronation, was set aside not for nothing but giving thanks to God for bringing Otumfuo this far, 25 years, to all the trials and the tribulations and all the woes and travails, to have brought him this far in one whole, and then with Ashanti still in good contact and in good shape, and stronger than he found it. So 26th of April was specially devoted to giving thanks to God. Then after all the furore of the Jubilee celebrations, Otumfuo did not want it to be just a song told by an idiot full of sound and fury but signifying nothing. He wanted to solidify it, to have a permanent memento of what is it that we did to celebrate our 25 years. So by his own efforts and through his own resources, he has put up a wonderful edifice which we named Otumfuo Osei Tutu II Jubilee Hall as a memento to signify that at the end of 25 years, this brick and mortar stands to support the fact that his administration of Ashanti at least manifested in such a monument that would be there for ages, for today, for tomorrow, for ages, until time and circumstances shall be no more. Otumfuo, we are very grateful to you, and we are indeed grateful that yesterday the international dinner was hosted there, and we are also indeed grateful that the stamp which Ghana Post did unveil to stamp the gift was also done in that hall. Otumfuo, this is a snapshot of the activities that have taken place over the past few weeks to commemorate your silver jubilee. As I said, it is the second of the third seminal events. The third one, which awaits celebration in November, is the repatriation of King Prempeh I from Seychelles after 28 years in exile. And by happy coincidence, just the day before yesterday, the president did us the favor of giving us a big gift, which he named after Prempeh, and which would also go to confirm or reinforce the fact that our remembering King Prempeh is also being manifested in naming a memorable monument after him. We welcome all of you to this afternoon, Deba, we hope that you would regale yourself with the hospitality that we have given you, and that the cultural pageant that is being exposed before you will go a long way to make you remember this special afternoon, especially the presence of the golden stool, a spectacle that you are not likely to see for a long, long time to come, will linger in your memories, and that when you remember Otumfuo Osei Jubilee, you will also remember the wonderful reception he gave you and the fact that he gave you the chance to take a glimpse at the legendary golden stool. Otumfuo, we thank you. We welcome you, all of you, to this Deba. Welcome one more time.
Yeah. We thank you, Nana Jabinhene, Nana Otumfuo II, the chairman of the planning committee of the 25th anniversary of His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. We shall now take a goodwill message from the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Christopher Raleigh.
Your Royal Majesty, Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, Asantehene, Your Royal Majesty, Your Excellencies, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, and Mrs. Rebecca Okafor Akufo-Addo, Your Excellencies, Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, and Mrs. Hajia Samira Bawumia, the Right Honorable Alban Kingsford Sumana Bagbin, Speaker of the Parliament, Your Lordship, Madam Justice Gertrude Araba Isaba Sakai Tokurnu, Chief Justice, Nana Otuo Suribo II, Omanhini of Dwaben and Chairperson of the Council of State, former Presidents of the Republic of Ghana, members of the Council of State, Ministers of State and Members of Parliament, members of the Diplomatic Corps, specially invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Your Royal Majesty, it gives me great pleasure to be here with you today in Kumasi to celebrate the Silver Jubilee of your accession to the Golden Stool and commencement of your reign as Asantehene, monarch of the Ashanti Kingdom. I bring to you the chiefs and people of the Ashanti Kingdom and people of the Republic of Ghana, the best wishes of the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago on this most auspicious occasion. I was truly honored to receive your invitation to be the guest of honor and to have the opportunity to address this distinguished gathering. On this, my third visit to Ghana as Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, I am struck by the bonds of friendship, the bonds of brotherhood that bring me back to this beautiful country. This is a manifestation of the fraternity and friendship that exists between the people of Trinidad and Tobago and the people of Ghana. It is this sense of welcome and gratitude which inspired me to extend to you, Asantehene, an invitation to participate as chief guest at the Emancipation Day celebration in Trinidad and Tobago in August 2023. As you would have observed on your visit to Trinidad and Tobago, our Emancipation Day, which is observed annually, is a national holiday celebrated on the 1st of August every year. It is a major celebration of African heritage, and we are gratified and honored to have hosted you as a part of our celebration. Coming from a long line of Ashanti kings, your esteemed presence in Trinidad and Tobago was a reflection of the bridge that connects our land to our great ancestral kingdom and tradition, which reminds us of who we are and where we have come from. That bridge also connects us to the rich possibilities of a shared future full of promise and potential. Your Royal Majesty, you have consistently emphasized your commitment to the fraternal ties that link Trinidad and Tobago to Ghana. Your leadership has stimulated increased collaboration between our countries, which offer mutually beneficial trade and economic opportunities to aid in our mutual development. Your Emancipation Day in Port of Spain message reminded us that, and I quote, "We have no choice but to join hands together, work together, think together, plan together, and pull our resources together to lift our countries out of the distress of the moment into the prosperity that is our destiny," unquote. And in your open lecture at the University of the West Indies, you emphasized that the biggest challenge is to create our own narrative. Notwithstanding the many challenges that are all around us, some imposed and some inevitable, we have every reason to be confident and proud, both of what we have built and of how we are designed. Today, I say without fear of contradiction that the African people have given much to mankind, as exemplified by the noble Ashanti, as embodied by the great Asantehene. My brothers and sisters gathered here and everywhere in Ghana and Africa, I also have had abundant opportunities to interact with His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, to explore functional cooperation in areas such as agriculture, energy, education, culture, tourism, trade, and transportation. We have exchanged delegations in both directions, exploring trade and investment opportunities for offerings in both markets, always remaining focused on the many commonalities and synergies that we share. As we move forward together, we will address additional areas of collaboration and strengthen our relationship one step at a time. To this end, the quickest and most effective avenues, as we could probably explore, would be which enable us to have the smooth movement of people, goods, and capital between our countries, which would improve the tourism and trade outlook between Ghana and Trinidad and Tobago, with all the attendant economic benefits to be had. With the opening of the brand new Pempe First International Airport in Kumasi, we see the first steps of international travel as possibilities between our people, Ghana and the Caribbean, Ghana to Trinidad and Tobago. We're working on it. I trust when the first flights are available to see many of you coming to do business, to vacation, or just to explore Trinidad and Tobago and the wider Caribbean. Support that trade route. Support that travel route. It takes 15 hours from Trinidad to get here. It only takes 8 hours from Trinidad and Tobago direct. And we can do it. Because I traveled from Trinidad to Pretoria to Nelson Mandela's funeral non-stop in the Trinidad and Tobago plane. We can do it. Let not the Atlantic keep us apart. But you see, this will not only provide the bridge between Trinidad and Tobago and Ghana as we join hands. It will provide a bridge between the Caribbean, CARICOM, and the African continent to increase trade and investment between Africa and the Caribbean. The growing relationship between the Afri-Exim Bank, the Africa Business Council, and the CARICOM Private Sector Organization to establish an Africa-Caribbean Business Council demonstrates the mutual interest of African and Caribbean organizations to growing together. And we in the governments of both countries have a duty to this obligation and to facilitate it. Another area in which we could collaborate is to support the ongoing work of CARICOM Reparations Commission, which seeks to establish the moral, ethical, and legal case for the payment of reparations by the former colonial powers to the nations and people of the Caribbean community for the crimes against humanity of native genocide, the transatlantic slave trade, and the racialized system of chattel slavery. Among its objectives for the use of these reparations are the restoration of the historical memory and cultural heritage of the descendants of enslaved Africans, the enrichment of historical and cultural knowledge exchanges with the African homeland, and the rehabilitation of intergenerational psychological trauma which affected our populations. At the 46th meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of the CARICOM in February this year, CARICOM heads proposed to place more emphasis on direct engagement, advocacy, and negotiations, including strengthening partnership with the African Union in treating with this matter of reparatory justice. I expect that in this matter, in which we have common cause, we will have the support of our friends and brothers on the continent in having it included in the agenda of the Commonwealth Heads of Government, the CHOGM Conference in October 2024, and other international fora to build momentum behind this very deserving matter. I must share with you that shortly after my return to Trinidad and Tobago from Ghana in March 2020, we were struck by the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic that hurt us all. During that period, when there was much uncertainty on how we would cope and manage the devastation of the pandemic on our economies and societies in CARICOM, countries in the international community, many, including our traditional partners, spared no expense to hoard all of the very resources that we needed to help ourselves survive. They did not hoard it for us, but rather for themselves, for the benefit of their own populations at the expense of the people of the developing world. That pandemic showed us, if we didn't know before, who our real friends are and who our family is. And then at the height of the pandemic, Africa came to our aid with the support of His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, President of Ghana, and His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, then President of Kenya. I, as the then Chairman of CARICOM, was able to broker an arrangement with the African Union to allow CARICOM member states so desiring to access the African Union's African Medical Supplies Platform, the AMSP, to secure vaccines, which allowed CARICOM countries a pathway to survival and life and livelihood at a time when it seemed like mission impossible to access those products even on commercial terms. So you have some insight into my resolute confidence that through our sense of kinship, we can indeed take up any challenge. We will honor our past achievements and we shall chart our course to a prosperous future together. In similar fashion to the recently returned Ashanti artifacts looted from the Great Kingdom during the 19th century and which are fully now on display in their rightful place at the Manhaya Palace Museum, the strength and spirit of the Ashanti people live in the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The exhibition of these artifacts is timely and is the name given to the exhibition, Homecoming, Adversity, and Commemoration. It could not have been described better. These artifacts include the royal stool, which belonged to the Asantehene Kofi Karikari, the 10th Asantehene, which was lost to the British in the same way that Asantehene Kofi Karikari lost his son, Prince Kofi Enti, who was eventually taken by the British to Trinidad and Tobago and exiled in 1881. Prince Kofi Enti later went on to design and build a signal station at Fort George in Trinidad in 1883 to aid shipping navigation, which Your Royal Majesty, you have the opportunity to visit that structure, which is still there on the mountain top in Fort George. We in Trinidad and Tobago, we emit, like that signal, the spirit that brings us together and points the way to a shared and prosperous future. Asantehene, since your ascension to the Golden Stool in 1999, you have worked for peace and stability of the Asante people, and of Ghana, and of Africa, and of your diaspora. You have been an agent for the development of your people through your work to attract investment and resources for the provision of social services and infrastructure for education, healthcare, water, and sanitation. You have provided counsel and support to the government and people of Ghana in times of crisis and urgent need. And you have refined the role and image of the modern African monarchy while emphasizing the great value of traditional norms. As we in Trinidad and Tobago celebrate with you today the silver jubilee of your accession to the Golden Stool and reign as Asantehene, monarch of the Ashanti Kingdom, I hold out to you the abiding admiration and best wishes of the government and people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for your personal well-being, good health and that of your family, and the peace, progress, and prosperity of the chiefs and people of the Ashanti Kingdom and all the people of the Republic of Ghana from all the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
We thank you so much. Our special guest of honor, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Christopher Raleigh. Fei ana Otumfuo atu nana Jamehine se yamama Awampai and Fei, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Akwaba Sokuanso. Afei Kumawu Mahene Berma Safo Chinebu Akoduya and Afei Chibotom Mahene Dana Tachi Free Ajay Boko Bearman and Afei Dasabre Kwaku Barton III, a new job in Mahene, and of course the chairman of the 25th Anniversary Planning Committee, a Mahene of Asante Job in Traditional Area, Nana Otu Sebo.
You're still watching the live telecast of Akwasidae Kesi here at the Menchia Palace, where Otumfuo Osei Tutu II is seated in state, observing Akwasidae Kesi receiving dignitaries from all over the world. We've just had an address from the Prime Minister of the Trinidad and Tobago, who's also brought a goodwill message to Otumfuo Osei Tutu on the anniversary of his 25th year reign. In your shots currently is Otumfuo himself, Asante Maimra. Next to him is Sikaja Kofi, also known as the Gold Stool. It is the source and authority of Asante Maimra, and so it doesn't ordinarily come out. We have some more dignitaries making their way to Otumfuo to pay homage to him. Indeed, the significance of today's celebration, among other things, is the commemoration of the 25th anniversary of Otumfuo's reign. Also, this year marks the 100th anniversary of the return of Nana Prempeh I from the Seychelles island where he's been exiled, as well as the 150th anniversary of the Sagarenti War. And so the significance of this year is hugely important in the grand scheme of things, especially for Asante Mai. No wonder you see every other chief here present very energetic, with a certain sense of joy, paying homage to Asante Maimra Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. Not too long ago, Mahene Nana Otu Osei addressed the gathering, being the chairman of the organizing committee, and in your shot is Nana Otu Osei making his way to take his majestic seat. We also have here with us the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, as well as the Vice President and his wife, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmudu Bawumia, as well as Samira Baumia, his wife. Also in the crowd, we have one of the bearers of appellations to Otumfuo currently has the stage and will get or will take a certain word from Doctor. Doctor, can you tell us exactly what this performance is?
There are so many words for us, and there are about 7-8 of them. If you listen to them carefully, it will tell the story of the Ashanti Kingdom. And the praises for each king. As at this stage, we just praising Osei Tutu. Talking about past history. Osei Tutu, you have done that. Osei Tutu, you have done that. Telling about the number of wars and then the number of people he's been able to conquer. So, Jabin finished, and he must go back to his seat or tell Ohene that he has finished.
Wonderful, wonderful.
So the president
we now have the president on the stage. Let's take a listen to the president's address.
Cemento, Otumfuo, and Nanum, the Doma Babisia or Messia, Sevier, Yabaya, the Banani Jemu. Sir, if you do no more, anywhere, or Fu Sikadra, and you my papa, Wabaya Ama Asante Mai, Wabayama Ghana Mai. And only Abba said, you have been doing dance here. Now, to say, Jabi Mahe, chairman of the Silver Jubilee Planning Committee, I know soon yet what they took before Penny Ekayano. And now in Penny for a free horror about this year. And Sebef the fata say beju dwamu kakra wo poto mu kasa jo be ma me kwan a sa na me de be koso. Second lady, the Prime Minister of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and Mrs. Rowley, the former First Lady, Ashanti Regional Minister, Chairperson and members of the Council of State, the First Deputy Speaker of Parliament, members of Parliament, ministers, deputy ministers of state, Metropolitan Chief Executive for Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly, and other metropolitan, municipal, and district executives, members of the diplomatic corps, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to join you today to celebrate this remarkable anniversary of the installment of Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, Asante Hene. This auspicious occasion provides us with an opportunity to reflect on the extraordinary leadership and enduring legacy of Otumfuo, and to do so on the great customary day, the Adakese of the Asante people. Sian, or for many, the greatest royal lineage in our country, the Osei Poku dynasty, and the member of its governing Oyoko clan, Berima Kwakudia, as he was originally known, has been a very good friend of mine for some 4.5 decades. In fact, in times gone by in our other lives, I was his lawyer. 25 years ago, on 20th April 1999,
He became the 16th occupant of the Golden Stool, taking up the name of the 17th century founder of Asante Mine and first Asantehene Otumfuo Osei Tutu, the legend to be called Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, following in the line of the great Asante chiefs and respecting the time-honored traditions of governance and statecraft bestowed on them. It has been an amazing journey for him so far, with his imprints stamped firmly on many aspects of the life of Asante Mine and indeed of our nation, the results of which are evident for all of us to lead. I extend warm, hearty congratulations on behalf of the government and people of Ghana to Otumfuo Osei Tutu Abebio or Yoko PSCA on the occasion of the 25th anniversary of his ascension onto the great golden stool of Asante, Sikadwa. And I'm delighted that I'm in a position to be here to commemorate this momentous occasion, which we are marking with his beautiful wife, Lady Julia, the elegant woman from Adadientem in Ochimai, from where all good things come. I was present at Kumasi Sports Stadium on that day, when with a state sword in his hand and his kuntunkuni cloth wrapped around his waist, Bema Kwakudia swore to uphold the traditions and paths charted by his 15 predecessors and to continue to make Asante Mine a more traditional state in our country. By all accounts, he has lived and continues to live up to this noble undertaking. For a quarter of a century, Otumfuo Osei Tutu II has served as a symbol of unity, progress, and tradition for the Asante Kingdom, and indeed for the entire nation of Ghana. Otumfuo's commitment to the welfare of his people, coupled with his strong leadership, has earned him the respect and admiration of all. Under his reign, his dedication to improving the lives of his subjects and preserving the rich cultural heritage of Asante has been truly commendable, helping to ensure access to education for thousands and thousands of young Ghanaian children through the Otumfuo Education Fund, joining the fight against the spread of HIV and AIDS, re-energizing and modernizing the institution of chieftaincy, and putting an end to unnecessary chieftaincy disputes within Asante Mine are but a few of his many achievements and successes as Asantehene. But perhaps what sets Otumfuo Osei Tutu II apart is his tireless advocacy for peace, reconciliation, and national cohesion. In a world fraught with division and discord, Otumfuo has been a steadfast voice for unity and understanding, both within Asante Mine and beyond. His efforts to promote dialogue and bridge divides have earned him widespread acclaim and admiration, making him a revered figure not only in Ghana, but also across the globe. He has continued with great fervor the praiseworthy tradition of Kumasi, the long-established 17th century capital of the Great Ashanti Kingdom, being the epicenter of multi-ethnicity and multiculturalism, where Anglo, Ga, Fanti Newtown, Zongo, and many other non-Ashanti communities live in harmony and peaceful coexistence with the indigenous Ashanti majority. In the same vein, Otumfuo has managed to work successfully and enjoyed excellent relations with all 5 presidents of the Fourth Republic. That is the first president, the ever, Jerry John Rawlins, his kinsman and fellow Ashanti, the second president, John Ajakum Kufuor, the third president, the Fante, John Evans Atta Mills, the fourth president, the Gonja, John Dramani Mahama, and myself, the fifth president, the Achim and fellow Oyoko clansmen. These relations have always had as their goal the advancement of national unity and progress. By the way, it appears that presidents come and go, but Otumfuo carries on. It is these attributes that have attracted eminent national leaders from diverse parts of the global African family, such as the Prime Minister of the Government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago in the Caribbean, His Excellency Right Honorable Keith Rowley, Member of Parliament, and his wife, Mrs. Sharon Clark Riley, to join us at this ceremony. I say a big akwaba, a word of welcome to them and to their entourage, and to all other foreign dignitaries, and wish them a happy stay in our hospitable nation. I know they are enjoying this memorable celebration. I want to use this platform, Otumfuo, on behalf of the government and all the people of Ghana, to thank Prime Minister Rowley, the government and people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the exceptional welcome and hospitality they bestowed on you during your visit last year to Trinidad to be guest of honor at Trinidad's Emancipation Day, which they have now named African Emancipation Day. I've had the privilege of being presented by the Prime Minister with a record, a pictorial record of that visit, which has been named A King's Voyage, and it is a compelling and beautiful record. Not only do we thank him for that, we also thank him for his presence here this weekend with his wife and delegation to join us to commission Prempeh I International Airport, Kumasi, to participate in the grand dinner offered by Otumfuo last night at Menchia, and to be here at the great customary occasion, the Adai Kesi. But above all, we want to express our appreciation for the outstanding leadership Prime Minister Rowley is providing in our common endeavor of building a strong bridge across the Atlantic to bring the African peoples on both sides of the ocean together to strengthen our prospects of constructing a more prosperous and more united future for our mutual benefit. This is work that our forefathers began, and the African people should be reassured that in Prime Minister Rowley, they have found someone who is prepared to champion and advance that work. As we commemorate this significant milestone, let us draw inspiration from Otumfuo's exemplary leadership and continue to work together towards a brighter, more prosperous, and more united future for all Ghanaians. That prominent Ghanaian nationalist, politician, and statesman, my maternal uncle, William Oforiatta, the celebrated Pa Willie, once said, and I quote, "As we honor the institution of chieftaincy, let us remember that its true power lies not in authority or title, but in service, humility, and devotion to the well-being of our communities, unquote. I dare say the reign of Otumfuo Osei Tutu II thus far has been in full consonance with these words. On behalf of the government and people of Ghana, I extend once again my warmest congratulations to Otumfuo Osei Tutu II on this historic occasion. May he continue to be blessed with wisdom, strength, and prosperity. And may Asante Mine continue to flourish under his wise and benevolent rule. May God bless Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, Asante Hine, Asante Mine, and us all. And may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you all for your attention. Namase papa, unyakobo nshiramu nya, bako. Namase.
The President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Bafo Otumfuo Chame, Bafo Mesum Ewoho, because it's about time that we listen to the wisdom of the celebrants, the 16th occupant of the Golden Stool, His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. Bafo Manuato Musomoho Emae.
Clearly, you can also see from the movement of the media men that it's about that time, and so all our cameras and microphones are now turning towards Otumfuo Osei Tutu II to receive his address. You're watching live feed from the Menchia Palace, where today Asante Mera observes Akwasidae Kese, and he's received dignitaries from nearly every part of the world. We have received an address by the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, followed immediately by that of our President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and we prepare to receive that of Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. Remember, the place of this Akwasidae Kese is hugely significant in that it brings together a lot of historical events and moments and dates in history. It clearly has been a joyous one which has in attendance the authority and power of Asante Mai in the embodiment of Sikeja Kofi, also known as the Gold Stool. We've had many dignitaries come to grace the occasion with their presence and their honor, and we're receiving or we're taking appellations preceding Otumfuo's address. You're listening to appellations from members of the Doctor, let me bring you on here. What we are listening to, is that what is to invite Otumfuo?
Yes.
And could we tell what the content will be?
It's difficult to, but it's also part of, they are also the praise singers. And the words they use are not clear to a typical account speaker.
Okay.
It's a quadrum. It's like songs of praise.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So we also have.
Right. Nana has the stage.
Minua kitu adwaben hene omampanye kan no menso awoho abafra monti mese na menso mapoto kakra na yetu yensa fra omonso ate de pese yeka. Your Excellency the President and my brother, I thank you for your kind words this afternoon. I started this journey with you 25 years ago. Before that, you were my lawyer also. And 25 years ago, you were with us here at the stadium. And therefore, you've been part of this journey. And therefore, listening to you, it was more like writing a testimonial for me. And I thank you very much for that. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I extend traditional blessings to you all, sons and daughters of the Golden Stool, in every corner of Asante. I extend the felicitations and blessings of the Golden Stool to all of Ghana, and I extend the same blessings to all the seeds of African heritage now flowering around the world through the circumstances of history.
John.
And finally, I extend to the world the blessings of peace and friendship. 25 years ago, we were called upon to assume the mantle of leadership of our people. It was a call of destiny with the most profound ramifications for us and our nation. Asante had surrendered its might as a warrior nation and was struggling to find its role within a complex new environment. The political dynamics of the time required sagacity as much as courage. Fortunately, neither virtue had been absent from the history of the Asante nation.
John.
I swore on that fateful day to lead my people with the courage and the wisdom with which Otumfuo Osei Tutu built the Asante nation.
John.
The courage and daring with which Opukwari first and others after him expanded the nation into the empire it became, and the dignity and tact with which Prempeh I and Prempeh II managed its integration into the Gold Coast. I wasn't unaware of the fact that there was no Obrikwamfo Anoche to guide us with its unusual powers, nor that the terrain in our time could not be more complex and challenging. Yet, I drew the Mpomponsuo sword in full confidence that as long as we maintained fidelity with the Golden Stool and remain faithful to the truth, we shall not, as the hymn now says, in the desert stray nor miss our providential way. Today, with the Golden Stool by our side, with all the weight of history upon our shoulders, we cry out with a mix of humility, pride. Thanks be to God, we have faced our destiny and we have not faltered nor fainted. We've been true to our oath, and we have done honor to those whose duty it was to shepherd us into office 25 years ago. Please join me in tribute to my dear mother, our very dear mother, who not only brought us into the world, but gave us the opportunity to serve our people and the world. And I pay tribute to her brothers, Ohineba Mensa Bonsu, Nyahine, and Bema Kofi Kakari. I am what I am because of the tutelage of Ohineba Mensa Bonsu, and all may have been lost if the Asantema had not had the dogged support of the Abusuapanyi Kofi Kakari. They may no longer be with us, but I'm sure that in the eternal village where they now reside, they are filled with pride that the fruit of their labor continue. Since we embarked upon our journey, we have had the privilege of serving with 5 presidents of our republic. Significantly, I have worked with presidents from both of the main political parties of our time. And it is a great honor to invite you to join me again in paying tribute to all the presidents of our 4th Republic. We are alive to the constraints of our office and do not allow themselves to stray into the choices which only the sovereign people must make for themselves, or indeed to pass judgments for the people. Our duty is to throw our weight behind the choices of the people freely made, to counsel and even admonish as circumstances demand. Within the bounds of propriety, we are obliged to speak the truth to power. I am proud to say that without exception, all of presidents have found space for meaningful collaboration as they sought to deliver on the agenda for the people. Each one is elected on a different platform, and each comes with his own style. They may not all succeed with everything they seek to do, but I hope the people appreciate that they are all true patriots who try to do the best they can for their nation. We pay tribute to Nananum, from the overlords of the North to Nananum paramount chiefs from all sections of our nation. In your magnificent smocks and elegant kente cloths, in the dazzling adornments of gold and silver, you present the true tapestry of a culture that can never diminish. It is the harmony in diversity which we all seek. Our journey would have been of little consequence without the bonds of friendship and brotherhood we have experienced from Nananum, Name, Nime, Tobe. I am grateful for the fruitful exchange of visits, for our shared experiences. We also pay tribute to corporate Ghana for a welcome partnership in the quest for development of our nation. Although we hold our governments accountable for development of our nation, in reality, it is corporate Ghana we can look for real development. Your success is what will create the jobs our people need and generate the wealth we need. That is why we will always prioritize support for your endeavors to overcome obstacles in your path and create an environment conducive to your success. I cannot fail to pay tribute to the noble men and women who sustain the rule of law in our land and help protect our security. Nor can I forget the teachers who drive our education, the doctors who guard our health and physical well-being, and the religious leaders who sustain our moral and spiritual well-being, nor our farmers who give us food to eat. It is with pride and joy that we welcome today a truly amazing team of distinguished guests from our sister states. We welcome my dear brother, the Bafokeng from South Africa, and I also welcome the Speaker of the House of Parliament from Niger, and the Foreign Minister of Morocco and his delegation, Foreign Minister of Cote d'Ivoire and his delegation, and the Niger delegation, and the Federal Minister of Finance of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the representative of my brother, the Kabaka of Buganda, along with the ambassadors of the United States, the United Kingdom, and all the diplomatic members who were here. Above all, we welcome our special guest of honor, my dear brother, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Right Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley, and his dear wife. This is the second time we have received our brother here at Manshia, and it follows our own highly significant visit to his country as guests of the Emancipation Day celebration last year. What does this say about relations between our two countries? The Right Honorable Rowley comes not as the Prime Minister of one brother country. He is here as the symbol of a new Africa, an Africa beyond one continent. For years we've been weighed down by the trauma of history. Today we have the opportunity to build a tri-continental community of Africans committed to rise like a phoenix from the ashes of history. From Suriname to Barbados, from Brazil to Jamaica, from Cuba to the Dominican Republic, indeed, from the United States of America and every part of Europe where the seeds of African heritage have survived, let the challenge go for all of us to strive to overcome the mental enslavement that has kept us from achieving our potential. We have demonstrated that it is possible to upload the burdens of history and find power in the value of reconciliation. You see this also in South Africa. Contrast aid upon humanity in the Middle East because of the unwillingness to unburden ourselves of the past. So as we commence another phase in our journey of destiny, we reaffirm our commitment to peace and the pursuit of development. Education remains our priority, but probably an even higher priority must be the reclamation of our environment from the ravages of Galamsey. We cannot be the generation that destroyed the most precious heritage bequeathed to us by our forefathers to satisfy the greed of a few miscreants. For whatever it takes, we must defeat this scourge. The greatest challenge of our nation, our nation faces is to redouble our efforts to grow our economy. Governments may come and go, but the nation remains, and democratic nations must look to their entrepreneurs for development. That is why we will continue to encourage our entrepreneurs to show their readiness to place their money where their mouth is and invest more in the country of their birth. This year is another election year. Our political leaders are already on the campaign trail, and there's yet many months of intense and combative campaigning ahead. After all our past experiences, I remain sanguine that our democracy is safe. Nonetheless, we need to remind ourselves that we cannot take things for granted, and we must be alert to avoid anything that has the potential to derail the electoral process. People need the right environment in which they can make informed choices in the interest of the nation. May we forever drink from the fountain of peace, and may our efforts in the years ahead be crowned with the grace of the living God and the prosperity that flows from our tireless effort. Long may Asanteman and Ghanaman rise in glory. I thank you all. Thank you.
generation which destroyed most of our resource or life.
Yes.
And by that he was referring to Galamsey. Was it something you expected that he would mention in his Akwasidae speech?
We have something in place. In fact, in the next few months, we are going to announce a very massive program on Galamsey attack company. We are looking at alternatives. We can't just say stop and propose library. And that's what we are looking at. Is there anything we can do when we reclaim the land? Can something be put there? You see, it is not easy. They've been getting money every week and every day. Can you get them something to do to get them money every week? And that's what we are looking at. For example, if they are to plant the jute, I mean, the lands, when you reclaim them, you can't use them to produce food. It's not acceptable.
Yes.
And you must get a cash crop. And that cash crop shouldn't be cocoa or something they have to wait for a year. They are going to even use the same land for the guarantee. So give them something which when they plant, within 3 months or 4 months, they can get something. In that case, they are waiting to put something there. They won't destroy the land.
Sure.
So that is what you should be looking at. Not to say that stop. And then you come
stop without providing alternatives.
Yes, we don't have it.
Wonderful.
So we are going to get the attention. This is what in the next few months we'll be talking about and we'll announce.
While Otumfuo was still on the speech, I couldn't help but observe the excitement on the face of the Rawlings family. I saw Honorable Senator Ajima Rawlings and her siblings, and the mentioning of Galamsey and the efforts thereafter was one that brought such broad smiles on their faces. Why mustn't we allow any of our politicians take us for a walk in the park, as has usually been their mantra or their modus operandi, by paying lip services to what destroys the life, the very life we live?
If the gatekeepers themselves are part of the problem,
how do they finance their campaigns as individuals? How do you expect somebody who was just a civil servant and then now into politics? Do you know how much it takes to campaign to even win
the last I checked, an MP says minimum you need is 400 million or 400,000.
So if some of them are part of it, how do you then stop? So it is a difficult thing, and we need to sit down and then strategize. It's not just easy.
Absolutely.
No, leadership is very difficult.
Thank you very much.
Leaders would dream, but who will take the dream out?
Yeah. And so you have the dignitaries who turned up this afternoon to pay homage to Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, taking leave of him. And in that pack, you see the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, surrounded by members of his government. I see the Ashanti Regional Minister. I also see some few others. I see the Vice President and his wife also in close contact with the President as he takes leave of the parade ground. Really, it has been a joyous, monumental, exciting day to be at Menchia. And in your short is the Chief of Staff, Honorable Frema Opari, also present to grace the occasion of the observance of the Akwasidae Kese here in Menchia. At this point, Doctor, is that the point where Nana goes to bid other chiefs goodbye and leaves the parade?
Yes, because the president must leave.
Okay.
Ideally, the president should have been there for Nana to come and greet, but president probably will leave. So he will go there to say goodbye to him so that he can then take a leave. After that, Nana Otumfuo will get down and then greet all the paramount chiefs.
Wonderful. 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 At this Deba, I've seen a diversity of what I haven't known as far as Ashanti culture is concerned. And it brings home to me the saying that ahimfuchinie ebididi ebiechi. Did we observe that in the way they were seated as well?
Yes. The sitting arrangement, in fact, it has been so over years. And as they sit down there, each of them is aware of what he's supposed to do. They are not sitting there just by chance. It has been arranged. We know who should sit here and who should not sit here. And the same arrangement, if you have a look at the picture of this and compare that to what existed about 100 years ago, there is no difference.
Wonderful.
And unfortunately, if you watch this from the top, yes, you also understand that. But for today, because of the sun and the deba, we allow them to bring benchie. Those ones you see are for the Amai Hene and the bigger ones. Okay. To give them shade. Okay. When they start going out, you will see some of them using the smaller ones.
Okay. That is wonderful. Culture is beautiful, as they say, and clearly you can see the president and the vice president.
The singers will then come back again to sing praises. And when he's getting up, it's a ceremony. He doesn't just get up.
What might we call the topping on the umbrella?
Whose umbrella is this? Because we don't know whose umbrella is. But I think it's the same coca. The what is it? The grow, which is fine there, and which is the asuna. Okay, is now going to get up. They will shake the umbrella several times, indicating that it's going to go up. And he will walk.
That is the president taking leave of the Deba.
So the president is probably taking the leave.
Yes. I've seen the president as well as the vice president taking leave of the Deba. And so we'll be left with, at this point, is it even safe to say politics is leaving the Deba for tradition to take over?
Of course, some of the traditional leaders are also politicians. So the actual ones whose faces are known are living.
Yes.
And the ones whose faces are not known are still seated.
Okay.
But actually the politicians are living.
Yes.
But some of them may wait for the king to come around and they will join him in the house as well. You've seen people gorgeously dressed today.
Yes.
As many people were showing their beauty, and I know that by tomorrow the Facebook will be inundated with pictures from all kinds of people.
Facebook is already inundated and flooded with so much. So much. There are some who went live from the very beginning of this Deba, and they're still out there live showing every single movement out there on the Deba ground.
So again, as you saw from the morning and afternoon what we've seen, it's not a function where we sit and we introduce the chairman of the function and you receive. So anytime you are coming for Akwasidae, don't expect something. It's just greeting. So you see the Jutokudro moving within the ubiquitous Jutokudro. Everywhere he moves, it must move the name.
So what do we say is currently taking place? Seen as we've seen the pot
will be moving. Otumfuo is now go the procession. So the procession is the same. The first one is the Samanka. The physicians they've left, and it will move the same. The chair, that's the chair he sits on, and that chair is always covered with umbrella. So when we don't have the Sikadra moving around, that umbrella, that chair he sits on should always have an umbrella on it.
And again, how likely are we to see or witness perhaps the same energy with which Sikadra entered the Deba as it departs?
You see, we are moving out, and therefore everybody is allowed to get closer.
Okay.
But note, these ones are not dignitaries, they are protecting.
Okay.
And in the past, Otumfuo will always be in the middle of a crowd. And that is why when sometimes you come here, you see in the middle, you become disturbed and think that this is security race. Maybe it will come into people's mind, yes,
But for here, we are all protecting him.
And how does Otumfuo leave the Durbar? He goes back into the palanquin, as well as
he's expected to go run because in the morning he didn't have an opportunity for them to go and greet. He will take this opportunity to go run all of them before going. Wonderful. And there's a pattern. He must start from somewhere and end. So he started with the Abrimpon in Kumasi.
Okay.
Who were sitting very close to him. And as he moved out, he then turned left and right to the other chiefs. And when he gets there, they will get up. So now he's greeting the Abrimpon. Okay. And Abrimpon are basically the senior chiefs within the Kumasi traditional community.
Abusafo apemsoa efia de nu ma fide da emu adekese kakra ya de ko awiye sese asante bawa amane muso na se na doctor echiremu no obekọ na wakochia amahini no nyina ansana wo fidwabe mu ha sei akọ na ebese bebisa doctor Masha ma minya hu na pakan no de. Eti minim so ti apakan ma na se. Onante. Mi hu wa pakan
o si ye no. Ye huru se wafro apakan no. Na no wafro apakan no ofro no anim. Enti se ye hu apakan yi de. Na se ne nipa dom esi wa ha no. Me gidi se ahwe obefra apakan.
Obefra apakan esa ne nante ne be de.
Anya sa ebe ye de. Edutwa na mu no be do so pa.
Rasa de ansasi ko wiem na ase ebinu mo tonyom.
Ai.
Ena so mo se men krofo amba ha.
Ena ye tonyom.
Ena ye men krofo na eto.
Omu na epeje omu nsa. Ha.
I can pay piano ka be my phone.
Ena be my phone na.
Ena be my phone amba. Isa se na ye ni jida.
Ena ye foforo na ba.
Ena foforo na ba.
Be my phone de omu bra. Ya ko yie anase. Ye ni abre.
Yes, ya bob brema so na tese ne bresem.
Ene bresem.
Eti aba me kwan so do se wachi aman ni na wi ansa na wako.
Se bre omu a eso wachi a omu nyina. Ni nti no mu bae. Eje se ohunu omu nyina ansa na wako.
Eti doctor eche na ya dwumadie ne nyina kọ awiye won sema etwato
asani a wo fra pakan
no
se dom na wo ha no
na nte ne be de
na afran na ewo wa no enti apakan no de ne be kọ na nanom no nyina nim na se du ho a na nanom no be ba nim na omo be che omo se eyese omo be ba ho kura de ne sa to no ye mo obeye ye wura obeye
eti won sama be ka kire omanfo sai na dwumadie nyina asia kwa ma enne
dwumadie no aye kama pa adokwa ye hihye se be dwumadie no wa manhia ha no na de be trim se edom no be kum ye
ya kwa mbisa wo
enti ede hihye a na mu odin ena to akwan mu eno nti mane ko ba se ebinum wo hokra enya kwan ankochia enya kwan amen mu sa ena ekosi ye the sana na esese ba na nanom kura enya kwan ankochia no sani amamre kwan so nka ne bantu mahene eba ba chia no ne amamre abeba mu etutu a ebeto dodo no antimi ama ebi say na eda so nko a wa adwuma no akoyie pepepepepepe ye de twodi ampɔnkɔ ame ase say na wa bia soroman yen ensuo no de ehia na momi wa ya wie de so oba do tonso no na ewie mu tu kakra man ne mfudie nso koso de twodi ampɔnkɔ ame aseda na ye de mawo na fe yada nananu nyina aman hene ni nyina na omubama eye fe papa bi fura chire omo yare kura bo modern so obeba omo wantimi ama no enso so di ase na mobile afe yede aseda be ma mampani ene na bedi achire ni Trinidad Tobago mampani oba wo yen ene abemufo a ene omba wo yen ene amanlofo a omujade omu ye ne ekamia esa manfo ni nyina atu anamomba ha yeda omu nyina ase afa ya aseda kese ema nananum wokum ase enso yeda ho ase ewo enadodo a omu de hwe ma adwumadi ye koso yede dwabe hene na pamfo ase yeda abambofo a ene omu baaye beboa ye ma ye ba bibiensi yanti baako bi na je omu na hwe ni subire beba ni pe ha no so edoso afa kumasefo ene omanma asantefo ene ona anya asantefo ene kana fo nyina mo amohwe betinya kwan ba ha mo amohwe GBC kasafidie so no ede mo nyina se don mo hye dwumadi afa ensamtrofo a mo di asem no koma ene mo ayade papa GBC aseda modia radio stations aka wahani TV station yina ene dia yama mbibia maka ho asem na mo kana na mo ton ye nso aseda na yede mamo ade achia na Otumfuo Osei Tutu otoso mienu asante hene na dia aseda ene na asante hema ene na nanom kumasefo ne asante manyina ene dia aseda mamo yeda mo ase
Dr. Jodas teacher sima ebra na so
yo we so de eni gisam ena na yehunu skedwa no a epie ye no ma kire se Otumfuo oye muruku a okata twene so na amanfo a abaha omoko omode osemode ena eko eda obiase se de doc edi ka kan aseda kase pa na yede ma obibia na mote se ye bodwa wo ba bia hona ye kan ye mpanisem je hona obesua mpanisem na watwa ba ho eda mo ase
ahefo yesu ya da munyina se se mo ne yatene fra no pamu abesi sabre ya yede ada kase yi ebudu ba die nyina eko ebiye me da na fide na mamenyu ba mala na afi
Thank you very much, Teacher Safo Kantanka. Thank you very much, Dr. Thomas Ejaku Puku. And a mighty thank you to my sister, Abena Denta. This is Darrell Allen Tego, your servant. You've been with us since morning when this Grand opened to observe Akwasidae Kese. Very significant in things of a Santimai in that this Akwasidae Kese is extraordinarily big. It is also marks the 25th anniversary of Otumfuo ascending to the throne of a Santimai. As well as that, it also marks his 74th anniversary, the 74th anniversary of his birth. Indeed, you cannot tell the story of Asante without necessarily paying homage to certain historical facts. It is the 100th year anniversary of the return of Nana Prempeh I from Seychelles, where he's been exiled by the Brits. It also marks the unprovoked invasion of Kumasi, which is the Sagrenti War, the 150th anniversary of the Sagrenti War. Thank you so very much, however you watched us, whichever way, by whatever medium. This has been the live broadcast from Kumasi, the Menchia Palace, where we brought you Akwasidae Kese and the 25th anniversary of Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for staying with us. This has been GTV.
our social media handles. Facebook at GTV Ghana. Twitter at GTV Ghana. Instagram at GTV Ghana. YouTube at GTV Ghana. Follow us on all our social media handles at GTV Ghana. GTV, the authentic and trusted voice of Ghana.
I dedicate this song to you. Wherever you day, my mama, I just want to say thank you. Our mama, I just sing this song for you. Wherever you day, my mama, I just want to say thank you. For the things you do for me, for the blessings you rain on me. Sometimes I lose my way, but you still the prayer for me, the sacrifice for me. Oh yeah, yeah, mama, God bless you, oh mama. Yeah, me sure, oh mama.
Drivers, on a park when I say, "Oh, who's a zebra crossing here? I say, "Of course, I became a zebra crossing now." Gina, also making sure the car seeing age and sign out with you.
Liabgum Simula Ben Shadan Pierna Kamale. Karmel Bukata, Numana Zaman Nutambo, Zanjanda Teliabum Simple, now and this so.
Daga cikin muhimman rawa na a zo a gani da Hausawa suka taka a cikin wannan ƙasa shine kafa zangonnai da suka zama gimshiki na cibiyoyin kasuwanci da fatauci. Ko shakka babu, shi ke karfafa ingantacciyar tattalin arziki da kuma karfafa al'adun gargajiya.
Wakake abuna gbogbeke biye ehiawa. Kemo fianwa ke okobia baweni ni awele ka buya uni sana gbo abagbule. Ke vitamin A uni sana hagbeke sani ahale.
Chuchogbarudo kokodi yakatoi. Enyaiba angau hana mona chishipo iha chirodovania. Watang atrangau azunububuwe.
Stay tuned to Adult Education every Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. on GTV.
You're welcome to It's Your Time. I'm Apostle Lian Kofi bringing you the word of the living God.
I heard a word of God in my spirit. God said to me that there are more discouraged in life than encouraged. So I want you to encourage my people. You see that God is a timely God. God is always on time. God knows ahead. He knows the end from the beginning and the beginning from the end. God knew that these trying times would come and his people would need encouragement.
So whatever you shall bind on earth is bound in heaven. Whatever you shall loose on earth is loose in heaven. When you speak, heaven responds.
The words you hear affect you. So, in the same way, the words you speak to others also affect them.
Those who are waiting to see your downfall, I said they will see your uprising.
It's Your Time, showing every Monday at 11 p.m. only on GTV.
This is Ghana and its vibrant cities, the people, the history, the values, the assets, the opportunities, the future. Yet we see everyday challenges in managing our urban spaces and accessing essential services such as shelter, water supply, sanitation and sewerage, transportation, among many others. Tired of seeing your neighborhoods flooded every rainy season? Frustrated with waste management in your locality? Concerned about the rising slum areas and the attendant poor living conditions, or threatened by the growing number of buildings on waterways and mountainous areas such as Abri and Waja? GTV is proud to bring you a groundbreaking program dubbed Public Concern, with a special focus on Ghana's urban agenda every Tuesday. Public Concern on every Tuesday will not just be another talk show, but a platform for resolving all challenging issues confronting Ghana's towns and cities. Each week, we'll bring you insightful discussions on challenges our urban dwellers face, expert contributions, success stories from indigenous knowledge, experiences from other cities, and most importantly, offer viewers the opportunity to share concerns and how they can be resolved collectively. Public Concern every Tuesday at 8 p.m. on GTV. Public Concern, the urban agenda.
It's Friday. Oh yes, welcome to Spectacle. So entertainment wants to say, so this is the key element to the ultimate party.
We bring you good analysis from well-versed guests. This is where we argue, disagree, but at the end, we laugh it off.
Look, I wanted people to say, for once in their lifetime, which Ghanaians don't do that, to say, yeah, interview. I was saying, now look at the history of Reggie.
That is it.
Now, who said to me, dear, Reggie is the father of hip life.
You see, the ignorance is so huge that sometimes that's why I don't want to come on air and talk, because people don't understand what you're actually dealing with.
A contract should be beneficial to both the record label and the artist. But a lot of contractor artists are signing.
We bring you the hot gossip. Mitrese, the hottest in Konkonsa in town. Your Friday night just got better with fun, and fun. Spectacle, correcting the refractive errors in the creative arts industry. Spectacle, it's all about entertainment.
Showing at 8 p.m. only on GTV.
Brought to you by Kidic Syrup from Jikad Pharmacy.
Hi, this is GBC Client Service.
Hello, thank you for calling.
GBC provides you the platform to amplify your brand reach when you advertise on our 7 TV channels
and 18 regional and district radio stations across the country.
Please reach our sales department at sales@gbcghanaonline.com and telephone numbers 0303 959604 and 0303 959605.
For all customer care issues, reach us by email care@gbcghanaonline.com and on telephone 030-3959-605 and 030-3959-606.
GBC, still the most authentic voice.
GTV, the authentic and trusted voice of Ghana.
Mama, I dedicate this song to you. Wherever you day, my mama, I just want to say thank you. Our mama, I just sing this song for you. Wherever you day, my mama, I just want to say thank you. For the things you they do for me, for the blessings you rain on me. Sometimes I lose my way, but you still the prayer for me, the sacrifice for me. Oh yeah, yeah, mama, God bless you, oh mama. Yeah, me sure I will.
A brat for me, Ghana, my bedroom. Mama, what did you feel?
Hello and welcome to GTV. It's yet